Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter annihilated the Egyptian corrupted Death Eaters? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube, you will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry collapsed onto his bed in Gryffindor Tower, his mind barely able to process everything that had happened to him and his friends since their ill-fated rescue mission to the Department of Mysteries. Not only had Voldemort possessed him, not only had his friends trusted him and gotten terribly hurt, but it had been for no reason. It had been a trick, all because he wasn't strong enough, wasn't smart enough, and now Sirius was dead. And it was all his fault. The fact that Dumbledore had chosen now of all times to tell him the words of a prophecy that had apparently hung over his head this entire time, Harry barely had time and the presence of mind to draw his bed curtains around him before his feverishly overwrought mind finally succumbed to what he was hoping would be a peaceful oblivion. Naturally, this was not what happened. Instead, Harry found himself on the reed-lined bank of a slow-moving river, the air hot, humid, and heavy. He looked around in alarm, unsure of where he was or if this was some kind of trick by Voldemort again, but all he could see for miles was grass, and perhaps some grazing animals in the distance. "Welcome, descendant," an unfamiliar, accented voice said, and Harry whirled, whipping his wand out as he suddenly saw a vessel made of reeds floating down the river toward him. The speaker was a man in flowing white robes, standing on the ancient, worn-looking boat without any oars, although he did hold a very short staff, or perhaps it was a large wand, in his hands. The carved wooden length looked familiar to Harry, but he couldn't place it immediately. Turning his attention back to the man, Harry saw that he was bald, with tanned olive skin, and his eyes were surrounded with a black eyeliner of some sort. "Who are you?" Harry demanded. "How did you get into my head?" "I am Katie, War Mage and Wardmaster as you would understand them for the great pharaohs of Egypt of millennia past," the man replied evenly, his boat coming to a halt in front of Harry. "As to how I am in your head, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that I am now a part of your soul, and the reasons for that are admittedly somewhat unusual." "My soul?" Harry asked in alarm, not moving his wand away in the slightest. "Indeed," Katie said, smiling a little. "To be more specific, I preserved my Ka in my scepter for my descendants to access one day for guidance." He then frowned. "It seems that this took longer than I had initially thought." "What's a Ka?" Harry asked suspiciously. "And how am I one of your descendants?" "The Potters aren't from Egypt, not as far as I know." Katie laughed softly. "Ka is one of the parts of the soul and astral self, as you would call it. It is part of you, unique from birth. It is a guide and protector, carrying a fragment of the divine from creation, and persists from generation to generation. The soul is a complicated concept and magics affecting it must be undertaken only with great preparation and skill, or else true horrors are perpetrated. I will instruct you more on this, but we have more pressing things to speak on first. First, you are indeed my descendant. Not from your lineage as a Potter, but instead from your lineage as a Black," Katie began, but Harry immediately interrupted him. "But I'm not a Black," he protested, his throat closing up and eyes becoming hot as he saw the image of Sirius falling through the veil again. "Yes, Harry, you are," Katie said gently. "Your grandmother on your father's side was Doria Black before she married Charles Potter, and as such, black blood flows through your veins. It is not the only ancient family either, but for my purposes it is perhaps the most important. The Black family was not always called such, and its history stretches back uncounted generations to when it was found here, on the banks of the Nile. It is through that blood that my Ka was activated by yours when you grabbed my scepter in the Department of Mysteries, and it is through that blood that our Ka have begun to merge. Our souls are merging? And when did I touch your scepter?" Harry asked, suspiciously. "Our whole souls are not merging, only the Ka," Katie corrected. "And I believe you grabbed my scepter in a blind attempt to fend off your crazed relative in the bowels of your government building. It was successful in that it saved your life, but the blast of magic was not without its own effects. Namely, my long slumbering Ka overwhelming your agitated mind briefly. Even now, as we speak, parts of my knowledge are being instinctively grafted into you. I will instruct you in your dreams as well, for much of my knowledge must be explained and understood to be used, but I believe you may find yourself enjoying the benefit of unfamiliar spells being cast by your subconscious, or fluency in languages and runes you have never seen before. That's insane, Harry said, feeling faint. Hermione will hate the unfair advantage, of course, learning while I sleep, he realized, aiming for levity, but his attempt at humor slid off even as he tried to force it. Are there other effects of this merger of arca? Almost certainly, Katie said, beyond the knowledge of magic that I will impart, a good deal of which still quite useful to you. I believe my personality will influence yours slightly. At my apex, I was confident, strong, decisive, and a formidable leader and combatant. You have these traits as well, and despite your troubled past, you have already begun to bring them forth. As arca become one, you will show the world these more often. How much do you know about me? Harry asked, thinking over this newest revelation. Most of this sounded good, even if he wished that this had happened before his disastrous decision to visit the Department of Mysteries. Now that Voldemort was active again in the world, he'd need every advantage he could get to survive, especially after watching him and Dumbledore duel. And he was supposed to be the Dark Lord's equal? Katie smiled, revealing perfect teeth. I know everything about you, Harry. My Ka has seen your soul in its entirety, all its memories, struggles, triumphs, and qualities. If I had not sensed that you were worthy, we would not be having this conversation. We have much to do and you have a long way to go, but we can get there together if you are willing to put in the work, as you would say. I have managed to glean some additional knowledge from the people who have been around my scepter, which has been helpful, but I have ancient knowledge as well. Not all of it has been surpassed by the current age of magic, and some of it remains superior or lost to the sands of time. Yet I remember. For now, rest. I will remain with you and can offer guidance as needed. Thank you, Katie, Harry said, feeling hopeful for the first time since he had watched Sirius die. The Egyptian inclined his head, and Harry's vision dissolved into a pool of darkness. When his eyes opened next, he could see that light was starting to faintly stream into Gryffindor Tower, and he forced himself up. Last night, he had more or less been forced to sleep by Dumbledore, having hardly gotten any updates on the conditions of his friends other than that they were alive, and he needed to know more if at all possible. He felt responsible for their injuries, and with that in mind, he quickly got dressed, jammed his glasses on, and hurried down to the Great Hall for breakfast, hoping to see Dumbledore or maybe another student from the botched rescue mission. Sadly, he didn't see anyone that he was looking for. So instead he scarfed down his food and hurried toward the infirmary. By the time he arrived, Madame Pomfrey had just opened the doors. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," she said with a touch of weariness. "You're here early. Surely you didn't manage to hurt yourself so soon in the day? And I was led to believe you were somehow uninjured last night." No, Madame Pomfrey," Harry hurried to assure the stately witch. "I'm here to see if any of my friends are here." "Ah yes," Madame Pomfrey said. "I stayed up quite late tending to them, and they are all still asleep, so I will insist that you don't wake them as they heal, but I don't see the harm in you seeing them so long as you remain silent." "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey," Harry said, still feeling incredibly guilty about his part in it all. He tiptoed into the medical wing, quickly spotting Hermione, Ginny, and Fred. George and Neville had managed to come through unscathed, but Harry didn't see Ron at all, and he knew he had been the worst off because of the strange brain creatures that had grabbed him. "Madame Pomfrey, where's Ron?" he whispered. "Is he okay?" The witch sighed. "He didn't come back with the others," she admitted softly. "The headmaster said that he was in St. Mungo's, and from what I heard, he probably needs more specialist help than what I'm set up to deal with here in Hogwarts. The things in the Department of Mysteries are not to be trifled with, and they can leave their mark on the unwary." Harry's shoulders slumped. "Don't worry, dear," Madame Pomfrey said comfortingly. "Mr. Weasley should make a full recovery. It'll simply take more time than these 3. Now, you should go do something else and let your friends rest up and heal. I'm sure they'll come find you once they've been released from my care." Harry nodded glumly and thanked the healer before walking slowly and somewhat aimlessly toward one of the courtyards. "Harry James Potter," a female voice barked, and Harry cringed as a red-headed witch bore down on him in full fury. "Yes, Susan?" he asked timidly, having a bad feeling about what was about to happen to him. "What do you have to say for yourself?" the Hufflepuff fifth year demanded. "I'm sorry for causing your Aunt Amelia a lot of trouble and work," he offered. "No, you blathering idiot," Susan said, her blue eyes crackling with ire. "First, how could you be so reckless as to charge into the Department of Mysteries without telling the Aurors? And second, why did you leave me and so many others from the DA behind?" I thought my godfather was being tortured by Voldemort, and I didn't have time to tell anyone but the people immediately around me in my house," Harry offered. "And, considering how many people with me got hurt, I'm kind of glad that no one else was with us." "Harry Potter, I am your girlfriend," Susan shot back, unimpressed with the lackluster response. "Furthermore, you know that Auntie Amelia would have investigated immediately if you told her what you just told me." "I know," Harry admitted, feeling like a failure all over again. "It's just that I messed up in so many ways last night, and now Sirius is dead, and it's all my fault. I can't just put everyone I care about in danger." Susan sighed, almost groaning, and leaning forward, her forehead thumping on Harry's shoulder. "Harry," she begged softly, "I know I've talked to you about this, and I know at least Hermione has as well. You have got to stop blaming yourself for everything bad that happens to you, especially when it involves a fight with the Death Eaters and you know who." "I'm sorry," Harry muttered, feeling even worse about himself. "No," Susan declared, picking her head up and straightening herself. "I've been working hard at getting you to stop apologizing for things like this, and I'm going to keep doing so. But that battle will keep. Instead, we're going to move on to more productive conversations instead." "Like what?" Harry asked cautiously, happy enough to be no longer in the direct line of fire for his tendency to apologize for his actions. If Susan caught him brooding again, it would not be pretty. "My auntie's investigation into your living situation," Susan said angrily. "I communicated my concerns to her, and what she's found has been absolutely horrifying." "Harry, what investigation?" Harry asked faintly. "At first, I thought your bad clothing and tendency to keep your head down and avoid attention was an attempt to hide from your fame," Susan bulldozed on. "I knew it couldn't be a lack of money, considering your position as the Potter heir, and maybe more, depending on Sirius's reading, but that will also be shelved for now. No, it wasn't until we started dating this year that I realized some things weren't adding up, and I've spent long enough with my aunt's work colleagues to know when I need to dig a little deeper. Once I did, I figured out just how little you talk about your home life, where you grew up, or any family. In fact, nobody knows almost anything about where you grew up, and so when I reached out to Auntie, and even she had trouble finding out the address, despite being the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I knew to hand off my findings to her." Susan stopped her cavalcade of words, breathing heavily as tears welled up in her expressive blue eyes. "Harry, why didn't you ever say anything?" she asked, sounding sad and heartbroken. For Harry, this tenderness was almost too much for him to bear. Everything all year, from highs to lows, was hitting him so hard recently. From his torment at the hands of Umbridge and his triumphant vanquishing of her, to his constant visions from his scar, to his occlumency lessons with Snape, to Sirius's death, to the sudden presence of Katie, and now the revealing of one of his most deeply buried secrets, it felt like life was determined to break him utterly. "I did," Harry croaked, completely overwhelmed by the softness in his girlfriend's eyes and voice. "I begged Dumbledore every year to let me stay here, find somewhere else to go. He never let me. He wouldn't even tell me why, just that it was necessary." "Then he will be answering for that," Susan snarled, her loyal Hufflepuff instincts rising to the fore. "You will not be going back to those abusers again, and if keeping you in our manor is what it takes, Auntie has promised me that's exactly what will happen." Harry stared at Susan for a little while after that heartfelt declaration, the small, downtrodden, mistrusting child in the back of his mind judging her words for sincerity, and finally nodded in acceptance. "Thank you," he said thickly. "At least that will be something that goes right for me for once. This means more than I can say." "Don't thank me yet," Susan said, smiling bravely through the tears that hadn't quite fallen. "Once Auntie latches onto you, she doesn't let go. It's the badger in her. If she raised you, I think I'll be okay, Harry managed, which earned him a massive hug from the red-headed witch. Just don't tell Dumbledore or your friends anything just yet, Susan cautioned. It's going to turn into an official investigation, most likely, and Auntie doesn't want any of the evidence to get hidden. Okay, Harry said. I was going to try and speak with Dumbledore before the train left about something that happened to me in the Department of Mysteries, but I'll wait until after the summer now. Something happened to you in the Dom? Susan squeaked, releasing Harry suddenly. Oh, you definitely will need to talk to Auntie about that. I can't imagine you'll be in trouble, but the head of the Unspeakables, Croaker, has been asking her some questions about if the Death Eaters did something to one of their new artifacts. Oh, Harry said, wondering if his mouth had run away from him in a really bad way this time. Yeah, that might have been me. From there, things moved in their usual end-of-the-term rush, although Harry was still feeling out of it with all the intense emotions he had been experiencing for the last day and a half. Somehow, Harry packed, or maybe a house elf did it for him, attended the sending-off feast, and found himself in a train car on the Hogwarts Express with his friends, for once feeling like he wasn't being sent back to a prison. He hadn't even really told anyone just yet that he wouldn't be staying with the Dursleys this summer, in part because he still didn't entirely trust that he would be free of them, but Hermione picked up on the fact that something was different about how he was feeling. Are you okay, Harry? The bushy-haired genius asked him, looking concerned. I think so, Harry said, having hugged her as tightly as he could once she was released from the infirmary. But there's just so much in my head right now, he admitted, hiding the tiny smile that he had, given at exactly just how much was going on up there at this moment in time. If it is at all possible, I will be trying to contact you this summer, Hermione promised, still looking worried. I know you don't get the best care over the break, and with everything that's just happened, I don't want you dealing with it on your own. Don't worry, Hermione, Susan assured the Gryffindor witch, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders. I won't let him brood by himself for the next 3 months. So long as I can help, Hermione said, but sat back looking satisfied. I'm not that bad, Harry protested, but he was forced to sit back and sulk when every female in the rather crammed train car raised an eyebrow. We love you, Harry, Hannah Abbott started, and you have many impressive gifts, both magical and otherwise, Susan assured him. But you really are that bad, Hermione finished. You do have a wonderful variety of fantastic creatures that surround your head at all times, Luna Lovegood offered. Thanks, Luna, Harry said, not sure that the petite, blonde Ravenclaw's words advanced his case. Ooh, you've picked up some new ones recently, Luna said excitedly, clapping her hands together. They're quite old, and I've only seen the like in Egypt, near some ancient tombs being excavated by Gringotts. Harry said, shocked once again at how the younger witch could be so different and yet so perceptive. When were you in Egypt? Hermione asked, thankfully appearing to take Harry's pause as a sign that Harry was as mystified as everyone else. Oh, 2 summers ago, Luna said, shrugging. Daddy and I once again failed to find the crumplehorn Snorkack, but we had a delightful encounter with a pair of nesting sphinxes, who gave us a standing invitation to return with any ideas we had for riddles. I don't think I fancy my chances again, a sphinx with Luna-inspired riddles, Neville Longbottom muttered in his seat next to Hannah, and Harry was forced to agree. From there, the train ride flew by as the conversation took a lighter turn. After a year working together running Dumbledore's army right under the nose of Umbridge and her Inquisition squad, it felt incredible to Harry that he was able to be so open with some of the other ringleaders after spending so much time isolated to keep Umbridge away from his friends. The only one missing was Ron, who was still recovering in St. Mungo's, although Harry had been reassured by the twins that their brother would be fine in 2 days. By the time the train was pulling into the station, Luna and Hermione were deep in another argument, in which Luna's ridiculous insight and bizarre proclamations clashed with Hermione's deep-rooted desire for logic and order. For the last time, you can't simply invent mythical creatures to write about in the Quibbler without any proof of their existence, Hermione growled. But Hermione, there isn't any proof they don't exist, Luna said, her huge silver eyes wide with her resolve. That's a logical fallacy, Hermione cried, throwing her hands up. Okay, let me try a different tact. What would you do if you actually found this crumplehorn stork? Luna gave Hermione a reproachful look. It's a crumplehorn Snorkack, Hermione, and you know that. But that creature is an exception to our quest for magizoologist knowledge. If Daddy and I ever actually find it, we would celebrate wildly for an hour, then erase all evidence of our search in our notes and then obliviate the memories from each other so we could do it all again. In fact, there's nothing to say that we haven't already done so. Hermione simply stared at Luna, blinking in disbelief, unable to comprehend the destruction of such long-sought-after knowledge. But Harry gave Luna a smile, knowing exactly why Luna and her only surviving family might do such a thing. He would have dearly loved to have such a treasured bonding activity with his real family as well. As it was, Luna was missing her mother. I will find it myself. Then Hermione snarled, whirling away to grab her trunk in a huff as the train finally came to a halt. You're welcome to join our next expedition, Luna said happily, and Harry and Susan exchanged grins, knowing exactly how long Hermione would last with two lovegoods. Especially since it was no secret that Luna was the better adjusted of her family. Shall we go find Auntie? Susan asked softly, also rising, and Harry nodded. I'll also need to go tell Uncle Vernon that I won't be returning with him, Harry said slowly. Does it have to be you? Susan asked softly but firmly. I can visibly see you curling in on yourself at the thought of seeing him. Suppose not, Harry said, thinking it over. I don't really have anything to say to him or Aunt Petunia, and I can always track down Dudley again myself if I really need to. And you don't have anything you need from their house? Susan confirmed. I never left anything I cared about there, Harry confirmed quickly. Then just point out the fat man to Auntie, and she'll take care of informing him of your freedom, Susan said, knowing from her letters to her mother figure just how badly her auntie wanted to deal with the abusive man. Okay, Harry said, and that was the end of it. Together, the pair followed their friends off the train and into the bustling chaos that was Platform 9. Given the relative dearth of redheads that weren't Weasleys, finding the put-together and monocled witch who was currently scanning the crowd like she was ready for trouble was a fairly simple matter. Good to see you, Susan, Madame Amelia Bones said, wrapping her niece up in a hug. And good to see you again, Harry, especially outside of a courtroom. Thank you, ma'am, Harry said sheepishly. I'm glad we were able to get you out of those ridiculous charges, Amelia said, sighing. Breaching the statute of secrecy with a Patronus? What a bizarre thing to do, let alone impressive beyond your years. I still haven't managed to pin enough evidence down to get Fudge or Umbridge charged, but I've got eyewitnesses tracking two Dementors leaving Azkaban and crossing the country to get to Surrey, so I was able to confirm your story. I'm beyond touched that you would go to such lengths for me, ma'am, Harry said, shocked that she had gone to the trouble. Oh, it was partly for you, but I'm also very close to getting the fool who calls himself minister on corruption charges, Amelia said, baring her teeth in a grim smile. But that's maybe a conversation for closed doors. Come, is there anything else we need to do before we go back to the ossuary? Yes, Susan said resolutely. You can tell Harry's uncle that he can go home without his prisoner. Oh, Susan, you always get me the nicest gifts, Amelia said, her grin now resembling a shark's. Where is the fat man? Just outside Platform 10, Harry volunteered quietly. I can point him out if you need me to. No, I know what he looks like, and I hope to see him behind bars soon, too, Amelia promised. But he's a muggle, Harry said, feeling a little confused how a magical policewoman, even the one in charge of all the magical police in Wizarding Britain, could arrest a muggle for a non-magical crime. We do a little work with our counterparts on the other side of things, mostly through intermediaries, Amelia said, smiling thinly. No one likes child abusers, whether magic is involved or not. Well, okay, Harry said, somehow both exhausted of it all and hoping against hope that something would finally happen. That the world would tell the Dursleys that they were wrong, and that he was, well, as normal as he could be. If we need a statement from you, I'll ask, but otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, you can forget about them, Amelia said firmly. While I might ordinarily disapprove of having my niece's 15-year-old boyfriend live with us over the summer, Susan has a good head on her shoulders and has convinced me to trust your behavior. You will not disappoint me. Harry blinked at the conversation whiplash, but Susan immediately groaned. Auntie, she whined. Why would you even say that? In public? That's not even something you need to worry about. I mean, Madame Bones' laughter cut off Susan's quickly derailed, sputtering tirade. Well, it's good to have confirmation that we don't need to have another special talk, she said chuckling. You two go wait by the flue, and I'll be right back. The head of the DMLE stalked off, the crowd parting almost subconsciously for the powerful woman. Wow, Harry said, trying to square everything that had just happened in his head. Yeah, Auntie does stuff like that to keep me off balance sometimes, Susan said, scowling and more than a little pink in embarrassment. The downside of having a trained investigator as a guardian is keeping secrets is very difficult, and she knows just how to wind me up to make sure she's gotten everything out of me. Comes from a place of love, but she's also extremely paranoid, especially with everything happening now that you know who is acting in public. Again, Harry nodded, understanding that. The train platform bustled with people, but the witches and wizards were moving quickly, hardly even stopping for pleasantries as they shepherded their families away as soon as they collected their things and greeted them. It was a far cry from the last few times Harry had been here at the end of the year. I'm looking forward to seeing your house, Harry eventually said, breaking the silence that was becoming awkward at the Dark Lord's mention. What did you say it was called again? The ossuary, Susan said, grinning a little. Because it's a house of bones? Harry realized, hiding a frown as he wondered how he knew that. Such trivia tended to be the preserve of Hermione, or apparently Remus. Luna might have also known that, but it really was a coin flip on what that little Ravenclaw had in her head. Yep, Susan said cheerfully. And don't worry, even with that name, the decorations aren't terrible. We do have some bones on the wall because, well, but I promise it's very tasteful. Harry snickered. I'm looking forward to it, he said. Harry, Susan, Amelia called, cutting through the crowd with a smirk on her face. Come. Well, it looks like that conversation was fast, Harry said, trying to have as neutral an expression on his face as possible. I bet she cut him to the bone, Susan said happily and then winced. That one, wasn't intentional. I'm starting to regret agreeing to come live with you already, Harry said, happy for a change in conversational direction as they began lugging their trunks and school supplies over to where Amelia stood by a large fireplace. What? Susan squawked in outrage. You love my puns. Even the accidental ones. If you say so, Harry teased, and Susan grumbled under her breath, plotting dire revenge. Harry, the flue address is the ossuary, Amelia instructed, grabbing a pinch of the green powder. I'll go first, and make sure that the wards let you through. We don't have a password yet, but that will be changing shortly. Of course, ma'am, Harry said, suddenly thinking of a few different ways he now knew to protect a property. It seemed that the knowledge from Katie was transferring quickly, and it was a strange situation. With no prior instruction, Harry now knew exactly how to raise some rather stubborn and deadly ancient Egyptian wards and protective curses. But he had no idea how to explain how it worked, only that it did. Thinking about that fact also triggered the realization that he was fluent in multiple ancient languages. He was going to need to have a long talk with Katie tonight because it was very disorienting to have all this knowledge at his disposal, and even more so that he didn't understand it beyond knowing how to do certain set things. Shaking his head, Harry followed Amelia into the green flames and stumbled into a well-appointed, dark-paneled sitting room. Unlike past experiences using the flue, Harry managed to stay on his feet this time, and so despite losing his grip on his luggage and Hedwig's cage, Harry counted it as a success. Welcome to the ossuary, Mr. Potter, Amelia said with a half bow, sounding very amused, but Harry did his best to not react. Thank you, Madame Bones, he said, trying to be as formal as possible to match her as he did his best imitation of her bow. Auntie, Susan whined, emerging flawlessly from the fire, much to Harry's chagrin. Why are you doing the whole pure blood thing with my boyfriend? We went over this. Well, other than it being good manners to welcome the heir of an ancient and noble house to our family manor, it is very funny to annoy you, Amelia told her adopted daughter. I'm a what? Harry asked, frowning. That sounded important. Amelia's eyes widened in shock. You haven't been made aware of your heritage? She asked. Did Dumbledore never tell you about the Potter lordship? Susan piled on, sounding equally scandalized. He's voting your seat on the Wizengamot. Dumbledore? Tell me anything he didn't think was strictly necessary? I think not, Harry scowled. I don't know hardly anything about my parents, let alone the Potter family. And I have a seat on the Wiesengemot? Well, that's going to be a whole other conversation, Amelia said slowly. And we are going to have that conversation in full, not to mention asking your headmaster an entirely new set of very detailed questions about his role and responsibilities as your magical guardian. But first, we're going to get you settled in here, and then we're going to talk about your past family situation and what happened in the Dom chambers. I also believe Susan said you had something you needed to talk to Croaker about? That can wait if it's not urgent, though. Yes, Harry admitted, taking a leap of faith to trust the one adult who had heard his story and decided to do something about it, other than Sirius. There's an artifact that I think I need to talk to him about. It's caused some changes with my soul, I think. Amelia looked at Harry with no small amount of horror. Actually, I think we're going to need to have that conversation first, Amelia said, stalking to the fireplace and sticking her head into it. Saul, get over here now and bring that scepter. Harry watched as an older man in a long gray cloak tumbled out of the fireplace at a truly impressive speed, clutching the raven-headed scepter Harry had seen in Katie's hands in his dream. Harry, this is Saul Croaker, Chief Unspeakable and head of the Department of Mysteries, Amelia explained tersely. He's one of the foremost magical experts in Britain, and likely the world. Croaker, either you or one of your experts on the soul needs to examine Mr. Potter here at your earliest convenience. He says that the artifact you're holding is doing something to his. Croaker had his wand out and waving around Harry almost before Amelia could finish her explanation, muttering under his breath rapidly as he cast spell after spell. Harry decided that staying put was a good idea, as he desperately wanted some answers as to what was going on, as well as confirmation that Katie wasn't going to hurt him in some way. Somehow, he didn't think that taking a potential possessor at their word was a good idea if there were other, independent ways of checking his safety. He hadn't forgotten what Voldemort had done to and with Ginny Weasley with his diary in his second year. There's definitely a strong, albeit fading connection with the scepter, Croaker eventually said, his wand still arcing around Harry in graceful loops, which would explain one of the 3 souls or pieces thereof that I'm sensing on Mr. Potter. The whole soul would be his, I imagine, and I can trace the piece that came from the scepter. What I don't understand is where the other soul fragment has come from, and such dark magic. Other soul fragment? Amelia demanded, and Harry nodded in wide-eyed terror. Katie hadn't said anything about that. Croaker's voice trailed off as his slate-colored eyebrows drew together and his face paled as he cast another complicated-looking spell. But of course he groaned. It's only coming from your still unhealed, cursed, magical scar. Why wouldn't that foul waste of air commit another horror or two while he was embodied? Saul? Amelia ground out. You're scaring the children. The unspeakable sighed, his shoulders slumping. What I've discovered here in Mr. Potter's head is a threat to our national security, Amelia, and a crime against nature and the fundamental laws of the universe. You'll excuse me if I'm only a little upset. That's not making me any happier, nor reassuring the kids. Amelia snapped. I don't care what's wrong with my boyfriend. I want to know how we can fix it. Susan demanded, not to be outdone by her auntie. You clearly know what it is. As chaos threatened to overtake the room, guided by one of his new instincts, Harry raised his hand and wandlessly summoned the scepter, which was wrenched right out of Croaker's hands. The unspeakable cursed, Amelia's battle-honed instincts allowed her to fire off a stunning spell, and Susan lunged toward Harry to tackle him out of the way. None of these efforts stopped Harry, and the moment the scepter touched his hands, a sphere of pure silver surrounded him, absorbing the stunner, knocking Susan back, and admittedly doing very little to stop Croaker's 4-letter word. It's all right, Katie boomed, suddenly appearing next to Harry as a ghostly apparition. There is no reason to panic. I can explain everything, but once the power I stored in my scepter runs out, I will no longer be able to communicate with you all directly. So I beg that you listen to me now before I lose that ability. Who in Merlin's name are you? Croaker demanded, his wand now pointed at the ancient Egyptian wizard. And how did you get past my wards? Amelia added, her wand already out and at the ready. Susan scrambled back on 3 limbs, her wand bursting out of its holster to bring another wand to bear on the intruder in her home. having obviously decided that the first 2 questions would suffice for now. My name is Katie, and I am what remains of one of the servants of the great pharaohs. The Egyptian offered a deep bow. As for your wards, I am no longer corporeal, and given that my Ka is the only part of my soul currently present, and merging with my descendants here, I presume that I no longer count as an individual for the purposes of your impressive defenses. If my descendant is staying here, however, I do have a few suggestions to add to your security. While I was living, one of my specialties was warding, something my people raised into an exquisite art form. If what I've gleaned from Harry is true, even now your people are trying to break through some of my people's work. How is what you're doing any different than a possession? Croker asked suspiciously, albeit slightly more calmly. The simplest answer is to say that I am not taking over my descendant, Katie said, offering a graceful shrug. A more complex answer is that he is absorbing my knowledge and, in the process, some of my character attributes will magnify his. How long will this take? Harry asked, cutting in now that the tension had dropped. You didn't tell me that earlier. Much of the knowledge transfer is instant, Katie said. Our lessons to understand it such that you can build from the knowledge you have been given and use it in different ways will take a few weeks, perhaps as long as 2 months. My Ka will have been fully absorbed by your soul in that time frame. Speaking of souls, how did this get triggered, and does having a third piece hurt this process at all? Amelia asked. Harry has the blood of Nile, Katie said. The blacks have a long history, and the river of life and death flows through their veins. Harry is one of my descendants, otherwise this process could not have started. Our Ka would have been missing the familial link needed to start the process when Harry activated my scepter in his attempt to defend himself from the mad black sorceress. As to the invention of the foul Greek, it both is and is not a complicating factor for this process. In fact, there may be a ritual we can perform that will allow it to follow the stream of magic I have begun and allow Harry to absorb it entirely, severing it from the control of the original caster. Wouldn't that corrupt Mr. Potter? Croker asked, but Harry could see the instincts of a researcher coming to the fore. The soul fragment in his scar is very dark magic, and the wizard who put it there, almost certainly accidentally, was quite evil. This ritual would only be possible because the soul piece was not properly secured, Katie said dismissively. I suppose we could purify it first, but it is death magic, of which my descendant already has a strong affinity for through one of his other bloodlines. So I do not believe that taking advantage of this dark wizard's clumsiness would carry any risk. I have an affinity for death magic? From who? Harry asked, feeling a little lost, albeit excited at the possibility of being free of his scar and the resulting headaches and visions. From whom, not who, and the Peverils most likely, Croker said, thinking it over. The Potter line absorbed one of the branches of that ancient family a few hundred years ago. The main 3 houses you would have potential bloodline gifts from would be the Potters, famed for transfiguration, the Peverils with a noted connection to death and combat, and the Blacks, known for their curses and ability to conceal themselves. Another use of the soul fragment, however, would be to track the others, Katie mused, having clearly ignored the discussion of Harry's magical heritage. Others? Amelia asked. What does that mean? Until all of the Greeks' perversions are found and dealt with, this dark wizard cannot be truly slain, Katie said. They are nasty creations, but I believe you have a spell used to separate a soul from that which houses it, no? Of course, Croker said in shock. The killing curse. How did we not think of that? Our other methods of destroying Horcruxes have been much more destructive. Why else would such a spell be developed? Katie asked, looking amused. Even thousands of years ago, we had many easier ways of killing each other, even without a trace. An unblockable killing curse is only needed to destroy heavily protected magical artifacts that have souls in them, particularly if you want to leave the surrounding area untouched. Our pyramids had great treasures in them, after all. We wanted our venerated dead to remain so, and to not trouble the living any further. Katie, as fascinating as this discussion is, we must use this soul piece to track the others down so that we can kill he who must not be named, Amelia said. How long will it take to set up this ritual, and what do we need? Time is of the essence here, if there is going to be a magical Britain left by the time we're done here. Do you have a ritual room? Katie asked. I can feel the remnants of old death magic here. The Bones name is an old one, and we have our own history with death magic, albeit less famous than the Peverils," Amelia said shortly, ignoring Susan's jerk in surprise. "The ritual room hasn't been used in my memory, but I know where it is." "Bring us there," Katie said. "For this, I will require an athame, chalk, and a flawless crystal ball. Also, if you have any potions for blood and magical loss, we will likely want them close to hand. Harry should not be harmed, but this is a rather draining ritual in several senses of the word." "That sounds encouraging," Susan muttered under her breath, but Harry heard her anyway. "It'll be okay, Susan," Harry said, giving her a smile. "If this ritual can get this thing out of my head and help us kill Voldemort once and for all, I'll happily sacrifice some blood." "That is exactly the kind of sentiment that will be required, my descendant," Katie said. "I've got a well-stocked potion pantry, and I have the chalk and a ritual knife," Amelia said as she began to lead them deeper into the ossuary. "I don't know if I've got a good crystal ball, though." "Flopsy," she called. With a slight pop, a smartly dressed house elf burst into existence. "Yes, Madam Bonesy?" he asked. "What can I be doing for yous? Do we have a crystal ball anywhere in the manor or the bones vaults?" Amelia asked. Flopsy frowned and then popped away before returning a moment later with 3 balls floating in the air behind him. "Will one of these be doing it?" "The middle one," Katie said after studying them for a moment. "Excellent," Amelia said and grabbed it out of the air. After walking further into the manor and descending into the basement, Amelia opened a door at the end of the long passageway they had been walking along. Ritual rooms like this often have to be at some remove from the wards of the manor, as well as all the ambient magic that we tend to be surrounded in, Amelia explained briefly to Harry and Susan as they looked around curiously at the barren room. "The circles for rituals will need to be drawn each time, and cleaned up afterwards, all without magic. Speaking of, what kind of circle will we need for the transference, Katie?" Katie said, floating above the floor as he pondered the smooth gray stone beneath him. "I must admit I am likely unfamiliar with your way of drawing and casting rituals. But my descendant should have the knowledge within him now to create the circle, complete with the correct runes." "Ido?" Harry asked, not aware that this was knowledge that had been transferred. "Yes," Katie said, sounding faintly amused. "Please draw out an Aramaic cleansing circle and leave the top half open to incorporate the tertiary Persian transference design." "Do you know what that's about?" Susan asked, and Harry frowned. "Kind of," he said, grabbing the piece of chalk that Amelia offered and bending down to start etching out runes, circles, and elegant, sweeping lines. When Katie described it, I knew what I needed to do, but if you asked me to explain how it works or why I'm making the symbols I couldn't really tell you. "Fascinating," Croaker muttered, walking carefully along the edges of the circle as he examined the developing ritual. "Some of these runes I've never seen before, let alone together, and I've never seen these 2 rituals combined before like this." Was this common knowledge among the ancient Egyptians? "It depended on which temple or sect you belonged to," Katie said. "Some shared knowledge freely, while others only allowed prized apprentices to learn the deeper mysteries. Rituals were frequently used due to their versatility and ability to be shaped precisely, albeit at the cost of time and the understanding required. My scepter was one of the easiest ways to channel magic with finesse, and it was considered a rare and powerful focus. Most used a staff which, while useful for war, was always more suited to a less delicate touch. Your wands are truly a useful tool, albeit they seem to constrain the amount of power you can put into a spell." "I've never heard that critique of wands before," Croaker said in surprise. "And I've never had any trouble putting additional power into my spells with a wand. I'm able to do some basic wandless magic, but I haven't found that to be any more powerful than my magic with a wand. Quite the opposite, in fact. All who use magic should be able to do at least a few things without a focus," Katie stated, watching as Harry finished the first half of the circle. "Leave a channel for the crystal ball, Harry," he instructed. "As for the kinds of spells you are using, of course you wouldn't notice much of a difference. Most of them seem to have been sanded and shaved down to the bare minimum power requirements, like finely honed blades. But on the field of battle, a keen dagger cannot fulfill every purpose. Sometimes you need a spear to strike from a distance or hammer to break shields and armor, or even a siege weapon. Your wands are nowhere near as suited for these tasks. How many such war spells could an ordinary wizard or witch even cast? Croaker asked in amazement. The magical power demands must have been incredible. Only the strongest could truly be considered war mages, Katie said proudly. Other mages went to war as well, but they did not bear the title, only the staff. A war mage had power in great abundance, but they had other methods of casting as well. I will not speak of them to any but my descendant. Some secrets are dangerous and destructive to friend and foe alike. Now, place the crystal ball in the second half of the circle and give my descendant the fame. Amelia did as instructed while Croaker did another lap of the ritual that now spanned half the room. Everything looks like it will do what Katie said, Croaker reported. You can do it, Harry, Susan said, locking her eyes with Harry's. Don't worry, Susan, Harry assured his girlfriend. Nobody wants this thing out of my head as much as I do. Begin, Katie commanded, and Harry made a shallow cut across his left palm before clenching his hand into a fist, allowing the blood to drip onto the crystal ball. Then he switched hands with the ritual dagger and sliced open his right palm before dabbing the blood on his scar. Then, Harry began chanting in ancient Egyptian, building up his magic and shaping it with the words of power. To his alarm, blood began to flow freely from his hands, dripping onto the floor while his magic burst out of him in a great flood. Finally, as his chanting began to increase in pace, Harry's scar burst open in a jet of black ichor, and the pain began to increase to agonizing levels. It was all Harry could do to keep standing and chanting, but as the last of his strength left him and he began to sway in exhaustion, he noticed that the formerly pristine crystal ball was filled with swirling, smoky darkness. As the last lines of the ritual dropped of his tongue, Harry collapsed on his side, hoping that someone would be willing to explain what had just happened after he had a nice nap. When Harry finally returned to consciousness, he was no longer in the ritual room. Instead, he was lying on a bed in a brightly lit room. With a groan, Harry pushed himself up into a sitting position, thankful that the bleeding wounds on his hands had been sealed. More blood than he had expected had poured from the slices during the ritual, and something had come out of his scar as well. Magically, Harry felt like he had been run over by a hippogriff, but mentally, Harry felt like a small, persistent headache had just left him for the first time in his entire life. It wasn't a huge difference, but thinking already felt a little easier. His emotions felt clearer, and Harry was sure his focus had improved. Was this what people normally felt like all the time, Harry wondered? If so, no wonder his grades on the theory side of things were so average. Having taken stock of himself and now wondering where everyone else was, Harry called out a hello? Harry, Susan called back, and the sound of rushing feet approached the door before it burst open, and a blur of red hair engulfed him. I'm so glad you're awake, Susan cried. How are you feeling? You had me so worried when that awful substance burst out of your scar. It's already looking so much better, though. Yes, it is, which is a very good sign for the healing process and the success of the ritual, Amelia said as she entered the room at a slightly more sedate pace, followed by Croaker and a figure in a gray hooded robe. You've quite excited my soul group, Mr. Potter, Croaker said. They've not had so much fun with a new toy in ages. It'll almost be a shame when we finally have to destroy it. The amount we've already learned is, we are not keeping you-know-who alive any longer than is absolutely necessary, Amelia said sternly. Need I remind you how foul that artifact is to the senses? It is a corruption and a perversion. If I didn't know how important it is to track down the rest, I would have it tossed through the veil or be burning with fiendfire this instant. Yes, Croaker said, sounding resigned. Las. Do you have any preliminary updates based on your group's initial study? Indeed, Chief Unspeakable, a flat voice said. Based on our calculations and the resonance we've been able to observe, there are 5 other soul parts, for a total of 6. This is extremely arithmetically displeasing, as the Dark Lord would surely know 7 is a powerfully magic number, but we are certain in our count of the soul pieces. Yes, that is quite odd, Croaker agreed. And can you track the others? We're still working on the best way to harmonize the resonance with a compass of some kind, but we should have something rough working within the next few days, the Unspeakable reported. How would we know if one of these Horcruxes was already destroyed? Harry asked, wondering if he hadn't just put something together with the benefit of new information and a brain that could better think logically now. Both unspeakables turned to Harry in surprise. We wouldn't, Croaker said, looking to his colleague for support. Not from this, no, his underling agreed. Do you think you've encountered one before, maybe even destroyed it? Harry licked his dry lips nervously. I do, he said slowly. It was during my second year. It was a diary, and it possessed Ginny Weasley into opening the Chamber of Secrets. I was eventually able to kill the basilisk and stab the diary with the fong that was embedded in my arm. A deep silence filled the room as they digested this brief retelling, and then Amelia's cursing filled the air. You mean to tell me that there was a basilisk roaming the corridors of the school, and your headmaster did nothing about it? Amelia demanded. I didn't know about that, Susan whispered, looking haunted. How did you survive? Fawkes, Harry said. And I don't think anyone really knew it was a basilisk until I killed it because it had only managed to petrify with its gaze, because nobody saw its eyes directly. When I went down to the Chamber of Secrets, Fawkes clawed its eyes out, and then when it tried to bite me, I stabbed it through the roof of its mouth with the sword of Gryffindor. One of the fangs stuck in my arm, though, so Fawkes had to cry into it, and then I stabbed the diary with the fong. Well, basilisk venom certainly is one way to destroy a Horcrux, Croaker muttered. What happened to the corpse? Nothing, as far as I know, Harry said, thinking it over. Why? The department would pay you a hefty sum for the opportunity to take and render down such a creature, the robed unspeakable said. The skin is superior even to dragonhide, and many of the parts are likewise intensely magical. Depending on the size, you could stand to gain millions of galleons. I suppose I'm hardly in the position to turn down money, Harry said, pleasantly surprised at the offer. My vault is in good shape from what I remember, but I don't have millions. We can discuss this further at a later time, but you do in fact have much money than you seem to think, Croaker said, giving Harry a considering look. As an ancient and noble house, you have at least 3 vaults, and I would guess all you've seen and have access to so far is your trust vault, but again, that is for later. The important thing is that you now only have one soul registering on our scans. While Katie is likely still integrating, he has sufficiently taken root into you now that he no longer registers as a separate part of your soul. Well, I'm glad that everything is normal on your end, because I feel the best I've ever felt, Harry admitted, trying to do as Croaker suggested and think about his apparent wealth later. My head is clearer, my emotions aren't as sharp, and it feels like I can focus in a way that I just couldn't earlier. Your magic should also be easier to use, and I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't experience a bump in your total magical reserves, the hooded unspeakable said. Without a malignant soul piece leeching off your power and fighting you, your spellcasting should be more fluid. You may wish to meditate this summer and attempt to better control yourself and recalibrate how much effort you need to put into using your magic. A good suggestion, Croaker said thoughtfully. Well, since all appears well with you, Mr. Potter, we will head back to the Dom and get back to work. We'll be in touch, following up on the longer-term effects of the ritual. But yes, in the meantime, in addition to what you're learning from the Egyptian in your head, you should try learning some of the mind arts. All the most powerful witches and wizards of the last 1,000 years have been at least adept in the arts, and the vast majority have been masters. In your particular case, I would think it would be negligent to do otherwise. Thinking grimly of the prophecy hanging over his head and the way that Dumbledore and Voldemort had dueled, Harry added the mind arts to his summer learning list. He didn't know if he could get up to mastery before Hogwarts reopened, like Croaker was suggesting, but he knew starting sooner was better, in this case at least. Croaker nodded one last time, and then he and the other unspeakable were gone, leaving Harry with Amelia and Susan. Well, that was a more involved and exciting introduction to the Ossuary than I was initially hoping, but I suppose it needed doing, Amelia muttered and then shook herself. If you're up to it, Harry, I think we can go ahead and move you into the room you'll be staying in for the summer. That would be perfect, Harry said gratefully. I spend enough time in the infirmary at Hogwarts, and I don't want to keep that trend up this summer if I can help it. Do I even want to know? Amelia asked Susan, a resigned look on her face. Maybe we should just say that Harry tends to attract trouble and life-threatening situations with an unusual frequency? Susan said dubiously, squirming a little under her auntie's fierce stare. I managed to stay out of Madame Pomfrey's care at the end of the year for the first time? Harry offered. That's an improvement, at least. Dumbledore was able to seal up my cuts and bruises after the dom before he sent me to bed. Amelia rubbed her forehead. I suppose it's not your fault that a Dark Lord has been trying to kill you, she muttered. At least you know how to take care of yourself a little. Still, if you could stay behind the Ossuary's wards, especially without an escort, I think that would be for the best. You can invite your friends over, if you'd like, but I'd prefer you stay in range of our protections. I think I can do that, Harry said, beyond relieved that he wasn't being shoved into his old room at number 4 for the entire summer. And, if you'd like, I can see what wards and spells I can add to the ossuary that Katie knew. Amelia nodded slowly. If I hadn't just seen the ritual you put together work and have Croaker sign off on it no less, I'd say no. But now that we know a little more of what we're dealing with, I'd be a fool to say no. I might need to see if some of my Aurors will be willing to work with the two of you on some dueling strategies as well. With the Dark Lord roaming Britain in person, I somehow doubt that underage magic restrictions are going to be as important. Especially if Rufus becomes the next minister, Susan added. He'll be so much better than Fudge it won't even be funny. He'll certainly be harder on the Death Eaters, Amelia agreed, but Harry could tell she was cautious. He was excellent as my head Auror, but I don't know how well suited he will be for all the duties of the minister. He's not the most flexible thinker, and while he's quite determined and driven, he's not the best public speaker. I'll do my best to support him, and he'll bring the fight to the Dark Lord. But he has his blind spots. Is he corrupt and willing to stick his head in the sand to avoid his problems? Harry asked. Because otherwise he's a much-needed improvement, and I'll welcome not having to worry about the ministry and the prophet calling me insane all the time. No, those are all good points, Amelia agreed. But Rufus Scrimgeour has always wanted the minister position, and now that he finally has it, I'll be curious to see what he does with it. His aides in particular will be telling. Why didn't you want it, Auntie? Susan asked curiously. I know that you would have done a great job. Well, thanks for that, Susan, Amelia said, sighing. But for one, I'm happy where I am as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, especially right now. Change at my position isn't what we need, and I feel like I can really focus on the issue in front of us where I am. After all this is finished, maybe I would consider it, but I've never needed the power and prestige of the minister position. I've never needed the headache either. I can get most of what I want in this role anyways, especially since I know Rufus or whoever gets the vote will be pumping money back into my department after all the cuts Fudge hit us with. But that's enough politics for now, Amelia said, clapping her hands together. Harry nodded, simply happy at the prospect of a ministry that wasn't out to get him, especially if Amelia was anywhere near as on top of the situation as it seemed like. Harry, if you're feeling up to it, we can have dinner, and then I'll show you to where you'll be staying this summer, Susan offered. That sounds great, Susan, Harry said gratefully. After all that, I'm starving. So long as you don't eat like Ron, that's not an issue? Susan teased, and Harry heaved a sigh, trying to not smile. I do have some manners, you know, he protested weakly, but knew that Susan had been observing with fascinated horror Ron's eating habits all year as she had gotten to know Harry and his friends better. She had described it as a shovel technique, and Harry would be hard-pressed to find a better description. Alas, he had informed her that if years of chiding and abuse from Hermione hadn't affected any positive change, the issue might be permanent. In return, Susan had promised to never eat at the same table as the youngest Weasley son if she could at all manage it. Yes, that sounds like a good plan, Amelia said, watching the byplay with an amused smile on her face. Just remember, you have rooms on opposite wings of the manor, and there is no good reason for either of you to be in a bedroom with shut doors. Harry blushed, and Susan let out another whiny, "Auntie." Amelia smirked and then left the room. I'll tell Flopsy to get dinner ready, she called over her shoulder. Why does she always have to embarrass me like that? Susan asked, burying her face in her hands. She does this whenever I have someone over. Hannah may have mentioned something along those lines, Harry admitted, feeling quite sore as he levered himself out of the bed he had been placed in. She thinks the way you blush is cute, though. Hannah needs to keep her big mouth shut, Susan muttered under her breath, scowling. I've got just as many of her secrets as she does of mine. If she wants to start something, we're both gonna lose. Just leave me out of it, please, Harry said. I have enough problems in my life without adding more. No, you have to take my side, Susan corrected him, standing up and tossing her hair over her shoulder. But come on, I'll show you where the kitchen is. Despite having this big, formal manner, Auntie and I only using the dining room for formal occasions or when we have a lot of people. Otherwise, we like to eat at the smaller table in the kitchen area. It's much cozier for family and friends. Family and friends. Huh? Harry repeated half to himself as he followed Susan, who was pointed out some of the ancient artifacts and features of her ancestral home. I don't mind the sound of that at all. When Harry finally fell asleep after being shown his room from a still slightly embarrassed Susan, he was relieved and even eager to see Katie waiting for him by the reedy banks of the broad, slow-moving river he had first appeared to him on. You are ready for your instruction to begin now, the Egyptian observed, his dark eyes locked on Harry's own. Now that the soul leech has been removed, your whole being has been relieved. The constant drain on your thinking, power, emotions, and even on your body is gone, and may have trained you for the hardships that are doubtlessly ahead. Still, an iron will is required. You may have a good starting place, but the road you face is treacherous. As you know, your foes are implacable. I won't let anyone else die if I can help it, Harry promised fiercely, thinking of Cedric, of Sirius, even of his parents. That will hardly be possible, Katie said sadly. But minimizing the loss of life is a worthy goal, even if it sometimes paradoxically requires taking it. You will learn this in time. For now, we will begin by introducing you to a skill that will take you time to master but will pay dividends for you down the line. Magical sensing. In later sessions, we will review some of the spells you have gained knowledge of or the runes you now know and how to use them, but I judge this is the best starting point for you. When you have mastered a skill such as this, you will know where wards and traps have been placed, whether or not an item is enchanted, and sense spells coming at you. With enough practice and knowledge, you might even be able to identify spells coming at you while blindfolded. How do I start? Harry asked, not needing any further encouragement. Katie smiled. Close your eyes, he instructed. For the next few hours, Katie prowled around Harry, casting spells of various kinds as he asked Harry to stretch out his every sense. Sometimes he would ask when a spell had been cast, or what kind of intent it carried. Other times, he would present Harry with several identical objects and ask which one was magical. It was a frustratingly slow process, and it felt like Harry was trying to see through a blindfold with only a pinprick that shifted around to look through. But Katie was not discouraged. Eventually, he called a halt to the exercise. We will continue this over the next few weeks, although I recommend that you do it during your waking hours as well. The next thing we will do now is turning your magic inwards through meditation. The mind arts, as you now call them, focus on a mastery of your inward being. Your sensing skills project your magic outward, and now you will reverse that process. These two disciplines will feed off each other, with the end result being that you have perfect awareness and control of everything around you and within yourself. You will be able to cultivate your responses to events calmly and with knowledge of what is happening. At the highest levels of this self-mastery, you will be able to split your concentration, carrying on several different thought streams at once, have perfect memory recall, and even cheat truth serums. Why doesn't every witch and wizard practice this? Then, Harry asked, confused but looking forward to having such an advantage. I'd never even heard of occlumency until around a few months ago, and those lessons were hardly pleasant. Katie scowled. I would hardly call what your potions professor did lessons. While it is true that the fastest way to teach a mind to defend itself is to attack it repeatedly, he gave you no instruction and was far more sadistic than teaching ever warrants. Rest assured, my instruction will be far better. As for their rarity, the mind arts, like all things that can grant power, are highly controlled. The old families likely teach their children and do their best to prevent others from doing so. The determined and great practitioners all eventually uncover it, but I would also wager that it is the difficulty and discipline required to learn that prevent most of those aware of the arts from pursuing them to their heights. Well, I'm eager to actually learn how to do this, and I've got a friend who would be ecstatic to get some lessons as well, Harry said, thinking about Hermione and the horror she would feel at the hiding of such important knowledge. Yes, I think I know exactly of who you speak, Katie agreed, smirking a little. But until I am satisfied you know what you are doing, put such thoughts out of your head. The best way to learn how to defend your mind with occlumency is to parry attacks from a legilimens. Before my ka is completely subsumed with yours, I will probe your defenses. Eventually, you will have a strong enough sense of your protections that you will no longer need an external attack to bolster or be aware of your defenses. Likewise, you will practice your own legilimency on my ka, until you have the required subtlety and touch to practice with a trusted confidant. You will be aided in this by my own memory and instincts, which will build on the foundation you have, poor though it was. Together, I am confident that you will be adept in the mind arts by the end of the summer, although mastery will take years, even with the shortcut my ka has afforded you. I understand, Harry said. How do I begin? Clear your mind, Katie commanded, and Harry's jaw dropped in anger at the word-for-word repeat of Snape's only given and just disparaged instruction. A moment later, Katie burst out laughing, slapping his thigh as he bent over slightly. Oh, the look on your face will be one that I direct your attention to once you become skilled enough to examine your memories properly, Katie gasped. Come now, surely you expected something else? Your father, godfather, and so many other of the few positive influences in your life have taught you the value of humor. Well, yes, Harry admitted, taking a deep breath and finding it far easier to get his temper under control than he ever had before. But you've always been so stern. It would almost be like Professor McGonagall pulling a prank. Harry, her animagus form is that of a cat, Katie said, still looking deeply amused. I can almost assure you that such an individual has caused their fair share of mischief. You may also wish to consider taking on the lengthy endeavor of becoming an animagus yourself at some point, but you will need to seek out that knowledge on your own. I never learned it myself, as those temples with the knowledge guarded it jealously, but it is an ingenious way to slip past many wards that do not take animals into account. But I digress. You must begin to center yourself. Close your eyes and focus on your breathing, Katie said, and began to guide Harry through what he claimed was the best way to start creating mental defenses and ordering your own mind. Just as was the case with some of the other knowledge Harry had gained from Katie, the practice of meditation felt like walking down a well-trodden path, but as he did so, he noticed that unlike what would have felt normal while doing so, his mind was cluttered. There was none of the organization he had subconsciously expected that Katie had doubtlessly created over the many years of his life, and now Harry faced the task of imposing an order of his own on his thoughts and experiences. Katie warned him that this was a task that would be constantly ongoing as he learned more, created better defenses, and turned his mind into a landscape. Then he would face the challenge of connecting that landscape with the sensing skills he only just begun to cultivate. It is a very difficult thing you are starting to do, my descendant, Katie mused as Harry finally ended his first foray into his own mind. You must do these practices every day if possible, although admittedly you will spend the most time on it at the beginning. Without the magic that infuses our whole being, it would not be possible at all, although I have met mortals without our inner fire who have done more with their mental interior than most wizards and witches. Still, you have made progress and you will reap the benefits. Now wake and train your body and magic as best you can. The summer has only begun, and you must seize it. Harry blinked and yawned, stretching as he felt the oddness of waking up rested after exerting himself mentally and magically all night. It was a bizarre feeling, and while Harry could feel a little drained in his mind, he wasn't tired. If anything, with the meditation exercises Katie had him doing, he even felt more focused than usual. Shaking his head and deciding to keep an eye on how he adjusted to this strange form of training, Harry shoved his glasses on and pulled on some of his muggle clothes before wandering back in the direction of the kitchen. He was quite hungry, and he knew that if he planned on exercising his magic even more today, he was going to need something in his stomach. To his surprise, despite the sun being not quite over the horizon, Amelia was already seated at the table, drinking tea as she worked her way through an intimidatingly large stack of parchment. Ah, good. You're awake early, she said, setting down her quill to look at him. I don't think we'll see Susan for a few hours yet, and I was afraid that you would be in the same boat, so I brought some work home. Flopsy, she called, and the house elf popped back into view. Yes, Madame Bonesy? The diminutive creature asked eagerly. Take his clothing measurements, Amelia ordered. Then go ahead and get him a basic set of muggle and wizarding clothes with room to grow. We don't need anything fancy, just serviceable and actually fitting. Harry barely had time to protest Amelia spending her money on him before Flopsy spun him this way and that, a measuring tape blurring around his body before the house elf popped away. You didn't need to do that, Harry eventually muttered, trying to not sound ungrateful. Yes, I did, Amelia said, not unkindly. First, I've taken responsibility for you this summer, and despite the fact that you probably have more money than me, I will not be found wanting toward a guest in my own home. Second, you need new clothes, and now that your former guardians are out of the picture, you don't have to wear their ridiculous cast-offs. Finally, when Croaker examined you when you collapsed after the ritual, he found multiple signs of long-term malnutrition. You're going to be placed on a rigorous nutrient and healing potion regime, and while we won't quite be able to get you to where you would have been, you're still going to experience quite the growth spurt this summer. Your old clothes simply won't do. Oh, Harry said, feeling a little stunned. Are you sure about the money? I know you mentioned earlier that I have more money than I thought, but I don't want to be a burden. Amelia gave him a sad smile. Harry, what I'm buying you now isn't enough to wipe out Susan's allowance for a few weeks. I'd be getting you a much nicer wardrobe if I didn't know you were simply going to outgrow it in 2 months. I'll save that for Susan, who will have an absolute ball taking you shopping before you go back to Hogwarts. Harry shivered at the implied threat and warning, and decided to count his blessings that Flopsy would mean this was done with a minimal amount of fuss. Well, thank you, he eventually said, still feeling uncomfortable with it all, even though he knew this was a good and needed change in his life. And thank you for arranging for the potions. I hadn't even thought about the fact that I was so small because of how little the Dursleys. Harry's voice trailed off, not wanting to go into everything, even though he guessed he would need to eventually. Used to feed you, Amelia finished, somehow knowing the details anyway. My top investigator, Connie Hammer, is a master legilimens, and it's a very rare muggle who can keep their secrets around her. Your aunt and uncle are not among that number. Amelia scowled at her parchment. She was very thorough. You will not need to testify in the abuse and neglect case being brought against your sister's family, although parts of the investigation as to how you were placed there may need your help. Unsealing your parents' will, for example, will likely require your say-so. Harry nodded, breathing out a deep sigh of relief when he found out that he wouldn't have to spend more time with an angry Uncle Vernon shouting at him, or Aunt Petunia sneering at him and mocking his efforts. What will happen to my cousin? Harry asked, thinking about the one member of his family that he didn't really want to get into trouble. Dudley will be evaluated by Child Services, Amelia said, pursing her lips. He participated in many of the bad acts against you, but he was raised that way and already is showing some signs of realizing just how wrong that was. It is unlikely he will face serious trouble over his actions. Is that okay? Yes, Harry said. It wasn't his fault the way things were. He deserves the chance to be free of it all. I think he'll be all right. He even stood up for me a little by the end. Good, Amelia said approvingly. Well, sit down and eat some breakfast. Once you get your new clothes, I'll take you to the Wardstone so you can add whatever protections you think you should, and then I'll introduce you to someone who should be willing to train you and Susan this summer. Oh? Harry asked, helping himself to the toast, eggs, and sausage on offer. Who? Someone you thought you'd met, but I don't believe you have, not unless Dumbledore introduced you to him at some point, Amelia said, smirking a little. Alastair Moody, but this time for real. Mad-Eye? Harry said, surprised. I met him briefly last summer after my trial. So, he has thrown his lot in at least a little with Dumbledore. Amelia mused, and then shook herself. Not that it matters, given he's retired. And I hope you know that sham of a trial will be revisited by the Prophet very soon. Now that everyone knows you were telling the truth, it's going to make some of the people who forced it to happen very uncomfortable. I hope Malfoy is burned in effigy. Harry scowled into his eggs, and Amelia laughed. Oh, he's going to be facing a very tough time. If I have anything to say about it, she promised. If he gets elected, I know Rufus is going to try to change the laws on use of Veritaserum, and maybe even those on requiring magical oaths from witnesses. Things could get very uncomfortable very soon for the lords who support you. Know who? Better late than never, Harry sighed, and Amelia nodded grimly. Believe me, I know how you feel, Harry, she told him. But it's not too late. We've got a very good idea of how the Dark Lord is clinging to life, and we'll soon cut away the ropes keeping him on this earth. But first, let's go add some protections to the ossuary. I doubt you want a hair on Susan's pretty little head harmed either. No? Harry groaned as a blush spread across his face. Just show me the ward stone, he mumbled, knowing that there was no right answer to such a question. Once Harry was led to the ward stone, deep within the heart of the elegant halls of the ossuary, he was left to watch as Amelia slowly keyed him into the proper position to make changes. Now, before you do whatever it is that Katie has suggested, I would appreciate a quick rundown on your protections, Amelia said, finishing the process by adding a drop of Harry's blood to the intricately carved cube of granite. Well, I don't know how it all works, of course, but I know that it does, Harry began, rubbing the back of head sheepishly, as Amelia raised an eyebrow and somehow kept her ever-present monocle in place at the same time. Honestly, the main two things I want to add, looking over what you already have and recognize, I'm guessing subconsciously, as I've not taken runes yet, are enchantments that would best be translated as Osiris's Touch and Ra's Burning Gaze. They're both very rare, will take up a bunch of magic to put into place, and hide under regular wards. Osiris's Touch is borderline dark and will begin to rot the flesh of someone messing with the other protections while turning them into a zombie of sorts, while Ra's Burning Gaze is like a negative intent tripwire that involves a focused and early form of cursed fire. Amelia blew out a deep breath. Neither of those is something I would add to my manner in normal times, but I suppose needs must. Is there a way for me to control whether they are active or not? Once all this is over, I don't know if I need a ward that turns intruders into inferi or one that creates proto-fiend fire active all the time. Harry nodded vigorously. Oh, there's a way. From what I understand, which is admittedly little, it should be just like all your other wards. Good, Amelia said, feeling a little relieved. As the head of our law enforcement department, I'd prefer to stay as much on the right side of the law as possible, and even with all the exceptions made for the old families, these spells are pushing it. I have a few allies in the Wisengamot who would object rather strongly to the existence of these spells, let alone me adding them to my house. But if you and I will both be under this roof, we make it a rather tempting target. These enchantments could be just what we need to fight off an attack or get away. Harry nodded and then began his work. It was a bizarre feeling, chanting in a language that was both utterly familiar and completely alien, as he used his wand to carve runes he had never seen before with an ease that only fluency could grant. Under Amelia's watchful eye, the whole process took the better part of 2 hours, after which he was exhausted and more than a little sweaty. That was something to see, Harry, Amelia said, sounding very impressed. I don't think I could have put that much power into these wards, and I know that you're not done developing your magical core just yet. Harry snorted in ill humor, thinking of the prophecy that Dumbledore had shared with him only a few days before. Well, I'm supposedly marked as his equal, and Voldemort isn't exactly weak, he mumbled, only to have Amelia slap her hand over his mouth. Don't say his name, she hissed in anger, her eyes flashing as she whipped her wand out. The Merlin-blasted moniker was under a jinx during the last war, and I'd bet just about anything he'll have it up and running in no time if he doesn't already. It's under a jinx? Harry asked, alarmed at the extreme reaction. What does that mean? Amelia looked at Harry in alarm. Did that bearded fool teach you nothing? She asked in shock. Harry said uncertainly. The name that you know who has chosen to be called is not like a normal name, Amelia said eventually, sighing. There is a reason many brave and powerful witches and wizards refuse to use it, even now, and it goes beyond simple fear. The man put a spell on his name, a jinx that gives the location of anyone who says it to the caster. During the last war, squads of Death Eaters would be ready to apparate to wherever the name was said, unleashing death and destruction before slipping away. Now that he has returned, I can only imagine he was restarted the jinx, if it ever truly ended. Harry swallowed nervously. I didn't know that, he said slowly. In fact, I think I've even been encouraged to use it. Amelia didn't say anything, but her eyes narrowed to slits. Well, now you know, she eventually muttered, waving a hand. I'll just add it to the list of things to discuss with Albus. Your living situation, your knowledge of your heritage and lordship, practical information on how to survive a maniac who is obsessed with killing you. It's quite a list already. Harry could only shake his head. There was simply too much happening already for him to be much surprised, and he was learning that he needed to stay focused on what he could control. Already, Amelia was proving her trustworthiness to him, and he was willing to keep delegating things to her. He didn't trust her with everything, not this soon and not yet, not to mention he agreed with Dumbledore that he needed to keep the details of the prophecy under wraps for now. But he thought that before the end of the summer, he might share it with her. Well, shall we go see if Susan has finally rejoined the land of the living? Amelia asked, beginning to lead Harry back to the kitchen area. She'll sleep all the way until lunch if you let her. I know, Harry said, smiling. And just how do you know that, Mr. Potter? Amelia asked smoothly, and Harry stammered, suddenly flushed. She takes forever to get breakfast on the weekends. I have to save her some food, or she won't get anything before lunch. He desperately explained, the words tumbling out of him as he protested his innocence. Amelia hummed. I suppose that makes sense, she said neutrally. But in any event, it's a trait she shares with her late father, my brother Edgar. He never really grew out of his desire to lay about, and his wife would have to kick him out of the bed for important meetings. She shook her head sadly. He always just wanted a few more minutes. We'll stop him this time for good. Amelia, Harry said, trying to encourage the woman that he was already coming to appreciate for her strength and force of will. We won't let him get so many people, not again. That's the goal, Mr. Potter, Amelia agreed. And thanks to you, we already have a head start on things. With any luck, we'll have him pinned back soon, and blunted as best we can. Just then, Flopsy popped into existence beside them, his bat-like ears flapping back and forth. Madam Bonesy, Mr. Angry Eye is wanting to come through the fireplace. Just in time, Amelia muttered to herself. Come, Harry. Let's see if we can't start off your training properly. Once they had reached the living room, Harry saw the misshapen and scarred head of Alastair Mad-Eye Moody floating in the green fire, his enchanted eyeball whirling in different directions. Bones, are you there? He barked gruffly. I prefer to avoid standing hunched over this fireplace all day. The wooden leg makes it rather uncomfortable. I'm here, Alastair, Amelia called back, motioning for Harry to stay back for a moment. But first, our security question. The battered man's lips twisted into a smile. What was the first mistake I ever caught you making? He asked. Not silencing my feet, Amelia said calmly. What did you say to me when I became head of the DMLE? Thank Merlin, I can go home now, Moody said, smirking, and then finally was able to stump into the room, coming up short when he saw Harry standing off to the side. Potter, he growled in surprise. You're not where you're supposed to be. There are a few people who are looking for you and are quite worried. Oh, trust me, Alastair, Amelia said frostily. If Mr. Potter's former guardians aren't arrested yet, I think they will be in a matter of hours. Furthermore, I will be having a rather long conversation with Dumbledore about his treatment of Mr. Potter, and his choice of guardians is only one of the many issues I have with him on the subject. I am not joking when I say time in Azkaban wouldn't be out of the question for some of the potential charges. Moody stared at Amelia, not blinking with his good eye while his magical one roamed the room. I understand the law, Bones, believe me I do, he eventually said. But with you-know-who active again, and acting openly, is that something we can afford? Albus has his faults, he would be the first to admit it, and I won't pretend to understand everything he's done with Potter, but I don't know if tossing Albus in with the Dementors is in anyone's best interest. Oh, I'm quite aware of that, Amelia said. But that does not mean that he can simply treat Mr. Potter with impunity, and if he has a plan for Mr. Potter's life, he will be sharing it with me very shortly. Too many of his actions around the young wizard are troubling, and not the kind of thing that the leader of the light is normally a party to. Such as? Moody asked, not quite challenging Amelia, but certainly implying it. The sealing of Lily and James Potter's wills, placing Mr. Potter with abusive relatives and doing nothing to change it despite several requests to do otherwise. A complete failure to educate Mr. Potter on his family, his lordship, or the extent of any of his holdings, and the routine endangerment of Mr. Potter's life at Hogwarts, just to start with. Amelia fired back, and Moody's shoulders slumped. I'll admit it's a bad look, Moody said, backing down a little. But I still think my first point stands. Talk to Albus. I'd lean on him, but I don't know how much good it would do. Bloody, powerful, stubborn wizard, he is. I'm acquainted with the man, Amelia said, smiling tightly a little. Now, why don't we get on to the reason I've asked you to come over 5 days a week this summer? That's probably a good idea, Moody admitted, looking Harry over. Where's your niece? Sleeping, Amelia returned. I'll go wake her up and get some food in her. Flopsy will show the two of you to the training room. I trust you will be able to make good use of the time until Susan joins you? Moody snorted. I think I can manage, Bones. Amelia nodded sharply and then swept out of the room. I've always liked her, Moody said, a faintly approving grin on his harsh visage as Flopsy appeared and began leading them off into the ossuary. Almost too honest for the job, but she's as fierce and fair as they come. She comes from a good family too, if things go well with you and her niece. That's been my impression so far, Harry said, unsure of what to make of the actual man after being taught by an impersonator for an entire year. Then you've got a decent head on your shoulders. But's that enough of that? Moody said dismissively, clearly shifting away from the odd interlude as Flopsy opened the door to a new room. This summer, I'll teach you a whole body of spells, focusing on everything from immobilizing someone to setting traps and getting out of danger. But to be honest with you, there are thousands of spells out there, and many of them are close enough related that you can really make do in a fight with far less than you might suspect. Oh, you'll want a good handful of curses, hexes, and charms, not to mention transfiguration, conjuration, and animation besides, but you don't need the breadth of knowledge of, say, Dumbledore or even someone like Flitwick. That little professor probably knows more charm spells than anyone else in Britain. But that isn't what made him a world champion duelist. Didn't hurt, but it wasn't the main reason. No, what I'm going to try to get beaten into your skull is how to think, how to approach a fight, and the importance of constant vigilance. Harry nodded, thinking about how surprisingly effective he and his friends had been fighting against hardened Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries only a few short days ago. They had a plan, kept their opponents off balance, and held out just long enough to get away mostly unscathed. The greatest combatants and duelists all draw on several of the same strengths. Moody continued, beginning to pace back and forth in the long, plain room they had entered. They think on their feet, they notice everything around them, and they tend to be precise. Oh, some get by with instincts honed over time, but the ones who truly reach the pinnacle with a wand are fast, smooth, and so bloody. Economical, it would put Gringotts to shame. Even those with more power than sense are often better served using it carefully. You don't need to use a bombarda to take a single target out when a Raphila will do. Of course, there are reasons to use different spells tactically, and the explosion from a bombarda spell is excellent for causing chaos and sending debris flying, but the power required is almost fivefold. Your attacks should be focused, calculated, and when necessary, blindingly overwhelming. Next, the art of defense, Moody said, pulling out his wand and waving it at a trio of training dummies at the back of the room. I'll show you 3 shields this summer, ranging from the basic and all-purpose Protego, which you should already be able to cast in your sleep, to its older brother Protego Maximum and its angry father Protego Aegis. That last one in particular is Magic Chewer, but it'll stop anything short of an unforgivable. For those, you conjure something with heft or you dodge. Small conjurations like birds or the like get overwhelmed by sufficiently powerful unforgivables, and I've seen too many Aurors get cut down because they couldn't conjure worth a pair of socks. Like everything I'll show you, as you get better with this stuff, there will be more options open to you, but the fundamentals combined with some creativity and grit will do far more than most of the thugs who wear those white masks. Any questions? No, Professor, Harry said, eager to start learning. I never actually taught you, Moody said dismissively. Call me Mad-Eye. Now, to get a sense of where you are as a baseline, I'll want to run you through what I consider the absolute essentials. Give me a stunner. Stupefy, Harry shouted, whipping his wand out and pointing it at the dummies. A jet of red light streaking across the room to thud into the wooden target. Harry did his best to not react at how much smoother and more powerful his magic felt after the Horcrux in his head had been removed, but he managed to catch Moody's eyebrow raise slightly. Good, he eventually said. Let's keep going. At Moody's prompting and to his grudging satisfaction, Harry demonstrated the disarming, basic shielding, petrifying, and immobilizing spells. He also showed off his range of cutting and piercing spells, as well as the transfiguration and conjuration he could do. Harry had only just started to learn animation, although he noticed that the whole field of transfiguration, animation, and conjuration included, was one area where Katie's knowledge seemed to be helpful. His creations tended to be what the ancient Egyptian might have used, as giant scorpions, lions, hyenas, and even a small elephant were conjured or transfigured, although the elephant collapsed quickly after Harry had put it together. During this process, Susan and Amelia arrived, and watched with great interest as Harry was put through his paces by the retired Auror. "You've certainly inherited some of your father's talents," Potter, Moody said, looking at him with a real appreciation. "Once you get the hang of some of that stuff, you can start imbuing those creatures with spell resistance in addition to better materials. I've seen McGonagall create golems out of crystal, and those things took a serious pounding without failing. I'd start with wood, then stone, metal, and end with crystal. It tends to be the best at taking enchantments and resisting other spells. Now, before we start testing the young Ms. Bones, since you seem so far ahead already, I want you to impress me a little. As fast as you can, take out all 3 dummies. On my command." Harry nodded, turning to face them again, wand at the ready. There was a part of him that wanted to use some of the precision that Moody had been emphasizing earlier, but Moody had asked to be impressed. There was an advanced lightning curse that Harry had run across that would maybe do the job, but when Moody barked out the word, "Go!" Harry simply acted, his subconscious mind falling back on battle reflexes from a man long gone from the world. His holly and phoenix feather wand whipped up and out, a short, aggressive jab, and he uttered a barked command that had grown popular among the Assyrian city breakers. The 3 dummies all but vanished as a tremendous force turned them into so many splinters, and the reinforced walls of the training room gave way under the power of the siege engine spell. "Merlin above and below," Moody cursed, looking at the devastation while the Boneses looked on in horror at what remained of their wall. "Where the bloody hell did that come from, Potter?" "That's a bit of a long story," Harry said in shock, rubbing the back of his head as he stared at the utter destruction he had unleashed. The spell had been fairly magic-intensive to cast, but with his new reserves and efficiency he could more than handle it. However, the thought of what it would do to someone, or more likely multiple someones, was horrifying. "So long as you share that spell with me and don't aim it at your allies, I don't care," Potter, Moody said, his remaining eye gleaming as he gave Harry a feral grin. "You're going to need a certain degree of ruthlessness when dealing with Death Eaters, and that kind of spell will more than cover it. If this is the kind of thing I can expect from you moving forward, we will get along famously." I'm happy to be tested next," Susan eventually said, after Moody prompted her again to see if she was ready. "I just hope you aren't expected anything like what Harry just did." "I'm good. And I know I got an outstanding on my OWL exam in defense against the dark arts, but I don't have that in me." "Oh, I don't expect that of you, lass. Believe me," Moody assured her, his magical eye still pointing at Harry curiously. "Although he needs to work on his control and some of his visualization when he transfigures and conjures, that display wouldn't have been out of place from a veteran Auror. The lad has power coming out of his ears, and some rather interesting spell knowledge. Did Black teach you any of it?" Harry said, unsure of how much he should be sharing with Moody, even if the old dark wizard hunter was an ally. "It's a long story, and I doubt we have time for it today," Amelia cut in as she finished fixing up her wall. "But speaking of Black, do you know if he had a will done? He's been dead for a few days, and normally Gringotts sends out their owls punctually." "Yeah, he did," Moody said, sounding mystified. "I got a summons last night." "Why do you ask?" "Because Harry didn't," Amelia said. "And I know he was Harry's godfather, and a member of the Black family besides." Harry suppressed a nervous giggle at the mention of his having black blood. That had been proven to him very conclusively lately. "That is very odd," Moody said, frowning. "Well, the reading is in 2 days on Friday. I'd suggest you show up. If you aren't getting anything, the goblins will just kick you out, so you won't lose anything by trying. But that's a problem for later. I can't stay here all day, and I want to see where Susan stands before I go." Amelia agreed, looking thoughtful, and then Harry rested on a long, low bench against the wall while Susan went through the same barrage of tests he had. Moody had her demonstrate the same basic spells, and although Susan lacked Harry's transfiguration skills, her charms were as good or even better. When it was her turn to impress Moody in taking out the dummies, she lashed out with her wand like she was cracking a whip, shouting, "Ignis flagellum!" A long, thin rope of searing flame flashed across the room, beheading the first dummy, bisecting the second at the shoulders, and finally stopping with the tip sizzling in the chest of the third. Moody cackled, while Amelia sighed. "Good going, Susie." Harry cheered, knowing how hard she had worked on having at least one high-end offensive spell to surprise Death Eaters with. The Flame Whip spell was very intimidating, but depending on the caster's intent and control, could also be used to painfully ensnare instead of killing, which increased both the utility and difficulty of the spell. It also had the added benefit of breaking through most low and mid-level shields and so offered an additional edge for the soon-to-be 6th year which over most of her potential foes. "Just what were you teaching your fellow students in this defense club, Mr. Potter?" Amelia asked in exasperation. "That's not exactly the kind of spell I want to be seeing in the hands of minors, even if it's not dark." "Oh, that's not one I taught to the DA," Harry promised. "Susan picked that one out herself, and I did my best to help her learn it. We focused the club more on school content and some reaction and aiming practice. Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Protego, and maybe Reducto or Bombarda for the older students." "Good," Amelia said, relief evident. "I don't at all disapprove of teaching others how to defend themselves, especially now, but controlling the Flame Whip is quite tricky, and I know a few wizards who have needed medical attention after using it." "Yeah, we had a few close calls," Susan muttered. "Can you do it too, lad?" Moody asked Harry, his eyes alight with glee. "I can, but Susan is better with it, especially using the whip to capture instead of harm," Harry said. "True, but your power reserves are on a completely different level," Susan sighed. "I know I'm also quite powerful for our age, but you've always been a cut above when it comes to casting, and it looks like you've gotten even better recently. And your control has always been better than mine, especially when it comes to finesse and detailed wand work, where you're easily the best in our year," Harry countered, having had this argument before with Susan. "And your theory is better than anyone not named Hermione, Daphne, or Sully. Yes, you're both special and talented, and can complement each other," Moody broke in, grinning slightly. "I've got a good idea of what the two you can be working on this summer, and what to emphasize. And you're not entirely wrong about your assessment of each other's skills, but don't assume that it will be that easy to improve. Shoring up your weaknesses is important, but so is having a few unassailable and well-honed strengths. At a certain point, it might be easier if Potter just blows a door off its hinges while Bones removes those same hinges. Different strategies have different benefits, and it's up to you to identify them. So, stay alert, think on your feet, and hit your enemies hard when you need to." His words of wisdom dispensed, Moody turned and began to stump his way out of the room, looking pleased with his students for the summer as they thanked him for his time. Amelia followed him out, asking him about some dark wizard activity she had begun to receive reports about, leaving the teenagers alone. "Where did that spell come from, Harry?" Susan asked curiously, wiping sweat off her brow. "Katie," Harry said, having recovered a little while watching Susan be put through her paces. "I wanted to destroy the dummies, and the knowledge just came to me as I cast the spell. I'm sorry about the wall, though." "No worries. It's already fixed," Susan said, smiling as Harry looked down sheepishly. "I do think Auntie Amelia has some questions about it, even if she doesn't end up teaching it to her Aurors. It's a little violent for enforcing the law." "Was it Egyptian?" "It's an Assyrian siege spell," Harry said, thinking it over. "It was a lot of magic to make, and it would be better with a larger focus than a wand, but I got the sense that it was designed to shatter wards on buildings, walls, and things like that. Sort of like a shield breaker spell, but for bigger things. I mean, I'm sure that it would also rip down a Protego, but that's not what it was designed to do." Susan nodded, a little wide-eyed. "That would go through a Protego like a boulder through parchment," she agreed. "Can you think of any other old spells like that? They would be great secret weapons against the Death Eaters." "I don't know," Harry admitted, thinking it over. "The knowledge is really more subconscious, it seems. It comes to me when I need it or can think of how it might be useful, but I've not mastered or fully absorbed it all yet where I can recall it immediately. Katie told me that I'll have merged with him completely in about a month or two, so maybe by then, He's trying to teach me in my dreams. That's handy, Susan remarked. But let's see if we can bring out a non-lethal option. That would make Andy happy, if we could take a prisoner to interrogate. Right, Harry agreed, wanting a less lethal option as well. He turned to face the repaired dummies. Let's see, he muttered to himself. Last time, I thought about what I wanted, and then just let my magic go. Hopefully that's all I need to do again. Putting words to action, Harry jabbed his wand forward as he released his magic, quietly speaking a word of ancient Egyptian as he thought about immobilizing his foe. A jet of golden light shot out, struck a dummy, and then left it surrounded by a nimbus of sandy light. What's that? Susan asked curiously. What did that one do? It's a stasis spell, Harry said, impressed as his new memories filling in the gaps. Unless I use the counterspell, it will freeze the target in space and time for a full day and night. It was started as a medical spell of some kind, I think, but then it became used for other things too, like potion ingredients, food, and even capturing people. And since it's so old, I bet even most healers wouldn't know the counterspell, Susan said, excited at the implications. It sounds complicated, though. How hard was that to cast? Well, whenever I use one of Katie's spells, I don't have the best sense, usually, Harry admitted. I can kind of gauge it afterward, though. This one is a Newt-level spell, I think, so I should be able to teach you, and Amelia as well. It doesn't take too much power, but it's a tricky thing to visualize and control, and obviously if it goes wrong, it could have some serious effects. I can imagine, Amelia said from the door, looking impressed at the frozen dummy. It also proves one of Katie's earlier points about how we've refined spells. This one stasis spell could be used on just about anything with organic components, if I followed your explanation. That would necessarily have a larger magical cost and require greater understanding to be fully effective than the three most commonly used stasis spells today. Katie's spell is likely only slightly more complicated than the medical stasis spell used to freeze patients at St. Mungo's. But the charm I would use to put my tea under stasis is much easier to cast. Versatility versus ease of use. Of course, part of the extra utility here is that your average thug won't have a working knowledge of ancient Egyptian countercurses, so it's not a complete waste from that perspective, but a good stunner will drain less of your magical reserves. What about a more tactical use? Harry wondered aloud, recognizing Amelia's point. Cast the stasis spell on a high-value target like a leader of a Death Eater raid, and then immediately follow it up with a bombarda, something like that. That way you would protect the captured criminal to interrogate them later while not having to worry about them being hit by stray spells or revived immediately. Amelia winced. Well, other than you potentially killing all the others, I can see the benefits of that kind of an approach. Before we start mowing down our foes, though, I would like you to teach me the spell so I can get a sense for how much harder it is to cast than a stunner. I'd like to see if it's worth teaching to a few trusted Aurors, as I imagine that things are going to get bloody this summer quickly. Harry nodded, resolving himself to do what he could to put the Death Eaters away. He wasn't quite as determined to capture all of them like Amelia was, not with the death of Sirius so raw and Katie's battle-honed instincts telling him that letting an enemy go was a near guarantee that he would see them later. But he understood that her job was to arrest first, and only to use lethal force if there was no other option. Maybe it would be different if the Wisengamot declared war on the Death Eaters, or if whoever the new Minister of Magic would be gave her new orders, but Amelia was currently approaching things from a law enforcement perspective, and Harry's memories and impressions from Katie were treating this like a war. Teaching Amelia the spell took a little time, as first the pronunciation of the ancient Egyptian was tricky, and then the exact intention and magical cost had to be dialed in by the experienced who used other spells that Harry knew to figure out just how much power to put into the process. Harry did have to smile when he corrected Amelia's verbiage, though, recalling Hermione's indignant explanation of the correct way to say Wingardium Leviosa to Ron. After almost an hour, Amelia finally had the spell down, and she seemed fairly pleased with it. It's about as much effort to cast as 3 stunners, the witch mused, looking at the golden light surrounding the dummies she had encased in it. That takes it above fire and forget status, or for use as an instinctual response to be attacked. But this is a rather excellent bit of magic for a few trusted employees of mine to have at their disposal. Thank you, Harry. It's no problem, Harry insisted, shuffling his feet a little. For everything you've done for me already, it's the very least I can do. I'll try and see if I can think of anything else that might be useful for you. I'm sure Auntie appreciates that, Harry, but she would have done all she's done for you happily, even if it wasn't literally in her job.
Description: Susan Siket.
We've really got to keep working on your ability to take a compliment. Yes, Auntie will appreciate any other bits of obscure magic that the thugs and low-life criminals will have no clue how to handle, but you don't have to do that to stay here, or even to make up for whatever you've decided you're costing us. We might not be as rich as the Blacks, or maybe even the Malfoys, but the Bones family is old and proud in its own right, the same as the Potters. We can afford to put you up for a while. I'm even going to enjoy it. I know, Harry said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head.
I'm sorry. No.
Susan barked, whacking Harry's shoulder and prompting what sounded suspiciously like a snort from Amelia. Stop apologizing. I'll let you know when you can do it, and I don't want to hear those 2 words from you until then. Harry opened his mouth, carefully considered what he was about to say, and then closed it. Okay, he finally said, and this time Amelia couldn't hold back her giggles. Oh, you reminded me far too much of your mother there, she gasped. She could definitely act according to the pureblood manners bred and groomed into her, but whenever your father was being too delicate, especially in private, she would just lay into him. Susan blushed a little but was clearly thankful for the comparison to her mother. Harry didn't know how fair a comparison that was, but he did think that at least some of the fierceness Susan had displayed more and more as she got comfortable with him over the course of their last year running the DA had come from the woman in front of them. Just as he had been told, Harry had found Amelia Bones to be fair, unyielding, and determined to do the right thing. It wasn't a bad person to mold oneself on, Harry thought, looking at Susan. She met his eyes with a raised eyebrow, clearly ready to ask what he was looking at her for. But Flopsy chose that moment to quietly pop into existence next to Amelia, looking a little frazzled. Professor Dumbledore is wanting to come into the home, the house elf squeaked. He is very impatient, and not wanting to wait, even though Flopsy be telling him about the wards being not safe for the uninvited. Amelia groaned, dropping her head onto her chest for a moment. Blasted Alaster, she muttered half to herself. He probably went straight to the bearded old man to force us to talk before I did anything. All right, you kids stay here for now. You'll likely get called back into the entrance hall soon, but you can sit out what might be the unpleasantness for now. Amelia swept out of the training room, leaving 2 tired and drained teenagers behind her. Why do I feel like this day isn't nearly over? Harry asked Susan as they slumped onto the bench set against the wall. Because Dumbledore always makes sure things are done the way he wants them to. Auntie is the same, and nothing with you involved in it ever goes fully to plan? Susan offered. To that, Harry could only give a discontented grunt. Chapter 8, End. Thank you all so much for over 100 follows. I'm glad to see that people are enjoying the story. One question I received is whether or not there would be any flashbacks. I had not planned for any, but I could add them in if the audience would enjoy them. Thoughts? Chapter 8. Harry and Susan remained propped up by the bench in an exhausted silence for longer than Harry had initially thought he would, and it quickly reached the point where he was wondering if he should have started running his occlumency exercises to pass the time when Flopsy reappeared, his bat-like ears quivering. Please be following me to the entrance hall. He squeaked, and Susan offered him an encouraging smile. You don't owe him anything anymore, Susan told him firmly. He had a clear duty to see to your care when he took you from your parents' house, and he's failed that abhorrently. He shouldn't be in charge of any children at all after that, and you need to remember that you have a place here. He can't shut this door. You hear me? Harry fought against the heat that suddenly swelled behind his eyes. I hear you, Susie, he said a little thickly. I don't want to go anywhere either, just so it's clear. Susan's answering smile was like the sun. Then go tell him that, she encouraged, and Harry followed Flopsy to the entrance hall, buoyed by her words. Some of that internal warmth was chilled, however, by the atmosphere of the receiving room that was currently occupied by the Dowager Lady Madame Amelia Bones and Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Although Harry looked carefully, he didn't see any scorch marks on the wall or visible signs of a confrontation. But Harry knew that this caliber of witch and wizard could easily hide that from him, even with his budding magical sensing ability. "Ah, Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said, breaking the icy silence of the room, turning half toward Harry while keeping the other half of his attention fixed on a visibly fuming Amelia. "I'm glad to see that you are well, even if you are not where you need to be to stay safe." "Oh, trust me, Albus," Amelia hissed. "He is much safer here than with those abusers you've been so eager to stick him with. And what protections could those muggles offer Harry that the Ossuary cannot? This would not be the first siege it has survived, if it was called upon in that capacity. Your family home is indeed a magical fortress, Amelia," Dumbledore admitted freely. "But there is a level of protection offered by the last of Harry's mother's family that even these admittedly smothering wards cannot match. Furthermore, anonymity has been and continues to be one of Harry's best defenses." Amelia snorted. "I would have had a slightly easier time agreeing with you if first, the sham of a trial last year hadn't occurred, more or less giving every politically connected witch and wizard in the country a very good idea of where Harry lives. Second, if what you're describing is a blood ward, would only apply to who himself, and third, Harry wasn't being locked in a room, half-starved, and at the very least emotionally abused all summer while he grieves for the loss of his godfather. How, exactly, is he supposed to be prepared to protect himself when who inevitably comes for him again if that is what he is working with?" Dumbledore sighed, raising his left arm to massage his temple. As he did so, Harry noticed that his arm and hand were curiously blackened and withered, with a chunky gold ring on his index finger. "Amelia, believe me, I have Harry's best interests at heart. I would not have placed him where I did without several good reasons. The protections offered against he who must not be named are considerable. Living in the Muggle world spared Harry unwelcome attention from unscrupulous wizards and witches, and he deserved a chance to live a normal life with his natural family," Dumbledore said calmly. "But to answer your last point, I did not intend for Harry to stay with his aunt and uncle this whole summer." "Well, you'll just have had to move those plans up, if not scrap them altogether," Amelia snapped. "I've not missed the fact that you've ignored some of my most salient points, but I'll set that aside for now. I've answered your questions, and let you see that Harry is safe here. You didn't know he was here, which I think counts as a good anonymity defense myself. He's staying with someone who could easily become family, and furthermore, you're not aware of a few very major changes that Harry has undergone recently." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "I cannot think of very many changes that Harry could have undergone in so short a time." Amelia smiled like a shark. "How familiar are you with ancient Egyptian mentorship and burial practices, Headmaster?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment, clearly deep in thought. "I was not aware that Harry had Egyptian blood," he finally said, looking piercingly at Harry, betraying the depth of knowledge that made him one of the greatest wizards of the age. "The Potters have Welsh roots and were rather stridently pureblood for many generations." "Not the Potters, Albus," Amelia said, hiding her surprise somewhat poorly at Dumbledore's knowledge. "The Blacks." "Indeed," Dumbledore said consideringly. "This artifact was in the Department of Mysteries, I take it?" "Yes, it was, Professor," Harry said, finally contributing to the conversation. "It was a scepter that I used to try and ward off an attack from Bellatrix Lestrange." "That is quite the advantage to have, my boy," Dumbledore said consideringly. "To obtain the approval of the Ka inhabiting such an artifact is no small thing, and even in ancient times was a rarity. Might I inquire what the specialty of your ancestor is?" "Katie described himself as a war mage and ward crafter," Harry said. "I've already learned so much. I take it you've added to the ossuary already?" Dumbledore said, to which Harry nodded. "I hadn't recognized those defenses, although they did not seem friendly. I am disappointed that you did not share this with me, but I suppose I understand that I had burdened you with quite a heavy piece of information when we last spoke," he said, and Harry fought his natural inclination to apologize. "What information, Albus?" Amelia asked sharply. "What other major changes has Harry undergone?" Dumbledore countered. "Katie helped fix my soul, sir," Harry said, a lick of anger bubbling up in him. "Did you know about that? The shard that was in my head?" Dumbledore's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's gone?" he demanded, his wand suddenly raised and moving, tracing out diagnostic spells that Harry somewhat recognized the feel of from Saul Croker had done so only a day earlier. Amelia's own wand jerked up when the elder wizards had, but she refrained from acting any further when she saw which spells he was casting. How is that possible? Dumbledore asked, taking in the results. I've been searching for a way to do this myself for the better part of 2 decades now. Katie had me combine 2 rituals that he knew, an Aramaic cleansing ritual and what he called the tertiary Persian transference circle. Harry explained, somewhat mollified by the fact that his headmaster had been searching for a way to help him. That wouldn't destroy the soul fragment, not after everything Tom did to it, Dumbledore said slowly, clearly thinking over the described actions. But yes, I could see how that would get it out of your head, or out of any other object for that matter. Where is it now? In the hands of the Dom Soul Group, where Croaker is personally leading efforts to discover the remaining fragments, Amelia said, cutting into the conversation finally. After we have tracked down the rest, it will be destroyed. Then perhaps I have reason to speak to Croaker, and soon, Dumbledore murmured, mostly to himself, but Harry still heard it. What happened to your hand, Professor? Harry asked, taking advantage of the loosening tension in the room to try and get one of his own questions answered before the topic of conversation came back to him. My own foolishness, I'm afraid, Dumbledore said, offering Harry a tight smile. But despite the high cost, you will be heartened to know that contained in this ring was another of those foul perversions, and so the chains holding Tom to this earth are one fewer. I will communicate this, of course, to Croaker when I go by his office today, but I take it I do not need to impress on the pair of you the importance of keeping this knowledge secret? Amelia snorted. The Dark Lord's current immortality and its methods will not be disclosed by me, she promised. Me neither, Harry said when the headmaster turned his gaze on him. Good, Dumbledore said somewhat heavily. Well, in light of these revelations, it might indeed be for the best that you stay here, for the time being at least, Harry. I would further ask that you keep a low profile, or if you must go out, do not disclose where you are staying. Tom will be gathering his followers for a few days yet after his untimely reveal, and then he will begin to strike. If he could discover your location, he would bring all his might against you, and this must be avoided at all costs. I understand, Professor, Harry said, nodding. Will your secret little club be resuming its activities? Albus? Amelia asked, halting the man as he turned back toward the fireplace. I imagine that many concerned citizens will be wanting to stop wanton violence and carnage from sweeping these lands once more, Dumbledore replied neutrally. Amelia sighed in frustration. Well, far be it from me to encourage vigilantism, she said disapprovingly. But one advantage of the Death Eater hoods and masks is that it makes it more difficult to identify who exactly is under them. Should any of these concerned citizens care about potential reprisals, they might wish to avoid the pitfalls of the last iteration. This time it was Dumbledore who sighed and nodded wearily. As always, Amelia, you give excellent advice, he said. I'm sure I will be in contact with you soon for some matter or another. And until such point, stay safe and vigilant. I fear things will get darker before they get brighter again. But do not lose faith. More is happening than what is on the surface, and not all of our own cards have been played. With that, the powerful and eccentric wizard vanished in a plume of green fire as he fled away. What was that about at the end? Harry asked cautiously. I take it that you're familiar with the Order of the Phoenix, that group that Dumbledore was pretending he has nothing to do with? Amelia asked. Yes, Amelia, Harry said. My parents were in it, as was my godfather. Well, so was my older brother, Amelia said grimly. And when he was spotted opposing the Death Eaters a few more times than they were happy about, they paid him and his family a visit. If little Susan hadn't been with Hannah Abbott and her family for the evening, she wouldn't have survived. Oh, Harry said, swallowing. He had known that Susan was an orphan as well, but he hadn't pried into the details. With all the attention his own situation had gotten him, he had been waiting for Susan to tell him if and when she was ready. It's not exactly a secret what happened, but it's still rather painful for Susan, and she doesn't like talking about it. Amelia explained, not unkindly. If she hasn't already spoken to you about it, I suspect that she will eventually. It's not like you can't relate, after all. That's why I hadn't asked, Harry admitted, and Amelia smiled. I'm sure that she's appreciated it, she told him, and then her expression sharpened. But my turn for a question. What did Dumbledore mean when he said that he had burdened you with heavy information? He dodged my question, and I think he meant to bury that slip with the rest of our conversation, but he's not getting that past me so easily. Harry licked his lips nervously. He had intended on sharing the details of the prophecy with Amelia eventually, if not soon, depending on how much he thought he could trust her before he spent much time at the ossuary. Dumbledore had impressed on him just how much of a risk it was for anyone to have knowledge of the exact language of Professor Trelawney's prediction, and it was certainly possible for Voldemort to rip that knowledge out of someone's head. Harry knew that Amelia would be a high-priority target for Voldemort to both kill and interrogate. But even with all that, Harry was starting to really trust the head of the DMLE, and like her besides. She also had real connections, and she could make things happen. Already had, in the case of the soul fragment that was now being used to track down the others. Well, Harry said cautiously, "How much do you know about prophecies?" A muscle worked in Amelia's jaw. "I know better than to completely discount them, but I am quite skeptical on how exact our interpretations can be. Divination is notoriously difficult to get straight answers out of as a branch of magic. Predicting the future is very woolly, and while true prophecies are always fulfilled, the broader the scope and the further out they predict, the more ways there are to fulfill them. This tends to be why things that are focused like scrying, or revolve around subjects that we already have a good understanding or sense of, like doing a tarot reading for the week ahead, tend to be more successful. I think I just learned more from you in 2 minutes than I did from Professor Trelawney in months," Harry said, feeling doubly cheated, first by taking classes with such a bad professor, and then by finding out that there actually was useful and sensible divination magic that he simply wasn't being taught. Hermione in particular would be horrified to learn that there was something apparently worth knowing from a field she had written off after all. Amelia snorted, but didn't lose her focus. "That's both very funny and extremely worrying. But why bring up prophecy? Do you know why Tom Riddle came after my parents originally?" Harry finally asked, deciding to take the plunge. "Presumably the same reason that he came after my brother and his family," Amelia said, thinking it over. "Or at least that was the given explanation." "It was actually because of me," Harry said. "He, through one of his servants, overheard part of a prophecy that spoke of someone who could vanquish him, and he decided that it referred to me. That's why my parents went into hiding." "And is this prophecy still active?" Amelia asked. Her eyes narrowed as she looked off into the distance. "It was a few days ago," Harry said, trying to not get lost in memories of Sirius again. "Hence why you were in the Dom," Amelia realized. "You were trying to stop him from getting it. Do you know the exact wording? And does the orb still exist? This is very important." "The orb is broken," Harry admitted. "We couldn't let Tom get it. But Dumbledore told me the whole thing afterward. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." "Well," Amelia said grimly, "that's both more and less helpful than I would have thought. I'm going to need to get Saul again. We're going to have to break this down line by line, and even then, I'm not holding my breath. Still, it's something to go off, and it looks like it's a good thing that Moody is going to be training you this summer. You're going to need all the help you can get, and I'm going to make sure that you get it." Chapter 9. Chapter 9. As it turned out, Croker was unable to get his experts in the divination group together that day, and as the man himself had little knowledge of prophecy, he arranged for them to meet the next afternoon, which was the soonest he could get all the schedules on his end cleared. Apparently, Dumbledore had shared some information about where he suspected Voldemort's Horcruxes were, and the Department of Mysteries had been putting together teams to investigate the locations. In light of the importance of making the Dark Lord mortal once more first, Croker determined that a prophecy about his defeat could wait a day. That, and the sorts of experts in divination that the Dom had were rather particular and absolutely refused to be rushed. Once the excitement had calmed down, Harry, Susan, and Amelia shared a nice lunch together, which had been put together by Flopsy. After that, Amelia got back to work reorganizing the Aurors under her command and putting together resources for the increased hiring surge they expected. While a new Minister of Magic had yet to be selected, with more background deals being struck and negotiations ongoing, The Wisengamot wanted to be seen doing something and had already gone ahead and voted to massively increase the budget for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia wanted to waste no time, and so was preparing to hit the ground running to make up for all the budget and personnel cuts her department had suffered under the influence of Lucius Malfoy and his allies. After their exhausting morning, Harry and Susan retreated to the side of the pool in the backyard of the ossuary, where they laid out in the sun. Susan had a guilty fondness for Witches Weekly, which she did her best to hide from her auntie, but Harry was pretty sure that her eagle-eyed guardian only gave her the illusion of keeping her most girly hobby hidden. For his part, Harry began to work more on his occlumency, meditating by focusing on the image of a flame. He fed all his distracted thoughts to the fire, trying to keep his mind purely on the fire to clear it. Then he let the fire go out, leaving his mind completely blank. Once he had gotten a good feeling for the emptiness inside, he tried to feel the limits of his mind so that he could erect barriers around it. Even with the knowledge from Katie, it was slow going as Harry familiarized himself with the feelings and practices. To be truly effective, he knew that he had to make the practice his own, and that he would only improve when he internalized all the lessons and tools occlumency gave him. It was slow work, but Harry could tell that the clarity of thought and comprehension, not to mention the crystalline recall offered by mastery of the mind arts, would be invaluable. With the soul fragment removed from his head, Harry was feeling better than ever, and he was determined to push his advantage as far and as fast as he could. He knew just how much he needed to improve, and he refused to waste any time if he could help it. In fact, he was so deeply buried in his occlumency practice that when Susan splashed him, Harry just about jumped out of his skin. What was that for? He yelped, looking around in shock before spotting his giggling girlfriend, who was doing a very poor job of hiding her wand behind her back from where she was floating on the water. "You have to have some fun each and every day," she admonished. "I'll be pushing myself just as hard as I can next to you. But our magical cores can only take so much strenuous training as they continue to develop, and since I know for a fact that you're learning while you sleep, I insist that you relax while you are awake." "That makes sense," Harry admitted, dropping fully out of his active meditation. "What do you want to do, then? I know Amelia said we can have some friends over, but I don't think anyone will come over just yet, seeing as how everyone only finally got home after the year." "That's true," Susan said. "But for now, I think we need a splash war," perhaps somewhat undercutting her just-delivered admonition to avoid overusing magic and allowing their cores to rest. Susan flicked her wand at Harry, causing another wave to surge forward, all but soaking her boyfriend. "That's it," Harry declared playfully. "I'm not going to be the only one so ill-treated here." With that, Harry sprang forward into the classic cannonball dive, sending out an indiscriminate wave of water to splash the reclining redhead, who barely managed to levitate her magazine out of the line of fire.
No shields.
Susan shouted joyfully and proceeded to send jet after jet of water at Harry, cackling as she got one directly in his sputtering mouth. Not to be outdone, Harry yanked at Susan's legs, temporarily submerging his implacable foe long enough to get the water out of his eyes before placing an impervious charm on his glasses to shore up a heretofore-unknown crippling weakness. Now properly defended, Harry was ready and waiting to repay the favor as he mercilessly barraged a squealing Susan with jets of his own and summoned waves that hit her from behind at random angles. Eventually Susan was forced to create a small whirlpool to open up some breathing room of her own, further soaking the entire area around the pool. "Surrender or face the consequences," she shouted, her delicate charm work creating small animals out of the swirling water, sending seahorses, dolphins, and winged fish dancing around Harry. "Never," Harry cried back, a giant grin on his face, as he wrapped a sizable watery sea serpent around himself to weather the incoming barrage. "Then you shall suffer," Susan declared with an evil smile, and her aquatic troops surged forward, tearing holes in the outline of the serpent, but Harry's defense held for now. With the water level now down to their waists as the young magicals manipulated it in their silly fight, Harry decided to make a surprise move to break the deadlock. While he knew a spell from Katie that created a large amount of concealing mist, it was more magically intensive than what the current duel called for. So Harry used an overpowered incendio charm to blast a thick rope of fire into the waves around him, causing an eruption of steam as he moved as fast as he could to take advantage of the momentary loss of vision. True to form, Susan quickly sent out a blast of wind to blow the hot steam away, but by the time she had reacted, Harry was already leaping forward to tackle her in a hug, and maybe dunk her underwater the Muggle way a few times. Susan protested after the second such dunking. "Truce, truce," she eventually cried, and Harry held her above water as she cleared out her eyes. "So, what were the consequences of my failure to surrender again?" he asked innocently. Susan smacked his shoulder good-naturedly. "Oh, hush," she told him, floating back as he supported her back. "It sounded impressive, and clearly spurred you on to greatness." From there, the conversation devolved into the usual silliness and sweet nothings that Harry had quickly come to treasure from his time alone with Susan. She noticed and cared for him for who he was, and not as some special figure. She knew about the loss of parents, and perhaps most surprisingly, pushed back against the idea that his various misadventures were in any way normal. As she had slowly found out the truth about the end-of-year brushes with death, she had reacted with anger and disbelief on his behalf. Perhaps it was because Harry had typically experienced them with Ron and Hermione before, but hearing Susan decry the circumstances gave Harry a sense of normalcy about it all that threw the events of the last few years into sharp relief. The fact that he had ended up in the Department of Mysteries a few days ago, regardless, was no doubt part of her tirade after she had discovered what had happened, but she hadn't abandoned him or judged him over it. If anything, she had continued to support him and advocate for his safety and happiness. Having never experienced this really, or at least not aside from Hermione's own uneven efforts, Harry had started to understand that there might be a light at the end of the tunnel for him. Having adults now starting to act to help him address his problems was almost mind-boggling for Harry, and he was quickly coming to value Amelia as the kind of caring figure that Sirius had tried to be but had been prevented from fulfilling due to his fugitive status, years of Azkaban, and his own reckless temperament. Amelia Bones was many things, but she was not reckless or rash. One thing that Amelia was in possession of, however, was an investigator's sense of timing and suspicion, and so presumably after hearing splashing and shrieking in the pool for some time and then silence, she came out to witness a developing make-out session. Ahem, she coughed, causing Harry and Susan to spring apart, both beet red. "Enjoying the pool?" Amelia asked, her eyebrow raised. "Auntie," Susan whined. "We weren't doing anything wrong. I'll be the judge of that," her guardian informed her. "But it's almost time for dinner, so come out and get changed into some clothes." With that, Amelia went back inside, although Harry was fairly certain he saw a smirk on her face. "I swear, one of these days she's going to go too far, and I won't be the only one blushing," Susan muttered, slumping back in Harry's arms. Harry said uncomfortably, unsure of how to take such a statement and all that it potentially implied. "But for now, we better do as she says," Susan grumbled, and then saw the look on Harry's face and raised her own eyebrow. "Oh, get over yourself," she told him, not unkindly. "I'm not planning on doing anything drastic, but my plans of revenge are going to be a lot harder to pull off if she never finds someone herself." "Has she never dated seriously?" Harry asked, pulling himself out of the water and drying himself with a wave of his wand. "Auntie has always been very career-focused," Susan said, echoing Harry's actions. "It's part of the reason she's been so successful and became department head at such a young age. I once heard a rumor that she was sweet on one of the McKinnons, but they were wiped out by you-know-who not long before his first defeat. Beyond that, I can't really remember anything worth mentioning. She's even always gone alone to the fancy ministry balls. It's rather sad for me to see her that way, for all that she claims she's happy with her work and taking care of me, but it also leaves me painfully short of material with which to tease her in return," Susan said, scowling. Maybe she's a witch's witch," Harry suggested playfully. "No, I don't think." Susan's voice trailed off, her eyes lighting up. "Oh, that's brilliant, Harry," she said in excitement. "Of course it is," Harry said, happy that he had brought a smile back to Susan's face. "Care to explain why?" "Well, it could always be true, I suppose, in which case I'll have to plan my confrontation at dinner carefully," Susan said, already scheming as she stroked her chin as they walked into the ossuary and made their way to the top of the stairs. "But even if it's false, It's an excellent way to tease her for constantly interrupting us. Of course, that's why she doesn't like it when she catches us kissing. She thinks that boys are icky. Susan giggled to herself, and Harry decided that he would leave the scheming to the person who knew Amelia best. He had no intention of offending his host like that, even as a joke, to say nothing of how intimidating she could be with her confidence and sharpness. But it was certainly the sort of thing that he might have playfully accused Sirius of, and as that thought washed across his mind, he decided that maybe, in time, he could joke around with Amelia like that too. Putting it out of his mind for the time being, Harry got changed into some proper clothes and went back downstairs, catching an approving glance from Susan. "You look much better in clothes that fit you," she told him. "I'm going to enjoy helping you shop at the end of the summer." "Me too," Harry replied, to which Susan returned a sly smile. "We'll see about that," she said, ignoring that foreboding comment and the shiver it triggered down his spine. Harry and Susan joined Amelia back at the table in the kitchen. "How was the rest of your afternoon, Auntie?" Susan asked politely as they sat down and began digging into the food that had been placed on the table. "Good enough," Amelia said, a suspicious look on her face. "I'm feeling like I'm well prepared for what's coming. For once. You? Oh, quite nice, very relaxing after taking our OWLS. Wouldn't you agree, Harry?" Susan said sweetly. "Yes, it was fun to swim." Harry agreed. He could tell something was coming, and so could Amelia. Among other things, Amelia remarked idly, her attention fixed on her niece. "Oh yes, but that's what prompted me to make a discovery, or come to a realization about you, Auntie, that I really should have made a long time ago," Susan said, smiling brightly. "That as much as I want grandchildren someday, I don't want you to provide an heir to the Bones line just yet?" Amelia asked. "No, I already knew that," Susan said, waving her hand dismissively. "No, I finally figured out the deeper reason you don't like me kissing Harry, or any of the other boys you've kept me away from over the years." "Do tell," Amelia said with a smirk, leaning forward and resting her chin on her propped-up hands. "I'm all ears." "You're a witch's witch," Susan declared with perfect sincerity. For a few moments there was stunned silence, as all Amelia could do was blink, clearly not having expected this pronouncement. For all that she had expected something from her obviously mischievous niece. "I'm a what?" Amelia asked, obviously shocked. "You heard me, Auntie," Susan said. "It all makes sense in hindsight, too. You're never seen with any men that you don't work with, and even then, you spend more time with Connie than you ever did with Rufus or Mad Eye, even when Mad Eye worked for you still. Even though it isn't nearly as much as a problem for us as it is for the Muggles, you knew you'd be pressured to provide more bones if you were with a woman, and so rather than expose yourself to that demand from the old lords in the Wisengamot, you decided to not play their game at all. I'm very proud of you, but you don't need to hide it from me anymore. I'd love to meet whatever special someone you have in your life, no matter who they are or what gender they have. I can handle having two moms." At this, Amelia's composure finally broke, and she threw back her head and howled with laughter. "Oh, you put some effort into that, I'll admit," she said, still chuckling. "I only figured out you were joking when you mentioned Connie, seeing as you know she's very dedicated to her husband and children. But that's not quite your usual idea for humor." "She got the idea from me," Harry admitted, smiling more openly. Now that the joke was up, it's the sort of thing that Sirius would do. Apparently that is, Remus did something similar to him when they were at Hogwarts in the middle of the Great Hall, trying to convince Sirius that he would never get my dad away from my mom, no matter how long he held a torch for him. Amelia cackled. "Oh, I can see how those rumors got started." Sirius was always very physically affectionate to his friends, and he spent an inordinate amount of time with James. It honestly wouldn't have surprised me to hear that the old dog swung both ways. He was very flamboyant when he was young. Anyway, that's enough excitement for the evening. I've got another early morning tomorrow, so I'll leave you two to it. Don't stay up too late. "We won't," Susan promised and wished her auntie a good night. It was only after Amelia had left the room that she turned back to face Harry, her expression calculating. "She didn't deny it," she mused. "It was a good deflection, and it didn't give us any openings. She even threw in a story about your father and his friends to distract us. But even if she didn't tell us we were right, she didn't deny it." "I'll save the teasing and detective work for you," Harry told his girlfriend, fighting back a yawn. But now I've got to get to my training. Fine, Susan said, dismissing him with a kiss on the cheek. You do that. I'll get on with more important things, like making a list of every woman close to Auntie's age that I trust, respect, and think that might be Auntie's type. Harry snorted a laugh, and then retreated to learn from Katie while the important work was being done. Chapter 10. Harry's lessons with Katie that night were fairly intense. Now that he had seen Harry casting and some of his new stamina at work, he began drilling Harry in some of the ancient strengthening and casting exercises Katie had learned when he had been young. They still began and ended with sensing and occlumency, but in between that, Katie had Harry doing as much as possible to build his control and practice channeling magic for extended periods of time. He had Harry conjure multiple globes of light and keep them going for long stretches, and then began to have Harry manipulate them. Harry would have to change one's color, then another, all keeping the rest the same, and then begin to move them in patterns, and then to begin blinking the colors in and out, and on and on. Then Katie began to have Harry dodge stinging charms without interfering with his control. And every time Harry lost command of one of his floating lights, Katie forced him to add another to the mix. After 2 hours of this training, Harry was covered in sweat and small welts. His mind felt like a limp noodle, and he had a kaleidoscope or light and color swirling around him. Excellent, Katie eventually declared, offering Harry an approving smile. Your knowledge of spells is already likely sufficient for your coming trials and battles. Although we will of course improve and constantly add to your repertoire to give you more and different options. But this kind of exercise will be the key to your real improvement. Control, awareness, and the stamina to keep casting long when your opponents have surrendered. And, of course, your ability to maintain a constant flow of magic will eventually be what allows you to wield a staff like a true war mage. I don't think I've heard much about war mages, Harry said, taking advantage of this lull in his training to dunk his head in the cool waters of what Katie had informed him was the Nile. What sets them apart from the Aurors or the Hit Wizards? Your Aurors and Hit Wizards and witches are all trained to fight. It is true, Katie said, clasping his hands behind his back. But we had a multitude of warrior-trained sorcerers and sorceresses in my days as well. The difference is in 2 areas: sheer magical capacity and aptitude. An immense amount of magical power is required to become a war mage. The staff as a focus allows for a tremendous amount of energy to be expended with each cast, and to maintain this sort of output is the domain of but a few. Furthermore, as you will learn, to get the best out of a staff, you are not simply casting one spell, pausing, and then casting another. Katie paused, considering his words. You are continually channeling magic, shaping, and releasing it. As for the aptitude, you must have the bloodline gifts for war, and a sense and instinct for the fight to truly take advantage of those instincts. Then, training is required to refine all of these things. Even at the height of the Pharaoh's reign, when we were at war with any number of enemies and barbarians, only 1 or 2 war mages might be born per generation. You must be born with the potential, and then work to unearth and shape it, a very rare combination. From what I have learned from your memories, you might be the first true war mage in the British Isles in 50 years or more. Harry exhaled sharply. Well, hopefully one won't be needed after me for just as long, he said, determined to use this immense power and potential for good. After all, wars in the wizarding world don't seem to happen as frequently as they did in your time, and war mages sound like hammers, when the International Confederation of Warlocks wants us to remain hidden and use our magic like scalpels. Katie grinned. If all you can imagine a war mage doing is causing things to explode in a noisy fashion, I will enjoy showing you just how subtle we can be when we bring ruin to our foes. Control, Harry. We will wield our hammer with grace and precision and be all the more devastating for it. Then I'll learn it, Harry declared. I refuse to have not done my part, even if I feel like this prophecy is hanging over my head. If I'm the only one who can defeat Tom, I'll make sure I can do it before too many have to suffer. You will learn, Katie promised, his dark eyes all but glowing with magic as he held up his scepter. You will not be a full-fledged war mage by the end of this summer, even with all my knowledge passing to you. There is no shortcut to true understanding and mastery, even with all the memorization out of the way. But you will be adept enough that, with clever planning and support, you will be enough to lay low a cunning madman. After that inspiring speech, Harry was back to his occlumency practice. As tired as Harry was, it didn't always feel like he was making any sort of progress, but Katie refused to let him become discouraged, even when it felt like Harry was trying to use a sieve to collect water when he was corralling his thoughts back into his mind. As Katie informed him, it is now when the greatest gains in your practice are being made. When you are exhausted, when you can barely string two words together even in your own mind, when your head is ringing from spells and magical strain, and you can still focus on what needs to be done, that is when you will triumph. You are being forged now, and we will work into you a temper of steel that will not be damaged by your battles. Naturally, when Harry woke, he once again felt that despite being physically and magically ready for the day, his mind was feeling stretched. Harry idly wondered if more meditation would help. Ironically enough, and as he dressed, he tried some of the practices that Katie had walked him through to clear his mind. To his shock, as he centered himself, he could feel the worst of his mental wear and tear dissipate. I wonder how much sleep I'll need once I get good enough at occlumency? Harry asked himself as he walked down to get breakfast. Once again, Amelia was at the table before him, with his nutrient potion at the seat he had sat at the previous morning. "Good morning, Harry," she said absently, reviewing the Daily Prophet. "Are you ready for the day? Alastair is coming by, and then Croker will be bringing his soul group to hear the prophecy. Then they'll ask you some questions and hopefully have some answers, although I expect we won't hear anything definitive from them for a while, if at all. I'm happy to finally be doing something proactive to get any answers at all," honestly, Harry admitted, drinking his potion with a grimace. Immediately, a glass of pumpkin juice appeared, and Harry began giving his taste buds something better to focus on. "I can't say I'm too surprised to hear that," Amelia said, sighing. "Dumbledore is in so many ways a paragon of what it means to be a leader, and at the same time, he is a cold, calculating, labyrinthine schemer who could teach Alastair lessons on keeping things hidden. You've likely only gotten exactly what information he wanted you to have, exactly when he thought you should have it, and nothing more. The worst part is, if you hadn't touched the artifact when you did, that state of affairs would have continued for years, and I don't even know if it would be the wrong decision. I would have hated it and done my best to change that situation, but without the information Dumbledore is operating from, forcing him to do something else is a fool's errand. So dealing with Tom this way is unique for the Aurors too?" Harry asked, somewhat confused by everything Amelia had just told him. "This is how we would normally try to deal with powerful criminals," Amelia corrected. "Working with various departments for their expertise, running down every lead we have and trying to diminish their power base to limit the damage they can cause. You know who is somewhat more complicated than that, because he has all the purebloods working for him in the Wizengamot?" Harry asked. "In part," Amelia admitted with a frown. "Some other issues beyond the interference they've caused, which range from changing laws and sabotaging budgets and more, include Death Eaters and their sympathizers refusing to do their jobs properly or even otherwise. Normal employees simply taking bribes. The sheer power that you know who brings to bear once you find him has always been the biggest complication. Though, fortunately, thanks to you and Katie, we've gotten a much better way of finding him and his Horcruxes. Now, and if there's a prophecy that gives you a solid shot at killing him, that solves our other biggest issue." "What about the purebloods and Death Eaters working in the Ministry?" Harry asked. "Rufus will likely be confirmed by the Wizengamot this afternoon," Amelia said. "He's got a whole raft of legislation he's going to ram through, taking advantage of the panic whose reemergence has caused. It goes a little overboard, I think, but it will give my office the power to really investigate, and for suspected Death Eaters, the use of Veritaserum as it pertains to their allegiance to who. There was some talk of forcing all sitting Wizengamot members to swear a magically binding oath of loyalty to the Ministry, but there are too many ways to abuse something like that, and it was ultimately discarded. Still, altogether, it should be enough to cow the pureblood faction and expose the traitors. Being able to do things like freeze their Gringotts accounts should slow them down. That's really the plan at the moment, trying to put pressure on the Death Eaters as much as possible while we get more Aurors together. Hopefully our attempts to get ICW hit wizards will also bear fruit for when we start going after specific targets. Getting international help would be nice. From what I've heard about the forces the DMLE has here," Harry admitted. "It's an unfortunate reality, but we were barely keeping our heads above water in the ore department in particular even before a virtual civil war was redeclared. Amelia said, pursing her lips. For every solid orer at my disposal like Kingsley Shacklebolt or even an up-and-coming star like Nymphadora Tonks, I've got another one who is a toss-up and another who shouldn't have made it out of the academy. In numbers, they can still do the job, but the subtle tasks or rapid responses that will be needed once things burst out into the open. I'm afraid the DMLE will be stretched very thin until our new recruits are up to snuff. You got more recruits? Harry said, somewhat surprised as he hadn't thought many people would want to join the DMLE with Tom out in the open. With the budget increases, yes, Amelia said, smiling. We'll see how many make it through the program, but we had almost 30 witches and wizards put their names down. My guess is that they're hoping the Death Eaters will be dealt with before they have to do any serious fighting so they can take advantage of the solid pay and benefits, but after a few months, they'll be able to lessen the burden on my regulars by patrolling Diagon Alley and the like. Every little bit helps. That's great, Harry said, and meant it. Oh, Amelia? He asked, remembering a question he had meant to ask earlier. Yes? What happened to the scepter? He asked. I feel like I should start practicing with it, if only to get used to channeling more magic through a focus before I get a staff. Amelia said, nodding. Saul took it back to the Dom for more investigation, but I'll make sure he brings it with him this afternoon. It's your family's artifact, and with all the laws favoring family bloodlines and heritage on the books, he has to return it. Now, if you're finished eating, I'll send you off to get the dueling room ready for Moody while I wake Susan up. Harry laughed. She's going to think that you don't want her to enjoy her rest this summer, he said. Susan hates that I'm an early riser. She doesn't like missing out when I'm having fun and she's lying in bed. Oh, I know, Amelia said with a conspiratory smile. I've managed to get her to all sorts of interesting things by scheduling them first thing in the morning and only telling her the day before. One of these days I'll have adjusted her entire sleep schedule. But alas, we've still got a way to go on that front. Good luck, Harry said sincerely, and moved over to the practice room, doing a few stretches as he waited. He had noticed the effect Oliver Wood's crazy Quidditch workouts had on the defense against the dark arts performance when he was dodging spells, and Katie had confirmed to him the importance of having a healthy body when it came to all aspects of magic. Flying and Quidditch workouts were a good start, but Katie was pushing him to do more, especially once his body had had a chance to grow and take advantage of the potion regime Amelia had put him on. As it was, Harry was quite thankful he had begun his time in the practice room stretching, as the first thing Moody did upon enter the room was begin to fire stinging and stunning spells at him over and over, forcing Harry into a frantic series of dodges, rolls, and feints as he scrambled back to where he had put his wand down with his jumper. He was able to avoid the stunners, but he had several small welts by the time he managed to get a shield spell up. Moody grunted and stopped his sudden assault. And what did you learn from that? He asked gruffly, both eyes briefly boring into Harry before his enchanted eye whirled off to the side. The importance of staying fit and avoiding spells without access to magic, Harry said promptly. That's true enough, not that I'm the best example of that art anymore, Moody said slowly. But the bigger point is to not be without your wand. You avoided the worst option, being a stunner in this case, but if a Death Eater is coming at you, you won't be so lucky as that, and even a stunner would be bad news for you. Do you have a proper wand holster? Where do you keep your wand? I don't have a holster, Harry admitted. I've been meaning to get one, but for now my wand is either in my pocket, or in a loop in my robe sleeve that Hermione helped me rig up. Well, that sleeve loop is a better idea than your pocket, but you've got to get a holster as soon as you can. Otherwise, I can get your wand away from you far too easily, and unless you can wandlessly cast a Protego or the like, which I highly doubt, I'll cut you down like a limp fish without hardly any trouble. I understand, Harry said, immediately grasping the problem. I'll see if Amelia has a holster I can use until I can get one that works best for me. Good lad, Moody said. Now, we've established you've got some dodging ability at least, but that's just one-on-one, and most of the time that's a luxury. Most likely, you'll be in some cramped or constricted space, with multiple targets and enemies firing at you from different angles. Moody waved his wand, muttering under his breath, and the training dummies at the back of the room lifted up, positioning themselves at various points in the room. Another flourish from Moody's wand conjured boxes of various sizes, and even a few small walls. The dummies all have stinging jinxes programmed into them this round, Moody said with a savage smile. We'll start out slow, and slowly up the power of the spells and the number of dummies, maybe change up the landscape too. Your goal is to take out the dummies until you can escape the ambush, with the goal of training your reactions and ability to process multiple spells being cast around you. Begin. Flaring out his nascent magic sensing ability, Harry immediately was forced to jerk to the side as jets of yellow streaked at him from all angles. Hiding behind a box, Harry sent a few stunning charms back out at where he thought the dummies had been, but he saw at least one float to the side. Gotta stay on your toes, lad, Moody cackled. Your enemies will move as much as you. Harry gritted his teeth, and darted to the side, his wand up and moving as he poured out spells. This was going to be a long morning. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. After getting hammered from all angles by the dummies Moody had animated for about an hour, Harry was seriously starting to become twitchy. The slightest glint of light was enough to make him throw up a shield or a barrier of some kind, and he was beginning to think that he wouldn't be able to be around normal spellcasting again without some sort of trigger effect. Of course, at that point, Moody merely added to his feelings by joining the fray himself, firing off spells like a madman while he chuckled darkly to himself, stumping around on his peg leg. By the time Susan joined them, looking wide-eyed at Harry's sweat-drenched face and thousand-yard stare, Harry needed a mental break, even if his magical reserves were holding up far better than he had imagined they might. Oh, he was still feeling all the spellcasting he had done, but he wasn't in danger of falling over from exhaustion, much to Moody's glee as he pushed Harry harder and harder. Right, Moody said, acknowledging Susan and causing the dummies to finally come to a halt. We'll let you recover for a bit now, Potter, and Bones will get a chance in the scenario. Then we'll run through some actions where you two are in the muck together, and then we'll end with a few duels. Maybe by next week, I'll start throwing in different objectives after we expand your spell repertoires. Retrieval missions, bodyguard tasks, ambushes, maybe even a little breaking and entering, that sort of thing, Moody mused half to himself while Harry and Susan traded apprehensive looks. Should be fun. Now, Bones, get in that circle, Susan whimpered. By the time Harry and Susan were able to drag themselves to lunch, they were utterly wrung out mentally, and Susan could barely get sparks to come out of her wand. Did you really need to go through the full Auror Academy introductory week treatment? Amelia asked, somewhat exasperated. You said to train them seriously, Moody muttered. Besides, it's not like they couldn't take it. Merlin, Susan was good even by that standard, but Potter here can put some of our full-time rookies to shame with his stamina and inventiveness. Oh? Amelia asked, giving Susan a raised eyebrow that nearly caused her niece to pass out. Her face was so red. Not that Harry was doing much better. Not like that, Susan shrieked, while Moody cackled. What can I say? Moody said, still evilly chuckling. The boys got away with a wand. You're doing it on purpose, Susan wailed. And the worst part is that no one will ever believe me if I told them you were doing this. Oh, I know, lass, Moody said, finally getting his laughter under control. Why do you think I do it with you? Besides, Bonesy more or less has to let me, what with the dirt I've got on her. I get to embarrass you, and I keep my mouth shut about her rookie mishaps. It's a better retirement perk than my pension, I tell you. I look forward to the day when I can say the same, Amelia smirked. Although hopefully I'll have more limbs intact. You made the desk shift, Moody said, flicking his fingers at her dismissively. You had to force me to give up my badge. You retired with a smile the day I was confirmed as head of the DMLE, Amelia returned steadily. Don't think I wasn't aware of your support for my nomination. It certainly was the first time I saw you speaking to Wisengamot members you weren't trying to actively investigate. Moody said, doing what someone with a less beaten and weathered face might have called a blush. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, so you two better be prepared for target practice, spell control drills, and a hefty dose of physical conditioning. Both Harry and Susan nodded, and Moody grinned like a shark before stumping back to the flue. He's such a caricature of a dark wizard hunter at this point that I don't think he knows how to behave in public anymore, Amelia remarked, watching her mentor and former colleague go. From what I've heard, he's made that caricature himself, Harry offered, having done some research on the man when he learned about the deception Barty Crouch had pulled, wanting to know more about how accurate the depiction had been. Or maybe had just asked Hermione to look into it subtly. That wouldn't surprise me, Susan said, still somewhat beat red from the teasing she had received. Hannah still thinks that he has a faux glass and a dark detector in every pocket of his overcoat. Yes, well, he's survived in large part because of his excessive preparation and paranoia, Amelia said, somewhat bringing down the mood. It's impossible to do what he's done for as long and as successfully as he did without taking quite a bit of damage. I've been put back together quite a few times in St. Mungo's, but I was lucky enough that my eyes were never destroyed, and that I never lost a limb fully. Everything else, our advances in medical magic, were able to heal, or else I'd look a fair bit more like a Laster. Well, you still look great, Auntie. We'll find you a special lady friend in no time, Susan said into the silence, causing her guardian to give her a hard look. Why don't you two go have fun outside while we wait for the dom to show up? She suggested. I think that someone is a little tired from her exertions this morning, don't you agree, Harry? It's making her loopy. Of course, Amelia, Harry said, grabbing Susan and pulling her out into the garden space behind the ossuary. Ah, did you see her face? Susan cheered. I'm definitely getting to her. Vengeance for years of teasing will be mine. Yes, I did see her face, Harry muttered. That's why I obeyed her. Ah, you're just not convinced yet that she's really a big softie, Susan said dismissively. The worst that she would do to us is some sort of bizarre aura hazing. Training exercise like having us run laps around the grounds while firing stinging hexes at us from a broom, which I would prefer to avoid, Harry decided, thinking this over. But speaking of brooms, do you think we could do some flying while we wait? Mine's in my room, but if we have them out here already, you just don't want to risk facing Auntie again, Susan scoffed. But yes, scaredy cat, we've got a broom shed just over this way. No proper pitch or anything like that, but we've got a quaffle, some bats, bludgers, and a snitch for pickup games. That could be a lot of fun later this summer, Harry said upon further reflection. But I'd just be happy flying right now. Then let's do it, Susan said enthusiastically, leading him to a small wooden building nestled in between a pair of hedges. She unlatched the door and opened it up, pulling out a handful of slightly older brooms. Let's see, we've got a clean sweep or two that don't seem ancient, a Comet that my uncle bought, and 2 Nimbus 800s, Susan listed off. Let's get on the Nimbuses, Harry said, smiling wistfully. My first ever broom that I owned was a Nimbus 2000. So I'd love to see what an older model was capable of. Plus, we'd have the same broom for some tag. You're on, Susan said happily, thrusting a broom into Harry's hands and the rest back into the shed before mounting up and taking off. Harry knew that Susan wasn't really a Quidditch fanatic like Ron or some of his other friends, but she was a very good flyer and had excellent acceleration. She told him that if broom racing was still an option at Hogwarts, she would have certainly gone out for a team. Unfortunately, the massively decreased student classes in the aftermath of Tom's terror attacks had meant that a fair few clubs had fallen by the wayside until there was sufficient numbers and interest in them again. The dueling club, a fencing club, all number of subject matter clubs, and even some classes like enchanting and alchemy had all been shuttered. The classes could still be taken by NEWT level students as an independent study, but that was a rare option even among those who knew of the classes. From what Susan had told him, Harry knew that aspiring practitioners in those more niche areas often took on apprenticeships after Hogwarts or went abroad for advanced instruction. Putting all that out of his mind as he swung his leg over the broom, Harry reveled in the feeling of being back in the air. For so long, flying had been his joy, his freedom, his escape. Getting to do it on a whim over the summer, often a dark and troubled time for him, felt like a true symbol of his new situation, and something deep inside of Harry unclenched as he soared through the air, laughing as he followed Susan around. The redhead led him on a merry chase over the trees and trimmed hedges, darting this way and that before taking wild plunges. But he eventually caught up to her, tapping her shoulder before spinning off. Susan took far longer to catch him, as Harry had adapted much quicker to the slightly slower speeds but superior turning ability of the older broom, and his hard-won seeker skills kept him inches away from his cursing girlfriend on several occasions. Eventually, though, the chase ended when Susan all but tackled him out of the air, and the two descended back to the ground by mutual consent. I still think you'd be a huge improvement on most of your house's chaser line, Harry said, restarting an old argument between them. And I think that I don't need to be doing anything nearly so foolish and time-consuming as getting smacked around in the air is, house spirit or not, Susan shot back. I'll enjoy my flying without bludgers and angry Slytherins trying to take my head off. But it's so much fun when you win, Harry protested. It gets Malfoy and his bookends so mad. Harry, Susan, the Dom people are here, Amelia shouted from the back door, her voice enhanced by a spell to carry over the grounds. We'll continue this later, Harry said, mounting back up to take his broom back to the shed faster. No, there's no need, Susan countered, following suit. I'm quite happy with my decisions, and you don't need to second-guess them. I'll just keep flying for fun. I suppose Gryffindor will just keep winning the House Cup. Then Harry sighed. Susan decided to not dignify the taunt with a reply, and in short order they were both hurrying back into the ossuary. Amelia led the pair back toward the receiving hall, where Saul Croaker was waiting with a quartet of gray hooded figures. Ah, Harry, Susan, good to see you both again, the Chief Unspeakable said, giving them a nod. You've been keeping my office very busy recently, but we've made some real progress on a few mysteries, which is keeping us happy. We may have more to speak about tomorrow regarding the other issue we've been working on, but for now we can focus on the prophecy. Thankfully, Albus shared it with us when he stopped by yesterday, which let us do some real work before we came here. My divination team has a few things they want to make sure they run by you. One of the hooded figures stepped forward. Mr. Potter, you must understand that while prophecy is a subtle and complicated art, there are things that we can glean from its tangled web, especially for those who have spent their lives dedicated to deciphering them. Our first conclusion here is that the prophecy remains active, something we were able to confirm even if the original prophecy orb was destroyed. This is actually a very important point, Croaker interjected. The fact that it wasn't fulfilled when you were a baby, or any of the other times that you've faced Tom Riddle suggests to us that it will remain in effect until one of you kills the other for good. Harry licked his suddenly dry lips. He wasn't worried about his willingness to strike Riddle down, not after what happened to Sirius or from his memories from Katie, but actually vanquishing a wizard of that caliber was no small feat. Yes, and while you don't need to be the one to destroy each Horcrux yourself, you will need to break his current body, another hooded figure chimed in. It is likely that no one else will even be able to harm Riddle overmuch, which will naturally greatly affect our strategy for approaching and fighting him. That's a rather major problem, Amelia said unhappily. I suppose it will help morale if I tell people not to engage the madman where it can be avoided, but we can't just not fight him when he appears, or else he'll just walk into the ministry tomorrow. Indeed, the same robed figure replied. It's a complicated thing. But unfortunately, the line referring to Mr. Potter as the one makes it clear that no other will ultimately be able to strike down Riddle. By all means, drive him off, pick off his followers, and put out the fires they start. But do not think they will strike a critical blow without Mr. Potter's involvement. How much training does Mr. Potter have? Croaker asked. We've pulled his school transcript, of course, and fast-tracked his OWL results. He has a range of skills, from what we can see, from expert broom riding to bafflingly good stealth and at least some ability to think on his feet, as the Triwizard Tournament shows. He's also survived a number of encounters with Tom Riddle, which cannot be discounted. But we don't know too much more than that. Albus has kept a lot of the details firmly under his large pointy hat. What were my OWL results? Harry asked sheepishly. Everyone's eyes turned to him, somewhat incredulous. What? Harry asked, feeling self-conscious. Hermione will kill me for getting my grades before her, and so I might as well know if I'm going to die having done well or not. Croaker snorted. Yes, Miss Granger does have a rather large knowledge fixation, I'll grant you that. My department is not unfamiliar with her, for that matter. You did well, Mr. Potter, in the subjects that we care about for these purposes. But tell me, what experience do you have fighting for your life, or training to prevent attacks on your person? Well, Harry said, thinking over his time at Hogwarts. My first year, me and some friends went through a series of magical obstacles to prevent Tom from getting the Philosopher's Stone. Second year, I destroyed a Horcrux after managing to defeat a basilisk, Third year I drove off 100 Dementors trying to kill me and my godfather, and fourth year was the Tri-Wizard tournament. This last year, me, Susan, and a few others ran a secret defense club because Umbridge was just having us read from a book, and then we went to the Dom and managed to hang on against a number of Death Eaters until reinforcements could arrive. That's quite a list, one of the robed figures said after a moment's reflection. He and Susan are also taking defense lessons from Alastair Moody this summer, and he's also receiving dream instructions, as you know, Saul, Amelia added. That's about as good as we can hope while keeping this all quiet, Croaker agreed. Well, we'd like to collect some memories of each time you've faced Riddle, Mr. Potter, and then we will be on our way. We've got lots to pour through now. I can do that, Harry said, and in short order, a series of vials was filled with the silvery mist of memory. We'll forward a copy to your office, Amelia, Croaker promised. Oh, Harry said, remembering his request as the Dom party turned to leave. Did you bring the scepter? Croaker sighed. Yes, I did, he admitted. May I ask why you want it? My soul group does not want to return it just yet. It's my next step to staff training, Harry said. I need a larger focus than a wand, and I think that the scepter belongs to me at this point, from what I've been told. Croaker pursed his lips, nodded, and drew the 3-foot-long length of golden wood from within his robes before tossing it to Harry. He caught it easily with all the reflexes of a seeker, marveling as warmth saturated his being and a silver nimbus briefly surrounded him, feeling as if he had picked up his wand for the first time again. Well, it seems like maybe you've got a point after all. Good luck with your training, Mr. Potter, Croaker said, offering a smile. We'll be in touch. With that, the Dom group left. Chapter 12. After Croaker and the rest of his divination group left the ossuary, the evening was fairly quiet. Dinner followed shortly their guests left, and then they enjoyed a quiet evening reading in the library, which Susan had told Harry was somewhat of a family tradition, as it allowed Amelia to do her paperwork and Susan to read whatever she felt like while still being together. After experiencing both the sullen atmosphere at the Dursleys and the boisterous chaos that was the Gryffindor common room, Harry had to admit sitting and quietly reading wasn't too bad. The Bones had an extensive library, fitting as one of the houses of the Wisengamot, and Susan had found him a few primers on what exactly being the heir of House Potter, or really any house, meant. Amelia had promised to eventually find him a tutor on it all, but any information was good for Harry at this point, and he had devoured it. That evening, Katie had him do his occlumency exercises, which were slowly starting to get better, and then his sensing exercises, which were coming on far faster than even Katie had expected. It must be all the years with that shard in your head, his Egyptian ancestor had mused. Even subconsciously, you knew that you were in contact with something that did not belong, and you were constantly looking for it. This will combine with your excellent reflexes quite nicely in a duel or battle. You will soon be very difficult to hit. After that, Katie had given him an introductory lecture on runes and their use. In some ways, this will be a very strange lesson, Katie began, staring off into the sea of grass beyond the banks of the Nile in the dreamscape. You already know the languages of runes that I do: Egyptian, Greek, Aramaic, Persian, Akkadian, and Sumerian. I had heard of the language of the Northmen, who I believe you now refer to as Norse, and there are others now studied as well, but the principles are the same. You are drawing on ancient ways of shaping magic, established over thousands of years, and ingrained in the world, the human soul and magic itself. I have no doubt that eventually even English will be appropriate to be used as runes, and Latin might already be at that point where that is possible. But the point is that although there are many languages, all of them do very similar things to one who understands what runes do and why. And that is? Harry asked into the silence. Anything language can describe, Katie said simply, turning his dark gaze back to Harry. Anything at all, with enough power, patience, creativity, and material. Runes are fixed in place, carved into rock, metal, or wood. They can also be drawn with magically infused ink, although those runes tend to burn out the paper they are placed on, and for single-use effects, they can be drawn onto a surface with magic gathered on your wand or even your fingertip. Oh yes, with enough mastery, you can do wandless rune magic, Katie said, smiling at Harry's raised eyebrows. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was how magic was not originally done, before focuses were created. But runes are stationary, bound to a place or an object. Their most common use is to create wards, of course, but as I said, with enough preparation, they can do anything. It may be costly, but runes are truly one of the purest expressions of magic for those who are so inclined, Katie explained. What's the difference between the languages, then? Harry asked. Simply put, cultural expression. Idioms, Katie said, smirking a little. Would you say that there are different expressions, words, and meanings in your English language that is different than the way those same things are presented across the ocean, in your country's former colonies? Yes, Americans have different words and expressions for things, Harry said slowly, starting to pick up on the point that Katie was making. Well, imagine how nuanced the differences can be once you start using different languages entirely, each drawing on a separate tradition. Your English might have just one word for sand, but I assure you the Egyptians of my time had many more, describing the heat, size, texture, color, groupings, and so forth. When I make a rune chain dealing with sand, I can be far more precise in Egyptian than I could be in English. Do you start to see the advantages and importance of knowing multiple languages for a rune master? Can you mix rune languages? Harry asked, nodding in response to Katie's question. Not without a great deal of skill and risk, Katie said, sighing. I know that I had you combine two rituals from different traditions together when we removed your parasitic soul shard, but that sort of thing is very difficult even when one knows what they are doing. Rituals are slightly easier to combine than free-flowing chains of runes, but most rituals are already balanced arithmetically, so any changes need to take their original balance into account. That seems much more complicated than runes and the warding you had me do earlier, Harry said, frowning. That's because it is, Katie said. I won't say that it's impossible for you to learn the subject that you know as arithmancy, which leads to mastery of subjects like divination, rituals, enchanting, and spell creation, but your talents seem to rely much more on practical work and casting, your affinity for runes aside. That's what I have Hermione and Susan for, I guess, Harry said, smiling. I just don't do as well with that level of abstraction, I guess. You do, Katie admitted. I was passable when I was alive, but from what I've seen, the study has greatly advanced past what I could likely grasp, and it is a rare genius who can comprehend a subject like that in its entirety. But that is no matter. You and I are something just as rare. Now, since the scepter has been returned to you, I believe it's time we start to experiment with you using a larger focus when you cast, to get used to the difference between it and your wand. The difference, as Harry quickly discovered, was fairly notable. He truly began to understand what Katie meant by saying that modern magic was very efficient but pared down compared to what a war mage could do. Having never really needed to seriously moderate the amount of magic he put into spells beyond making sure that he had enough to make the spell work, Harry fell into the trap of maximizing what the scepter could handle with each cast. The results were impressive and often explosive, but he would run through his magical reserves far too easily. With Katie's help, he began to feel out just how much magic he needed to cast any particular spell, when to overpower or overcharge them, and how to exert his control over the magic involved in the casting. It was a different kind of efficiency, and Harry could already tell that this work would pay dividends even for his regular casting. The drills Katie had him doing with spells like Aquamenti, where he cast a jet of water from his focus, and then manipulated the size and speed of the water, showed Harry where he could find ways to become more in touch with his magic. Magic is like a muscle, Harry, Katie told him while Harry was gasping for air in between tasks. We are all born with a certain innate capacity and capability, but through hard work and constant use we increase both. Use it constantly whenever you can. As a war mage, you will live and die by your knowledge of and connection to your magic. Do not allow yourself to become completely reliant on it. Of course, you must keep your body and mind honed as well, but you are a wizard, a sorcerer. Magic is a part of you, and as you strengthen it, it strengthens you. It will prolong your life, keep you healthy, and fortify your body. Never cease your efforts to improve it. After such a draining lesson, Harry barely had time to mentally recover before he had breakfast and was tossed back into the tender care of Mad-Eye Moody. Thankfully, his magical reserves seemed to be untouched by his use in his dreams, but the lessons on control and efficiency were already starting to bear fruit, and as Moody guided him and Susan through a grueling accuracy test, Harry found himself lasting longer and longer by shaving down the amount of magic he was using in his stinging hexes to the bare minimum without losing effectiveness. Of course, Moody noticed this, congratulated him on his magical regulation training, and demanded the same from Susan, who offered him a nasty look. Harry could only smile apologetically before he was forced to dive out of the way of a stunner from Moody. Lunch came soon enough, and then Amelia had Harry and Susan shower before dressing in wizarding robes. "We're off to Gringotts for Sirius's will reading," Amelia announced. "I also have a few questions for the goblins in charge of Harry's accounts, although I suspect at least a few of the answers will involve a certain headmaster. Afterward, we can take a quick stroll through Diagon Alley, and if there's anything you need, you can grab it then, and then we'll come back to the ossuary for dinner." Questions? There being none, the trio walked over to the flue and took the green flames to the leaky cauldron, the goblins not allowing flue access to their bank. Harry did his best to stay on his feet as he emerged from the spinning fire, but sadly, it was only with Susan's help that he kept from completely toppling over. "We'll practice that," Amelia told Harry quietly, a small smile on her face. "There are a few tricks to it, but really only experience will get you used to the disorientation. Your skill on a broom actually works against you here, but we can discuss the oddities of magical travel later. Now come." Amelia led Harry and Susan through the street toward Gringotts, and Harry could tell that things were not normal. Several of the smaller shops were boarded up or looked vacant, and a general air of unease hung over the alley. Shoppers moved quickly, and there were fewer than Harry remembered during his other visits. Some were hooded and cloaked entirely, as if afraid that their identity getting out would make them a target, and the vibrant colors that had characterized the alley seemed muted. Here and there Aurors patrolled in their red robes, looking alert and grim, and they nodded respectfully to Amelia as she walked by, eyeing Harry and Susan curiously. It was a relief for Harry to get inside Gringotts, which alone out of the places in Diagon Alley, seemed to be unchanged, both in look and atmosphere. Witches and wizards went about their business, while supremely annoyed-looking goblins did their best to make life as difficult as possible for anyone unable or unwilling to play their game. Harry could still remember Hagrid's warning the first time that he had been brought to the Wizarding Bank, that goblins were very clever but not friendly or approachable. Given what little Harry remembered from Professor Bin's droning lectures on the many goblin wars, Harry couldn't exactly pretend that he couldn't think of why, considering how after the last major war, goblins had been stripped of wand-bearing rights and mostly confined to their enclaves. Amelia skipped the usual lines for the tellers, and brought Harry and Susan to a booth set off to the side. "Amelia Bones, temporary guardian of Harry Potter. Bringing him here to listen to Sirius Black's will reading. Additionally, I have several pressing questions about the condition of the Potter estate, but those can be handled after the will reading," she said. "The will reading of Black will be in 20 minutes. The goblin noted with a slight sneer, looking down at a roll of parchment. He raised a curved and taloned finger, and another goblin approached. "Toothsplitter will lead you to the room. I will arrange for the head of the Potter accounts to meet with you, provided the paperwork is in order. It was filed 3 days ago in triplicate to the bank, the ministry, and Mr. Potter's former guardians," Amelia said calmly. "Very well," the goblin groused. "Go." Amelia nodded, and beckoned for Harry and Susan to follow them as Toothsplitter led them deeper into the bank. They walked in silence down a long, straight corridor with multiple branching pathways carved into the gray stone. Sconces with torches at regular intervals lit the way, but otherwise the walls and floor were bare. Their escort took a turn down one hallway, then gestured at a door. "The will reading will commence in 10 minutes, he said, and left them. Amelia opened the door, and walked into a somewhat spacious room with several rows of chairs and a table at the front. Much to his surprise, it was filled with a number of people already. Mad-Eye Moody sat in the back row, facing the door and the front of the room, a scowl etched on his face. Nymphadora Tonks sat close to Moody in all her pink-haired glory, accompanied by an older wizard Harry had never seen before, and an older witch who for one heart-stopping moment Harry thought was Bellatrix Lestrange before he realized how much healthier this woman looked. Kingsley Shacklebolt sat calmly a row in front of Tonks, consulting a small notebook in his hands. Next to Kingsley, Looking quite sad and fidgety was a battered and exhausted Remus Lupin. The very front row contained 3 figures. The 2 sitting together were Draco and Narcissa Malfoy, who looked cold and haughty, as if they expected the Black Fortune to fall into their hands as a matter of right. Harry knew that Narcissa was Sirius's cousin, and that she and Lucius had been pushing for Draco to be declared the Black Heir for over a decade. There was no question in his mind why they were there. The last figure in the room was somewhat concerning to Harry, simply because he had no idea what he was supposed to do with the presence of Albus Dumbledore, who was dressed in eye-watering green and fuchsia robes decorated with divination robes. "Ah, Harry, my boy," the headmaster said in evident surprise. "I was not expecting to see you here. I collected him from where he was staying, headmaster," Amelia said somewhat tightly. "He has a right to hear his godfather's will being read." Dumbledore sighed. "True enough," he said quietly. "We have several things to discuss after this will is read," he added, obviously changing the subject. "I look forward to it," Amelia said, and led her group to sit by the grouping in the middle. "Hello, Harry," Remus said sadly, looking worn. "I hope you've been doing well since I've last seen you?" Harry's eyes flickered over to where the Malfoys sat, knowing anything he said would likely be going directly to the Death Eaters. "Well enough," he eventually said. "I've been trying to stay busy, but I'm just glad Madam Bones was kind enough to pick me up from where I'm staying to bring me here. Without a body, this might be the only way I get any closure for Padfoot." The werewolf nodded sadly. "Well, expect a prank or 2 in the reading. I doubt that the self-proclaimed greatest marauder would let this moment pass him by, considering how rarely he had a captive audience." Harry snorted, as did Moody and the Bellatrix look-alike. "My cousin never could help himself," the older witch said, half amused and half bitter. "Thankfully, Nymphadora here has a little more sense." "Not much, but a little, Mom," Tonks whined, and Harry was slightly unsure if the protest was about the comment on her maturity, the use of her full name, or both. "You have a beautiful name, and I refuse to not use it," her mother said firmly, clarifying the issue. "Watch her, Harry," Tonks said, looking exasperated. "This is my mum and dad, Ted and Andy Tonks." "Nice to meet you both," Harry said politely. "We'll need to have you over at some point," Andy said. "I have some stories about Sirius and your parents I think you'd enjoy hearing about." "I'd love to," Harry said, pleasantly surprised. But before he could say anything else, the door to the side of the room opened, and an elderly goblin walked in holding a long scroll. He walked up to the table, spread the scroll out, and looked up, his small dark eyes meeting everyone in turn. "This will has been certified by the bank and ministry, and therefore is final with no appeals. Are there any questions?" There were none. The goblin began to read. Chapter 13, and it finally happened. Even more important than the next follow/favorite milestones, I got my first negative review. Color me surprised when it not only had poor grammar and spelling, but it offered nothing in the way of helpful criticism and feedback, merely telling me that the work was bad, cliched, and the Katie edition was forced. I know I've made it now, but please, more seriously, have the decency to offer me actually constructive feedback if you don't like what I'm doing. That's far more likely to get you somewhere. Anyway, on with the show. Chapter 13. If this is actually being read, then something has gone terribly wrong in my life. Hopefully it involved my motorcycle, copious amounts of alcohol, 3 smoking hot vila, and the look of awe in at least 2 children's eyes as I go out in an immortal blaze of glory. The goblin reading the will began, his voice dry and scratchy. "However, if, as is sadly more likely, I died in battle of some kind, I can only hope I did so with my wand in my hand and a smile on my face." Harry swallowed hard, remembering the surprised yet peaceful look on Sirius's face as he plunged backward through the veil of death. Remus took his hand and squeezed it, looking equally tight. "That being said, I suppose it doesn't really matter how I died, in the end, as much as I'd like to think otherwise. The important question now is who gets my stuff." At this, people around the room shifted anxiously or in anticipation. First, for the sheer irony, I give to Alastair Moody my family's set of Muggle detectors, a rather hilarious set of focusing crystals that I once rigged to react to the insane Lestrange cow who calls herself my cousin. I ate a crucio for that from her, but I'll treasure the look on her face for the rest of my days. The memory is attached for whenever you get to a pensive. Oh, and 50,000 galleons for fighting the good fight. Buy yourself some good whiskey for me. I can do that, Moody growled from his corner. Next, for another comrade in arms, who spent some time keeping a man sane when he had no reason to other than the kindness of his heart, Kingsley Shacklebolt. I'm giving you 100,000 galleons, even though you didn't expect them, and probably don't even need them considering your investments and family money. Still, you're younger than Moody, so I figured you'd get more out of the gold than that old fossil, the goblin continued, and Shacklebolt grinned ruefully. Albus Dumbledore, there's so much I could say to you, from how Harry's life has played out to confessions about a number of pranks that you just couldn't pin on me, no matter how much I'm sure you wanted to. Or maybe not, you've always had a good sense of humor hidden deep down inside. Alright, I'll give you one, but just because I'm so proud of it. James and I were the ones who gave Professor McGonagall catnip before a faculty meeting, and we hid it on a disillusioned necklace that gradually lost its scent-blocking charm. The look on her face when she had to leave the meeting early forced us to use several silencing charms, and even under James' cloak we almost gave ourselves away. Good times. No? Harry couldn't see Professor Dumbledore's face, but the ancient wizard was chuckling. Anyways, I'm leaving you 200,000 galleons, plus another 500,000 for Hogwarts. I probably owe it to the castle for all the things I did to it over the course of 7 years so well spent. If Peter wasn't a treacherous piece of refuse I wouldn't eat even if I was a starving dog. I'd have given him something here next. But he is, and so that means that it's all going to Remus Lupin, better known to me and all his friends as Moony. Don't you even think about turning it down, you idiot. Honor this dead man's wish. This time it was Harry's turn to grip the werewolf's shaky hand. I'm leaving you 1,000,000 galleons, Moony, the goblin said, still reading through his scroll as the scarred man choked on air. For too many made-up reasons that I've railed against often enough that I won't bother commit them to paper, you've been kicked by Lady Luck enough to have permanent bruises. This should cover some of that treatment, Buy some books while you're at it. You always did love those things more than was healthy. Harry's eyes narrowed, wondering if Sirius had covertly told Remus that he was covering his wolfsbane potion with that line about treatment. It seemed like the sort of thing his godfather would do. Now, onto the main event, the Black family, the goblin read, pausing slightly as if for dramatic effect as the tension in the room ratcheted up. My dear Andromeda, you kept me sane as best you could, and suffered for standing up for yourself and marrying against the will of the patriarch, to say nothing of his blood status. You also never got a dowry because grandfather was an ass of the highest order, even to the ones he liked. I'm giving you 1,000,000 galleons, and 500,000 for your daughter, Nymphadora. Ted can have my fire whiskey collection. The Tonks family looked like they could be knocked over with a feather, and Andy was wiping away tears. Cousin Narcissa. What to say, sissy. You cared for me in your own way, even if we disagreed about some things. I'm old and mature enough to recognize that now. I don't know if we can really reconcile, but I know you're not as bad as you let on. You're just entitled, a stuck-up princess, and a classist. I also really hate your husband and have a strong dislike for your son, but I think Draco might be redeemable. I'm not positive about that, but from everything I've heard so far, I'm not convinced he's clever enough to be a Slytherin. Ambitious enough, maybe, but he lacks subtlety of any kind. Hey! Draco shouted, almost jumping to his feet before his mother yanked him down hard. Harry and Susan did their best to not snicker like children as Draco proved serious point and failed. Narcissa, I'm giving you all of my mother's jewelry, and an opportunity. If you can prove that you don't have a dark mark to the goblin I hired to handle my estate, promise to never take one, and give a binding vow that you don't believe in blood purity to the extent that you would commit what the ICW would consider crimes to support it, I'll give you 2,000,000 galleons. Think it over. I've put the money aside. Mother, Draco said into the silence, but Narcissa shook her head, a frown clearly visible on her face. And now for the main event, the goblin said, continuing his reading. Bellatrix gets nothing, of course, and I've already arranged for her vault to be seized as a violation of the marriage contract. But the next Black Lord will have to sign off on that. Believe it or not, the clause she violated was about producing heirs within a certain time span. The typical sections about criminal behavior had been taken out, oddly enough. My murky legal status makes the vault seizure complicated. But the papers are all drawn up. All that's left to do is for my legal heir and the next head of the family is say the word. And that heir obviously is Harry James Potter, heir of noble and ancient House Potter and now heir of the noble and most ancient House of Black.
No.
Draco shouted, getting back on his feet. It was supposed to be me. Father promised. The filthy half-breed doesn't even have black blood in him. How could that mangy mongrel do this? He was a convicted felon. For the first time, the goblin reading the will looked up, looking distinctly unimpressed. Lord Malfoy has certainly claimed authority over the Black family in recent years, but despite his and your claims, the true lord of the family remained Sirius Black, by dint of the fact that he was the oldest surviving male in the family and never formally banished from the family, despite the fact that he was never sworn in to that position by the Wizengamot. He was therefore free to choose between the next closest blood relatives who met the criteria. Mr. Potter does in fact have black blood from his grandmother, Doria Potter née Black, who was the previous Lord Arcturus Black's sister. Finally, Sirius Black was never convicted of a crime, merely arrested and thrown into Azkaban until his escape a little over 2 years ago. Excuse me? Amelia said, speaking up for the first time. Sirius never received a trial. How did I not know about this? A lord of the Wizengamot and he never received a trial? Even the dark faction will demand answers. Heads will roll for this, she hissed. I didn't know about that either, Bones Moody said, scowling angrily. Who cares about that? Malfoy cried, spinning to face the room. He's dead and he deserved it. He's stolen my inheritance besides. Harry surged to his feet, full of rage. But where before the soul shard in his head had been removed, he might have tackled or cursed Malfoy. This time, he was able to merely use his words. Well, that, and Susan's hand around his dominant wrist, keeping him in place and unable to draw his wand. Deserved it? Harry demanded. In what world did an innocent man deserve death? And the worst of it was that it was his own cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, who had the biggest hand in his death. I'll absolutely be signing off on the proposal to seize her vault, and I've got some ideas on what I can do with the rest of the money as well. Somewhat surprisingly, it was not Draco Malfoy who responded to Harry's demands, but the other Malfoy in the room. It was Bella who killed Cousin Sirius? Narcissa asked, sounding pained. Yes, Harry said, the emotion in her voice enough to defuse a lot of his own anger. Or well, close enough. She hit him with a spell, and he fell backward into the veil of death. It would be something dramatic like that, Narcissa said absently, her mind clearly still fixated on her family. Harry was also still processing Bellatrix Lestrange, one of the most terrifying witches in history, being called Bella. Come, Draco, Narcissa finally said, a mask of sorts falling over her face. The will reading is over, or at least our part in it is, and I will not have you further antagonize the current Lord Black or the previous one. You have black blood yourself, and getting thrown out of the family you've dreamed of inheriting your entire childhood would be a poor ending to those ambitions. That managed to shut up the teenager long enough for them to leave, although Draco did give Harry a truly impressive sneer on the way out. The room was silent for a moment in the wake of the Malfoys' departure. I've not seen that side of Sissy in a while, Andy eventually said, sighing. I've also not been around her for a long time, but that might have been a plea to the new head of the family to help her out. I've no doubt she loves her son, but I don't think Lucius has been what she wanted when she married him. And I imagine that the return of the Dark Lord has made her position even more tenuous. I don't know what to do about that, Harry said, staring at the older woman. I don't know what to do about any of the black stuff, other than disowning Bellatrix and taking all her stuff like Sirius recommended. But it sounds like being Lord Black is a really big deal beyond the obvious. Andy snorted. It has a few facets to it, yes. But don't worry. I grew up in it, and for all that I was eventually forced to escape, I had the traditions beaten and cursed into me. If you'd let me, I would happily help you keep the parts that are necessary and worth remembering. It's the least I could do for my family. Oh, I'll do more than let you, Harry said, an idea already brewing behind his green eyes as he considered what limited knowledge he had already picked up about wizarding noble houses. I insist, actually. You can be the regent of House Black until I'm 21. I'm still getting my head around the Potter family stuff, and that's way less complicated sounding. So, yeah, I'm kicking Bellatrix out and taking you and your family back in. If you know of any other Blacks who should be invited back into the family too, just let me know. Andy bit back a sob. Ted hugged her, and Tonks jumped up to grab Harry in a bear hug. If you weren't already dating Mini-Boss, I would be snogging you for what you just did for Mum, the pink-haired metamorphmagus said, clearly fighting back tears herself. Thank you for showing restraint, Tonks, Susan said, grinning. Or is that Black now? Tonks gasped. Oh, this is perfect. If I'm changing my last name to Black, I can take advantage of the situation and finally change my first name for good. Under no such circumstances, Nymphadora, Andy said, sniffling. You have a beautiful name, and it will be even more traditional once you are officially a Black. It was worth a try, Tonks lamented. What about Dad? I'll be keeping my name, but I'll gladly accept the protection and influence of the Blacks. My law firm will certainly appreciate the reputational boost. And Harry, if you're looking for help with the management of the Black estate, or any other legal problems, don't hesitate to go to Ted's firm, Andy added. They're a full-service firm, and very well-rounded. You might even get a family discount, although with the money you now have access to between the Potter and Black accounts, that shouldn't be a consideration in the slightest. I doubt you'll even miss much of what Sirius just gave away. As it so happens, Amelia said consideringly. Harry might just need a lawyer or two in the coming days. There are a number of items that need to be taken care of on the Potter side alone, and after my meeting with Gringotts immediately following this, I'm sure I'll have even more. I don't know what, if anything, Sirius did with the Black accounts before his death, but that will be another job entirely. But I'm quite happy to follow our new Lord Black's lead and let his regent handle that. Andy gave a laugh that managed to be both pained and happy. I have no idea what Sirius did to the accounts, and I shudder to think how much might currently be invested in fire whiskey, motorcycles, zonkos, and the like. But that's a job I will gladly take on for my house. I'll make sure we have the papers drawn up and filed before we leave this room. Amelia promised. Good, Andy said. Something tells me I'll need to sit in on this meeting with Gringotts as well. That would need to be an expedited process, but it could be arranged for a fee, the old goblin at the front of the room said. Gringotts would, of course, greatly appreciate the opportunity to actively work with one of our oldest and largest accounts again. Then draw it up and we'll sign it, Amelia directed, and the goblin rang a bell, summoning a younger goblin, who hurried in with a stack of papers and envelopes before beginning to usher out the other people in the room, who left after congratulating Harry. Harry was quickly directed to sign a number of papers, each of which he did his best to look over with Amelia, Andy, and Ted's help. These acknowledge your receipt of your inheritance, these Bellatrix is casting out, those are for the regency appointment, and this one is a cut-rate provisional retainer for my firm, Ted explained, adding the last one to the pile himself with a wink. Did you really have that with you the whole time, Dad? Tonks asked, sighing. Came in handy, didn't it? He asked, and Harry could only smile. Well, whatever, Tonks said dismissively before turning to face Harry and Susan. What do you say the three of us go out and see what mischief we can get into in Diagon Alley while I'm still clocked out of work? Harry and Susan smiled. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. So, how much of my life and autonomy did I just sign away to your mum? Harry asked Tonks as they walked out of the marble edifice that fronted the Goblin Bank, hand in hand with Susan, the bubbly, pink-haired witch looked at him and smirked. Oh, you have no idea what you've just done. She teased him. Mum may not buy into any of that pure-blood hogswash, rather quite the opposite, seeing as she married my muggle-born dad, but she otherwise is a rather firm traditionalist. Not in a classist, elitist way, but she follows the old ways of magical culture, and I have no doubt that she'll teach a fair bit of it to you. The Blacks always led that cross-section in the Wisengamot, and you'd be surprised by who all is in it. Dumbledore isn't much of a fan of it all, especially since you know who did his best to steal a lot of his supporters from that group, but there's quite a few witches and wizards who keep the old holidays and perform the rituals. I've not heard anything about any of that, Harry said cautiously. I was more thinking about how excited she would be to be a Black and all the good she would do with the Regency. Tonks snorted. Oh, that's definitely also the case. She'll be buzzing around for at least a week on this high. Invited back into the family, and as regent for 5 years? And an invitation to bring back all the lost little lambs like herself? You'll find yourself in charge of a clan over there soon enough. But yes, the Black family has always been tied deep into the rituals and practices of the old ways. Some say it's part of why we've always been so gifted and powerful. Others say it's why we're famous for going insane. Hermione is pretty sure the insanity is due to the inbreeding, Harry offered. Oh, that's definitely a part of it, Tonks said cheerfully. It's unfortunately common in pureblood circles, especially the dark faction who refuses to sully themselves with lesser bloodlines. How much of these old ways do you know? Harry asked the Orr. A decent amount, Tonks replied, shrugging. I've done all the major rituals with Mum and Dad since I was little and had enough magic to take part. They're nice, peaceful. The Bones family usually observes the main ones, Susan said to Harry's surprise. But like Tonks said, Dumbledore isn't a big fan of the rituals, so they aren't discussed much at Hogwarts. But we can show you them if you'd like. There's nothing wrong with them, and there has been some speculation that deliberate ties to magic created over generations are what gave rise to the family magics and specialties that seem to embed themselves in our blood. Now that, I'm sure Hermione would love to dig into, Harry muttered to himself. Yes, I would like to learn a bit more about that, but maybe I'll let Andy tell me more about it when she thinks it's important. I've got enough learning to do otherwise. Fair enough, Tonks said, shrugging. I'm sure you'll need to eventually be able to lead the rituals for the Blacks and any allies in attendance. But that's years off. For now, we should focus on something far more important and immediate. Knickknacks. Before Harry could protest, he was dragged into magical curio shop after magical curio shop by the 2 witches he was with. Despite knowing that he apparently had the money to buy whatever he wanted now, Harry was content to watch and laugh as Susan and Tonks picked up various trinkets to see what they would do. It was one such artifact, a miniature wind chime that when touched played, and swayed in an invisible breeze that covered up the sound of glass breaking for a few moments. But then Tonks' head shot up. Fire! She shouted, and Harry and Susan whipped their wands out as they dashed for the exit along with a few other panicked shoppers. Almost before they even exited the store, they saw jets of light bursting this way, and that as robed and masked figures stalked down the alley, lighting stores on fire and sending curses indiscriminately into the crowd. Harry's training and ingrained memories immediately kicked in, as did his saving people instincts, and he began firing off the stasis spell at a run, knowing better than to stay in place against multiple opponents. Where are the Orrs? He hissed furiously back at Tonks and Susan, not seeing any of the red-robed figures in the crush of people. Probably overwhelmed or regrouping. Tonks called back, her own wand whipping this way and that as she sent stunners and bone breakers at Death Eaters with wild abandon. Susan kept up a steady stream of spells as they moved as well, and eventually their effectiveness got them noticed. It's Potter. One masked figure roared, and immediately a dozen Death Eaters converged on their position with blasting and cutting spells. Cover me, Harry demanded, throwing up a quick stone wall from the cobble beneath their feet. Tonks and Susan did so, sending out a few blasting spells of their own at the feet of their opponents to create a rough smokescreen and distraction. That allowed Harry to dig deeper into his reserves as he had been practicing with Katie, and even though he didn't have the scepter with him to use some of the larger spells a bigger focus allowed, his wand was enough for what he had in mind. One thing he had learned from his ancestor was how much the process of modifying spells for use as a war mage worked. Taking a base spell, he could overpower it like most wizards could, but then with his reserves and intent, he could begin to overemphasize elements of the spell entirely. Such as, for example, turning a single beam spell into a fan shape. Harry's Stupefy burst from the tip of his wand like a wave, catching about half of the unprepared Death Eaters and knocking them out. The rest either managed to shield or dodge, cursing as they did so. Susan and Tonks were able to capitalize on the space provided and send shield breakers and other spells into the holes that had opened up in the loose formation the Death Eaters had approached in. Harry pushed through the burn of expending so much magic at once, recognizing that he had more to give, more magic in his core to unearth. With enough time and meditation before a fight, he could sink into his magic, preparing it and tapping into it. But for now, the price he paid for forcing up the magic was discomfort, and he was happy to do so. With the Death Eaters scrambling back, Harry switched over to bone breakers and bludgeoning spells, pouring power into them to break through the basic shields the Death Eaters were using. Between him and the two witches accompanying him, they were able to down 4 more of the masked terrorists before the dark mark burst into the sky and the remaining Death Eaters operated away. Several of the downed ones vanished as well, which made Harry suspect that they had been using timed portkeys. "Help me get these downed ones bound," Tonks ordered, taking command of the situation as the chaos began to slow in the background. Fires were being put out, and Aurors and medical witches and wizards were starting to cover the street as they began to document and clean up the aftermath of the attacks. Harry and Susan followed their companions' instructions, and in short order, they had 7 of the 12 who had attacked them bound and stunned, as well as 3 Death Eaters who had been hit by Harry's stasis spell. Moving those 3 had been slightly awkward even with a levitation spell, but it was worth it, as Tonks had pointed out that 2 of them had portkeys that hadn't activated, suggesting that they might be more than simple thugs given a license to riot. After that, Harry sent Amelia his Patronus, the ethereal prongs bearing a message that they were safe and had taken multiple prisoners. Amelia's silver wolf bounded back not even a full minute later, demanding to know where they were. After telling the head of the Diamali which stores they were in front of, Amelia, Andy, and Dumbledore himself all operate in front of them, wands out as they scanned the street for any further signs of danger. "All clear, ma'am," Tonks reported. "I haven't had a chance to get a report on casualties or damages, but the violence has stopped. We were about to take multiple prisoners, and these 2 weren't able to activate their portkeys due to the stasis spell Potter hit them with." "Oh, that's an interesting spell," Dumbledore mused, his eyes sharp and crackling with power as he examined the golden glow freezing the figures in place. "You'll have to give me the incantation and counterspell later, Harry. First, though, I suppose we should do something about that unsightly mark above us." With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore sent his own Patronus, a silver phoenix, tearing heavenward, where it collided with the sickly green skull and snake floating in midair. Both vanished in a flash of light. "Good," Dumbledore said in satisfaction. "Now, let me see if I can remove those masks without upsetting the suspension these 2 miscreants are under. It would be a shame to lose them before they are uncovered. Wouldn't you think?" "I'd be very grateful if you could manage it," Amelia said, and then stepped forward into the rest of the alley, barking orders as she took charge of the situation. "What do you need me to do, ma'am?" Tonks asked, shadowing her boss as they hurried toward the mass of red and brown robes. "Stay with Potter," Amelia tossed over her shoulder. "I doubt Dumbledore would let him out of his sight or something happened to him, but we'll need his statement as well as your own, and I'd feel better with a pair of students supervised after this attack, seeing as they don't have much other family." "Can do," Tonks said, and turned back to Harry and Susan. "You're not getting rid of me that easily, brats." Harry was forced to hide a snicker as Andy immediately began examining her daughter for injuries, but then that attention was turned on to him. "You've expended a lot of magic very quickly," Andy said reproachfully. "Your coils are running hot, even if your reserves seem fine." "Was it that rather ancient stasis spell that did it?" Dumbledore asked curiously. No," Harry admitted. "It's only about 3 times as costly as a stunner," Amelia said when she was testing it. "The big expenditure of magic was from the modified stunner I cast in a wave pattern." "It was pretty impressive," Tonks admitted, still keeping her head on a swivel as she took in the devastation around them. "He hit all 12 of them at once, and only a few managed to shield. I didn't know you could do that with spells. In all honesty, you're probably looking at one of perhaps 2 or 3 in all of Wizarding Britain who can," Dumbledore said, looking thoughtful. There was a reason that most war mages were rarely faced on the field of open battle, and their very presence could force retreats. "I take it you didn't have time to immerse yourself in your magic, Harry?" "That's true, sir," Harry said, sighing. "I'm a little surprised you know all of this, though. I had reason to crack open my old books on war mages when I heard who your teacher was," Dumbledore said, shrugging slightly. "Not to mention I have rather famously faced one before." "Grindelwald," Andy muttered, her mouth twisted into a grimace. "Well, I would appreciate it if you shared with me the incantation for the stasis spell, Harry, as well as the counter, so that I have a better idea of what to do when I remove these masks," Dumbledore said, ignoring Andy's comment. "Of course," Harry said, and gave them to the headmaster. "Ah, Dumbledore said, a smile lighting up his face. How ingenious. In some ways, we have far surpassed our magical ancestors, and in other ways, we are still scrambling behind them, chasing their wake. This is more of a sidestep, to be fair, but still, the obscurity is a delightful bonus to keeping your average witch or wizard from being able to undo this. And now I should just be able to. The ancient wizard's voice trailed off as he moved his wand in light, looping circles punctuated by a few jabs and flicks. Then, with a popping noise, the masks detached themselves from the faces they were on and clattered onto the ground. Well, I can't say I'm surprised, but I will admit to my disappointment to see 2 more of my old students among Tom's numbers, Dumbledore said sadly, but Tonks was less reserved in her surprise. I can't believe we've nailed an Avery and a Rosier, she burst, and both from the main families. It's a sad thing to witness, but I do hope they are able to see the error of their ways and put this behind them, Dumbledore sighed. Harry and Susan exchanged glances at that sentiment. Will the charges be able to stick? Susan asked, perhaps more practically. They should, seeing as they've been caught red-handed, Tonks said grimly. But this wouldn't be the first time that family money and influence either got them out of their charges or on a much reduced sentence. With this being the first attack since you-know-who's return, I can't imagine they get off lightly, especially with Scrimgeour being confirmed as the next minister, but keep an eye on it. Harry nodded, looking at the damage done to both the people and places of Diagon Alley. If this wasn't enough to get these 2 Death Eaters into Azkaban, perhaps he needed to start thinking of doing more overt harm to the followers of the Dark Lord. Well, I see Amelia is returning to us, Dumbledore said cheerfully, clearly oblivious to the darker turn Harry's thoughts had taken. If she sends you home, I'll start helping with the cleanup efforts here. I much prefer building and creating to battling. Sure enough, Amelia quickly had a pair of Aurors Broth to process the newly unmasked Avery and Rosier, and both Aurors had a look of glee on their faces as they portkeyed away their new prisoners. Then, after taking Harry, Tonks, and Susan's statements, they were sent back to the ossuary courtesy of Tonks, who sidelong operat them both, one after another. I have got to learn how to do that, Harry muttered, once he regained his balance from the uncomfortable form of transportation. Even if it makes me want to hurl. Don't worry, Harry, Tonks reassured him. It feels much better doing it yourself, and you'll get used to it pretty quickly as you become more familiar with the process and your magic. You'll get the chance to learn it this year, close to Yule, I think. Would it at all be possible to learn it any earlier? Harry asked hopefully. I think it would be pretty important for me to know, considering. Tonks snorted a laugh. You've got some nerve, asking an Auror to break the law for you, even if you are my head of house, she teased, and Harry immediately blushed. But you do have a good point, and considering it's only a small fine for the offense, I think I can get away with a lesson while we wait for Madam Bones. If you can get it down, I'm sure we can sweet-talk her into giving you an exemption, and maybe even a provisional license. Could I be included in that? Susan asked hopefully. I'm sure I'm a high-profile target myself. As Harry's, the boy who lives, girlfriend. Okay, that was weak, and you know it, Tonks laughed. But whatever. Bones will be mad at me, but I think she'll let it slide. All right. The teacher at Hogwarts has a little speech he gives, something about the 3DS. Determination, destination, and one other one or something like that. A much more helpful method, in my humble opinion, is to picture your magic fully immersing your body. Then picture the place you want to end up and then make it so. Forcefully imagine your body appearing there. Go on. Give it a go. The rest of the afternoon was spent in various stages of frustration, as Harry and Susan did their best to master the art of teleportation. After several abortive attempts, 3 occasions of leaving minor body parts behind, and one rather embarrassing episode of a pair of pants being abandoned during a trip through space, Harry and Susan were both able to proudly tell Amelia that they had mastered the discipline. After a deep, long-suffering sigh about junior Aurors, respect for the law and paperwork, Amelia promised to get their licenses to them by the end of the week after dismissing her subordinate. Now, she said, we need to talk about what happened in Gringotts before the attack on Diagon Alley. There's a lot that needs to happen in short order to press the advantage we've suddenly been given. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. First of all, the meeting between the new Regent Black, myself, and Gringotts went smoothly, Amelia said. They've started the process of getting both accounts up and investing actively again, instead of just holding where they were. I'll need to sit down with you to go over the land holdings the Potter family owns, Harry, seeing as your father poured much of his wealth into several wizarding areas like Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley during the Blood War to try and keep the economy from going under. As a result, you now are the landlord for about a third of the combined areas and own a good amount of stock in a few wizarding companies. The money that presumably your mother invested in the Muggle economy is actually doing fairly well, seeing as it remains under the management of a squib-run investment bank, but we can go over all that later. The important thing is that shortly after we sat down, we received a visit from the ministry about a vault you just claimed and a house you now own, Harry. The unspeakables found more of the Horcruxes? Harry asked in astonishment. They believe so, Amelia said. They're fairly confident about the one in a townhouse in Grimmauld, although they believe it is under a Fidelius charm and numerous other enchantments besides, and will require your help to enter it and ascertain the artifact. As for the bank, they're merely hoping that the censor was able to pinpoint their best guess as to which vault the Horcrux is in, but considering Bellatrix's fanaticism, they feel like they have a decent chance of finding their soul container in her vault. So long as that's all they take, I'll be fine with that, Harry decided. I know a lot of the things in both Grimmauld Place and the Lestrange Vault are probably dark, but I'd prefer to go through it myself and see if any of it is worth keeping. And, at least with the stuff that belongs to the Blacks, their family heirlooms. I get it, Amelia said, sighing. Merlin knows the Bones family has had some questionable relics over the years. But we can set up those visits soon, preferably in the next 2 days if we can. I'll see if I can't get some of my more trusted Aurors on this, and likely Auror Tonks as well, seeing as she has black blood and is now officially a member of the family again. The wards will be more forgiving of her than anyone the unspeakables try to send through, should things get messy. And with the reputation some of the crazier Blacks have, that's not unlikely, Susan muttered. That's fair, Harry said, shrugging. Sirius hated most of them before he died. Well, his parents' generation was pretty bad, with 1 or 2 exceptions like Alfred, Amelia said. But the one above them was fiercely traditionalist and purist, but not supporters of Riddle. Arcturus was one of fiercest and canniest wizards Britain has seen in the last 200 years, and fought alongside Charles Potter against Grindelwald before his younger sister Doria married Charles. Of course, his cousin Cassiopeia fought for Grindelwald, but she was still terrifyingly competent and chose a Dark Lord to follow who at least had an ideological platform that had a basis in reality. Not a good one, she elaborated at Harry and Susan's wide-eyed looks. But there's a reason Grindelwald drew followers from all over the globe and plunged the better part of 2 continents into war, and it wasn't because he was stupid. Even at his height, Riddle never really got past our shores, even if he did bring in some foreign criminals to do his dirty work. Got it, Harry said, swallowing. Even the crazy Blacks were forces of nature. You should see if there's a portrait of Arcturus somewhere, Amelia encouraged Harry. Even if you don't agree with everything he says and have Andy Tonks to rely on, he'd still be a fascinating person for you to talk to as you prepare for your role as Lord Black. I will, Harry promised, thinking the matter over. Do you think any portraits of my grandparents on the Potter side survived? Or even of my parents? Amelia grimaced. I don't know. There's a decent chance Doria and Charles had portraits made. They didn't die until they were quite old, and Charles was a firm believer in planning ahead. He would be the type who would have had his portrait in Potter Manor and also his Gringotts vault. Potter Manor didn't really survive the Blood War, and I don't know what, if anything, was salvaged from it. But your parents? They died young enough that I doubt they have any portraits made. I'm afraid. We can definitely look, though. When we go to Gringotts next, I'll search the Potter vaults. And maybe I'll be able to rebuild Potter Manor. I should have enough money, from what bank statements I've seen, Harry said, scoffing. Especially with the Black Fortune added in, although I would still keep those accounts separate, Amelia warned. You'll need to split those titles up. The Wisengamot won't let more than one generation hold 2 titles at once. They don't like it when one person becomes their own voting bloc. Alliances are one thing, but having too many titles invested in one person encourages assassination. So, plan on having multiple children or at the very least blood adoptions. Harry nodded, this sounding familiar with what he had been reading on the duties and responsibilities of wizarding houses. He had wanted a large family either way, so this wasn't a great burden on him, even if blood adoption was something he wanted to look into more, just to see what that was all about. Did you discuss anything with the headmaster, Auntie? Susan asked. I know you both wanted to speak with each other. Amelia sighed. Unfortunately, we only had time to briefly discuss a few things before the attack started, so we'll need to sit down again sometime later, which I think is going to be very difficult now, she said. Wait, there were other attacks as well? Harry asked, concerned. It's the only reason that the attack on Diagon Alley lasted as long as it did, Amelia said grimly. Albus helped deal with one, and I went to another. The trouble now is going to be figuring out where to store these prisoners. After the Azkaban breakout, people don't think the Death Eaters will stay put? Harry asked, seeing the problem. Yes, Amelia admitted. The politics of it all are getting very tricky too. For all that Azkaban is a horror that is routinely condemned by many of our allies, it's been very secure prior to the past few years. We've never needed or used another long-term facility, and building one secretly would be very difficult, considering the number of sympathizers or spies in the ministry. Sending our prisoners abroad would be an admission of weakness, and doesn't solve the issue of Riddle being powerful enough to break through most protections that can be erected. The Dom is trying to see if they can do something about this, but nobody wants another Rookwood. Already some crazy member of the Wizengamot is calling for all marked Death Eaters to be executed as soon as they are found wearing a mask to sidestep the whole issue, and the idea is starting to gain some traction. Scrimgeour is pushing for less restraints on Aurors using deadly force when responding to Death Eater attacks almost as a compromised position, but that's a slippery slope, and may only encourage cornered Death Eaters to fight back harder. That's not good, Harry said slowly, going over the issue in his head. It's a civil war, Amelia said tiredly. And one side is run by a madman who barely has enough of his soul in one piece to animate the body that has been created for it. All in the shadow of the previous blood war that decimated a society already recovering from Grindelwald's wars. However this ends, the rebuilding process will not be quick or easy, if it happens at all. Well, Harry said, firming up his convictions, that's all the more reason for me to try and end this quickly. Maybe tonight I can ask Katie if he has any ideas for storing prisoners. Amelia gave Harry a smile. That's the spirit of optimism we need. Any help would be much appreciated. Is there any word from the ICW, Auntie? Susan asked, still chewing on the problem herself. If we're running low on wands, recruiting more is a must, and they seem like the obvious source. Amelia snorted. That's Scrimgeour's problem now. We've had some positive talks, but as always, the question is what we're willing to give up to make this worth their time and magic. Officially, Riddle is a domestic issue, even if he has been recruiting more heavily abroad in recent days. The fact that blood purity is a bigger deal in Britain than most other countries doesn't help us, and in some ways, Riddle is viewed as the natural consequence of our misguided belief, according to the ambassador from Magical Persia. I bet that went over as well a bag of dragon dung on the ICW floor, Susan muttered, and Harry did his best to stifle a snort, even if he agreed a little with the sentiment. Magical Persia has their own, fairly legitimate, issues with Magical Britain, Amelia said, waving a hand. This didn't help, but they're not entirely wrong either. No, I think the bigger issues will be the corruption and Azkaban, or maybe just the use of the Dementors. Scrimgeour would love to get rid of the worst of the corruption, even if he would prefer to be seen as doing it himself instead of relying on the ICW to handle his problems, but I think he wants to use the Dementors as a deterrent and punishment until the end of this civil war, and the ICW wants them gone yesterday. That's all very complicated, Harry said, rubbing his head. I'm very glad that I'm not having to deal with it right now. You're still in school for 2 more years, Harry, you'll learn, Amelia encouraged. And I'm positive that Andy and even the portraits of your families will be working with you to get some of the basics of politics into your head. For now, just keep in mind how important compromise is. You'll get very little done at all without it, but you can't compromise on everything, or else you'll get nothing done that you want. Building a consensus, developing relationships with other members of the Wizengamot, learning how our laws are made and passed, all of these are important component parts to having a successful tenure as a lord or lady, Amelia added for Susan of the Wizengamot. I have every faith that you'll get there, but it won't be done in a day, and you'll make plenty of mistakes along the way. Just keep learning and stick to your principles. I'm starting to think that I'm going to be learning forever, Harry muttered to himself, and Amelia laughed. Now you're starting to figure out some deep truths of the world, she cackled. In my opinion, the only people who think they've got it all figured out are the ones setting themselves up for a nasty surprise. Constant vigilance, Susan shouted enthusiastically, and Harry and Amelia both flinched at the volume and in surprise. Yes, Amelia admitted, a wry tilt to her lips. Now is there anything else you two want to discuss before we retire for dinner? I've got some paperwork that needs to be seen to in the aftermath of all of this. And both Andy and I have a stack for Harry to start thumbing his way through to keep up to date on his estates. I have a list of 5 names of women that I would consider acceptable for you to date, Susan offered firmly, digging around in her pockets for a moment before thrusting a thin roll of parchment at her auntie, who blinked at her. I don't think this is the best time for that, Amelia eventually said, shaking herself slightly. After dinner it is, Susan said, withdrawing the parchment, and Amelia snorted before vanishing deeper into the ossuary, leaving behind 2 large folios with the Black and Potter crests on them respectively. You know, Harry said thoughtfully, I don't know if she's just trying to avoid giving you a straight answer or not, but I'm starting to think that she's being evasive on purpose. First off, terrible pun, Susan said, snickering as Harry made a face as he realized what he had said. Second, I'm starting to be confused by all of her reactions myself. Is she actually interested in women? Does she not want to offend me by adding what would potentially be another parental figure in my life? Is she worried that I wouldn't approve of her choice? Has she been having a relationship under my nose all these years and I just haven't figured it out yet? Or does she genuinely not have time for or want a romantic connection? Does she have any adult friends in her life who might be willing to answer questions from a junior investigator? Harry asked with a smirk. Connie might know, but she wouldn't break Auntie's confidence, Susan mused. Mad-Eye and her are trapped in a cold war with blackmail material, so he wouldn't be a good source either. Tonks wouldn't likely know. Kingsley is too loyal for a non-Hufflepuff even if he did know something, the blasted Ravenclaw. How well do you know Madame Longbottom?
Navillas Gran.
Harry asked in surprise. I've met her a few times, and I suppose that we're friendly enough. I doubt I could just ask her something like this, though. Yeah, she's much too proper to be answering our questions, Susan agreed. But I know that she and Auntie often sit together at the Wisengamot meetings when Auntie isn't there in her capacity as head of the DMLE. Maybe we can ask Neville. Have him frame it as an attempt to get to know his mate's new potential family better or something like that. Harry grinned. How Slytherin, he teased. I like it. Hey now, Susan scowled. One of us speaks to snakes. I don't think there's any comparison. I'm just being tenacious like any good badger. Harry said, not letting his girlfriend entirely off the hook. I don't know. I think that you embody all the traits of the 4 houses, like any true student of Hogwarts. All of us do, really. I think you could have done well in the snake pit. You take that back. Susan scowled, smacking Harry's arm. You would have ruled over them all. Harry yelped, dancing back. With fear and fair hand, of course. Oh, and I suppose you would have done it with guile and cunning? Susan said, raising an eyebrow as her hand crept towards her wand. Well, the hat did almost put me there, Harry admitted. I think I might have managed it okay eventually, once I beat the stuffing out of Malfoy a few times. Susan snorted at that. Okay, now I know you're joking. Maybe not about the sorting bit. I've seen you scheme enough to know better to doubt that. But you've never expressed a desire for trouncing the blonde-headed Ponce. How he ended up where he did is beyond me. He is rather textbook Gryffindor when you think about it, Harry agreed. Always shooting his mouth off and charging ahead whenever he sees me. It's the unresolved sexual tension, Susan said wisely. And then it was her turn to run out of the room giggling and shrieking as Harry shot stinging hexes at her. You take that back, he demanded, giving chase with an expression of horror etched on his face. Never, Susan shot back, taking cover behind a doorway to return fire as she laughed herself silly. Our relationship will never progress if you aren't honest about what you really want. Harry growled and vowed to make his girlfriend pay for this grievous insult. Chapter 16. By the time that Amelia got them seated for dinner, Harry had green and blonde streaks in his hair, and Susan's was pink and standing on end. Amelia had merely sighed, and after several failed finites, left them as they were. After dinner, the trio once again spent the evening in the family living room, with Amelia powering through paperwork from the attacks while Harry and Susan played several traditional wizarding card games that Harry hadn't been exposed to yet. By the time Harry went to bed, his cheeks hurt from smiling so much at the scowls on Susan's face. Apparently, he was the magical equivalent of an idiot savant at Wizarding Sabrak, and Susan refused to play any other gambling games with him until they had more players. When Harry woke up in Katie's domain, he noticed that the Egyptian was looking oddly pensive. "Is everything okay, Katie?" Harry asked. "It will be," came the laconic reply. "I have merely started to see the first effects of the merge. It is good. It is as I intended several thousand years ago. It is the end I determined to be best for me. My true and final rest." Right, Harry said, unsure of how to really respond to all of that, especially after his much emotionally lighter evening with Susan. "Well, what do you have for me to learn tonight?" "A lesson on how to better fight your enemies," Katie said. "Now that you have fought in an actual engagement against your foes, what are your thoughts?" It was loud and chaotic. Harry began, thinking over the attack on Diagon Alley. Sudden, too. I wasn't prepared, and I strained my coils with forcing too much magic through them because I wasn't fully immersed when I started trying to go for bigger casts and spell modifications. I wasn't in any real danger in hindsight, but these Death Eaters weren't their best and brightest. "All good observations," Katie said. "Would you do anything different?" "I could try to constantly have some level of magical immersion when in areas that might be a place where I could get attacked, but that could cause other problems and be tiring besides," Harry mused. "I can try to target my foes better and faster. Getting a better sense of what was happening more quickly would have been helpful at the start, when I was just running and throwing spells at anyone in a mask." Katie snorted. "True. Some observations of my own. You stuck to the bare bones of your magical arsenal. You were outnumbered, and while the modified stunning spell was useful, it was shielded by those with a modicum of skill. You are a gifted student of transfiguration, and could have easily created hounds or the like to harass your foes, solving the numbers issue without losing as much momentum. You struck only at your enemies, and didn't turn the battlefield against them beyond creating a wall. Creating cover was a good move, but you should have made it into a decoy, letting your opponents focus on the wrong target while you kept in motion." Harry winced, but Katie waved a hand. "You are learning, and thankfully more advanced tactics were not called for in your first battle. You adapted well enough to a fight where there were many civilians present mixed in with your foes. But this is where you have a chance to rise above the average brawler with a wand. Shooting jets of light at one another is one way to fight, yes, but it is far from the only one. Which is why you mentioned transfiguration and battlefield. Transformation," Harry said, sighing. "Would conjuration also fall into that same category?" "It would, and you are starting to get the right idea," Katie said. "It is far easier to pick off your enemies when they are dealing with a magically resistant crystalline rhinoceros that is rampaging through their ranks, for example. But you can become more subtle, more insidious still. What do you know of illusions and the mind magics?" Harry blew out a breath. "I know very little about illusions," he admitted. "Funnily enough, before I knew about magic, that was something that was mentioned a lot, illusions and trickery, but I've not heard much about it at Hogwarts. As for mind magics beyond occlumency and legilimency, I know the memory charm, but only the theory. The Ministry tightly controls that spell." "With good reason," Katie said. "Playing with memories is a dangerous game, even for the experienced. Unless, of course, you don't intend on your target surviving, or at least not whole. Broad-scale memory charm attacks are excellent for debilitating your foes if you can catch them unawares, and not nearly as easy to reverse as stunning them. Your allies and friends may have issues with your use of it, but in a war, sometimes you must use what you have available to you. Another option is to combine the memory attack with a surface legilimency probe, making your opponents see the faces of their friends on their enemies, and so forth." Harry nodded in understanding, although the thought of using memory charms and legilimency like that made him feel uncomfortable. It felt too close to what Lockhart had tried to do, and seemed to be too close to a slippery and dangerous level of magic, even if he understood Katie's point about using all the available tools in a fight and the value of twisting someone's perception. But illusion magic is something that if done right, with enough subtlety, can dominate a battlefield entirely with your foes never becoming aware of it, Katie continued. It relies less on overcoming your opponent's defenses to be successful, but instead on tricking them. It requires a high level of attention to detail and a good sense of timing to be effective, but it can cause a glorious amount of chaos when done correctly. That sounds more like something I would be interested in, Harry admitted, but I'm not sure how good I would be at it. I don't know if I have the kind of technical skill that it sounds like illusion magic requires. Maybe not, Katie said, shrugging. In my experience, two kinds of casters have success with illusions: perfectionists with obsessive attention to detail and instinctive magicians. You may qualify for the second category. You may not be able to work with illusions to the extent that your foes cannot distinguish one color from another, but you almost certainly can make small changes here and there, like faces or figures hiding in the shadows, or even barriers to fool the unwary. We will practice this. And the better portion of the night was spent on introducing Harry to the craft of illusion magic, after a brief primer on how to use memory charms and legilimency in combat. Harry quickly found that while he had some small talent in the art, it wasn't something that came to him as quickly or as cleanly as transfiguration or his curses. Still, in time, he would be able to do a few interesting and disruptive things with illusions, and he could see the value in it. The inner marauder in Harry knew that honing this branch of magic could lead to some lethal pranks and surprises, and he vowed to try and make good use of it as much as he could while awake to increase his comfort level with it. It was exactly the sort of magic that would take anyone who knew him off guard, and in a fight for his life, that was the sort of move he wanted to make. The next morning, Harry picked up his scepter after breakfast and his nutrient potion, wanting to get more practice with it as well. In between bouts of Moody doing accuracy training and what he called awareness training, but what Harry was convinced was an excuse to curse anyone in his general vicinity, Harry worked on his illusions. He counted it as a personal victory when Moody jumped to the side and sent off a blasting hex at a shadowy figure he had caused to appear by the door, even though Harry had explained what he was doing to the retired Auror. That's exactly the kind of distraction that will serve you well in the field, lad, Moody told him, his wand still drawn. An unexpected person here, a trio of allies who can't actually aid them there, a false building that you know you can shoot spells through but your enemies don't, anything to give you the leg up. It seems like you have some ability here. Hone it. The rest of the morning was spent doing similar actions, but this time, with the benefit of the scepter and being more deeply immersed in his magic before the casting exercises, Harry finished with magical reserves to spare. Susan, on the other hand, was once again panting and barely able to power a simple Lumos. That's so unfair, Susan gasped, drenched in sweat besides. Yeah, you broke a sweat, but you could keep going. And you have so much more magic, even though you were using more the entire time. Sorry, Harry apologized, wiping his forehead clean as he pulled his glasses out of the way. I have some very lucky genetics working for me. The good news, Susan, is that you can still grow your magical core considerably, Amelia said, already seated at the kitchen table with a stack of documents. While there are some limits to what you can do based on what you are born with, constantly working with your magic and emptying your reserves daily will build your reserves up like any other muscle. But yes, Harry was born with several powerful bloodlines, and then had an infusion of fresh blood from his mother to help with the worst of the inbreeding from the black side of things. Of course, he does also have a prophecy helping him match a madman who had some similar genetic boosts, plus the benefit of what we're guessing is a few unforgivably awful rituals besides. Katie knew of a few rituals to build magical potential, Harry said slowly. They needed to be performed at certain points in your youth and weren't cost-free to the user, but I don't think they would be labeled as dark. Really? Amelia asked curiously. Much of ritual magic here in Britain has either been banned or forgotten, but I imagine that something this old wouldn't have been singled out and outlawed. What are the details? The main one I'm thinking of is performed 3 times at 11, 15, and 17, Harry said, thinking it over. You could do only 1 or 2 of them, but the biggest boosts in potential came from doing them all in sequence. The ingredients had a base, but you would need to customize it to each person as well. Just doing 1 or 2 didn't really have too much of an effect on the person, but if all 3 were done, the person wouldn't be able to have more than 3 children, and none at all after a certain age. And it only increases potential? Amelia asked, clearly thinking it all over. Yes, Harry confirmed. It still has to be trained and reached like what Susan and I are doing, but it would raise the ceiling of what was otherwise possible. Well, we've missed all but the third ritual now, Susan said. If there's no real drawback, I say we go for it in 2 years. We'll see, Amelia said. Rituals like that are very difficult to get right and have long-lasting impacts if done wrong. Put it out of your mind for now. You can become quite strong and, more importantly, effective without such things. Susan scowled but nodded tiredly. Trust me, Auntie, I'm as hard a worker as any badger. But I'm getting a little tired of watching Harry blow things away while I muddle along behind him. Sorry, Susie, Harry said, and his girlfriend whacked his arm.
No.
She barked. You are doing what you're supposed to do. I'm having a woe-is-me moment, like I'm not the second or third most powerful girl in our year, with an ancient house and library behind me to boot. I am not jealous, and I do not begrudge you what you have worked and suffered to get. Okay, I am a little jealous, but I am not holding it against you like some red-headed people might. Harry winced at the pointed remark aimed at Ron. I am a little upset that I might not be able to stand beside you when the time comes, Susan said more gently. And I really want to be able to blow away Greengrass and Lee like you can. Amelia snorted. Greengrass and Lee have likely been training like the two of you are their entire lives. The fact that you're keeping up with them is a credit to your work ethic. Susan. Okay, Lee, I get, Harry said, feeling confused. She comes from a family of professional duelists, and by all accounts, is very excited to continue the tradition. She's probably one of the best wands in the Dia. But Greengrass, I've not really seen her do anything outside of Dada. Greengrass, for all that she's a true Slytherin, is in a very difficult spot, Amelia said sadly. In the last war, she and her family were as neutral as they could manage. They have no particular love of Muggles, but they aren't advocating for their slaughter either. They want a firmer separation between the two, and are staunch traditionalists. But they don't care for Dumbledore and his politics either. And their daughters are now both in the snake pit, heirs to one of the richer families even before the war, and one that escaped the worst of the damage. Oh, Harry said, paling a little. I wouldn't want my daughters in a house full of Death Eaters without knowing how to defend herself either. Not to mention I'm pretty sure that she and Davis have a thing for each other, Susan muttered. Malfoy is determined to marry Greengrass, though much to Parkinson's displeasure. All the best gossip comes out of Slytherin, Amelia said with a smile. The Ravenclaws keep things quiet, the Hufflepuffs don't like to make a scene, and the Gryffindors are so loud and public about it that it never becomes gossip because everyone else already knows. Hey, Harry protested. My house keeps relationship secrets too. Like what? Susan asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry said, racking his brain for any of the things Lavender had been talking about on the train. My point exactly, Amelia said, not even letting Harry have a good moment to think. My bet would be on Malfoy ending up with Astoria Greengrass, assuming we end things with Riddle in time. Cyrus loves his daughters, and from what I hear, Astoria would enjoy being Lady Malfoy. She would also likely keep Draco in line. I'll believe it when I see it, Harry muttered, but Susan was nodding. Story is a Spitfire, she confirmed. She's also much too friendly to let Draco get away with shooting his mouth off all the time. She'd get him trained up real quick once Lucius is out of the picture. Speaking of the Malfoy parents, what are the chances that Narcissa takes up Sirius on his offer in the will? Harry asked. Amelia sighed. I don't know, she admitted. Narcissa isn't always the most pleasant person to deal with, but she's honestly one of the smartest people alive, and values family above all else like any other black-raised child. To reconcile with her house, especially now that Andy is a part of it again, will be a large draw. And I think that personally she would agree to the terms Sirius set out. The issue, of course, is her husband, his allies, and his sworn lord. She's canny enough to approach Andy under the guise of wanting to gain influence with one of the more important new members of the Wisengamot, but how far that will go is really up in the air now. Then let's keep chipping away at this treasure hunt, Harry urged. Let's eat and get over to Grimmauld Place. If Narcissa is as smart as you say, let's give her every chance we can to get on our side. Or at least not on Riddle's. Amelia smiled. We'll make a politician out of you yet, Harry. And yes, Let's go snip another chain keeping riddle on this earth. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Number 12 Grimald Place hadn't changed much since the last time Harry had been there, although he supposed it wasn't like he had been expecting large changes. The lack of Walburga Black's screaming was much appreciated, however, and judging from the missing chunk of wall, he could guess how Sirius had finally gotten the job done. The townhouse was otherwise a little cleaner, but the whole building still felt neglected and slightly decaying. Getting inside had been simple enough, as Harry had been prompted to put the air ring to the door and the wards had disengaged enough to allow him, Susan, Amelia, Croaker, and 2 more unspeakables into the seat of the Blacks. This place has seen better days, Croaker remarked, shaking his head as he looked around. Arcturus must be spinning in his grave. I'm hoping his portrait is here, Harry admitted, remembering what Amelia had told him about trying to find a somewhat sane Black from the older generations to tell him about his upcoming lordship. He hadn't had a chance yet to look in Gringotts, and for all he knew there were more Black properties where such a thing might be located, but he was hopeful that it would be here. There was a pop that had wands out and at the ready as the dirty, wrinkled, and bulbous form of creature appeared in front of them, scowling. What are intruders doing in the noble house of Black? The ancient house elf croaked. You have an heir, and he has brought guests, Amelia said sharply, watching creature carefully. The half-blood should not be the next master. No, he should not, creature muttered to himself. What would the mistress say? Oh, she would not be pleased at all. First the blood traitor of a mutt, and now one of unclean blood? Oh, the shame. I'd say the greater shame is the state of what was once one of the jewels of high society, Croaker said, and Harry was sure creature flinched. But you can take that up with your new master. No, we're here on other business for now. Croaker's wand danced through the air, and he smiled as a thin trail of smoke erupted out of it, leading deeper into the house. We're in luck, he said. Our sensor was accurate even through all of these wards. I was fairly certain after finding and destroying the one in Hogwarts last night, but the Blacks used several more questionable protections than our premier school does. Stay here, creature, Harry ordered, seeing how shifty the house elf was looking. We will be back soon, and I will explain what I would like to see done to restore this place. As the half-blood commands, creature growled, clearly unhappy. The small group of witches and wizards followed the trail of smoke deeper into the house, past damaged and outdated furniture, and finally down a small series of steps into what looked like a small cellar. It was clear that this was where creature resided, judging by the small cot and mound of rags that seemed similar to what the house elf had been wearing at the door. In the middle of the rags, next to a portrait of a young man who looked very similar to Sirius, was a large, golden locket with a serpent in the shape of an S on the front, its ruby eyes glistening with a malice that Harry could feel from the doorway. The trail of smoke led right to it. Stay back, Croaker said. These things will fight to stay alive, and most have some sort of mental interference ability. Taking careful aim, he muttered the killing curse, and a jet of green light struck the locket dead on. Croaker cursed softly to himself when nothing happened. I was afraid of that, he admitted, and then turned to the unspeakables accompanying him. Time to earn your keep, he said, and one snorted before they started forward, wands whipping this way and that as they ran whatever diagnostic spells they saw fit. The locket was created by blood alchemy, one of them announced a few moments later. It will hold up to even fiendfire. If it wasn't so utterly twisted and complicated to create, I'm sure the material would be much more popular. Likely this is Slytherin's own locket, the other unspeakable reported. Apparently it was a family relic even in his day. It will need to be opened to get at the soul fragment inside, unless we plan on tossing it through the veil of death. Let's not go that far yet, Croaker said, as Harry hid his wince at the reminder of the last time he saw that particular artifact. Ideas on how to open it. The first unspeakable looked at Croaker, and Harry got the feeling that if he could see the person's face under the concealing spells of the grey hood, it would be rather deadpan. Croaker said, clearly of the same opinion as Harry. Of course. Harry, would you mind asking Slytherin's locket to open in Parseltongue? Yes, Harry said, mentally preparing himself for the act. He looked hard at the locket, imagining the snake on the front to be alive and moving slightly from side to side. On 3, Croaker said, readying his wand again. 1, 2, 3. Open, Harry hissed, shuddering at the sheer evil glowing in the ruby eyes as the locket swung open like a smoothly oiled door. The inside of the locket, in contrast to the golden exterior, was a twisted mass of black smoke and shapeless, hissing hate. You are, all of you, ignorant fools. The piece of Tom Riddle that had been contained so far howled as an enormous mental pressure burst free, crushing down on the gathered witches and wizards. What I could teach you if you would just open your Avada Kedavra, Croaker bellowed, sweat pouring down his face as he finally managed to release his spell. Green light flared in the small room, and then the black shade of the Dark Lord shrieked in pain and horror before dissipating. That, Amelia ground out, clutching her shivering niece in her arms, was singularly unpleasant. Harry could only nod in exhaustion, his fledgling occlumency shields having barely held up to the overwhelming assault. The diary wasn't that bad, or at least not to be around unless you were writing in it, he said. This is the first one in our records that has talked, Croaker said, looking deeply unsettled at the innocent-looking golden locket lying still in the pile of rags. And it was much more focused on me, I believe. But what I want to know now is what that house elf knew about this thing, or if was merely trying to corrupt him. My vote is corruption, Susan muttered, looking pale, but Harry knew that his girlfriend was bouncing back. Creature, come here, Harry ordered, more than glad that he had had the foresight to order the house elf to stay in place while they were attempting to find and destroy the Horcrux. Master has destroyed it. The hunched house elf cried in a wild joy that Harry had never seen before from the foul-tempered, rude creature. Oh, what a joyous day! Master Regulus' final task is completed. Master did what I could not. Oh, no matter how hard I had tried. There was nothing elf magic could do to that horrible thing. But it is gone. Oh, Master Regulus, it is gone. Creature, how long have you been trying to destroy this locket? Harry asked slowly, a little surprised by the story coming together in his mind. Almost 2 decades, Creature croaked, his bulbous eyes looking clearer than ever before. Master Regulus was a good black and obeyed his parents when he was told to join the Dark One. But he could not stay, oh no, not when the Dark One used Creature to hide a bad thing. The Dark One took Creature to a cave, hidden and filled with the dead, and on an island in that cave, made Creature drink a potion. Once it was gone, the Dark One put the locket inside a basin, and refilled the potion. Creature was left to die, and Master Regulus called for Creature and gave Creature magic and cared for Creature, and told Creature that the Dark One would not get away with this, oh no. Master Regulus had Creature take him back to the cave, and traveled over the lake of the dead, and drank the potion, and it made Master Regulus sick, dreadfully sick and oh so thirsty. But the dead in the water got him when he tried to drink, and Master Regulus ordered Creature to take the locket and go, and destroy it. But Creature could not until the new master came. Harry's eyebrows had raised throughout the story, and at the end, he shook his head in disbelief. Sirius would have loved to have heard that about his younger brother, he said thickly. He was always so angry that Regulus joined the Death Eaters and swore that he had been forced to take the mark against his will by their parents. To think that he betrayed Riddle and the Death Eaters and died for it. Master Regulus was a good master, Creature said proudly, and as Harry looked at the old house elf, he could almost swear that Creature was becoming less hunched. Creature, now that Regulus's final command has been fulfilled, would you be able to clean this house up? He asked, testing his hypothesis. Creature looked around in horror, as if seeing Grimmauld Place for the first time. Oh no, what has been done to the seat of the Blacks? The house elf moaned, gripping his face with both hands. Creature does not deserve to have his head mounted on the wall like his ancestors for this disgrace. Oh, what would they say if they saw their home in such a wretched state? Master and his lovely pureblood lady must leave at once. It is far too filthy for them to stay here. Give Creature a few days and it will be livable again, and ready for hosting in 2 weeks, or else Creature must be given clothes. Oh no, this cannot stand. With that, the house elf popped away, leaving the formerly grimy room immaculate and the inhabitants rather stunned. So, he was being affected by the Horcrux, Harry decided, nodding. He's still a blood supremacist, but he cares too much about the image of the Blacks to leave the townhouse like this when he's in his right mind. Why was he calling me your lady? Susan asked plaintively. I didn't do anything to suggest that we are together at all. Elf magic, Amelia said, examining her blushing niece, and said niece's boyfriend. They have a rather strong sense for the emotional attachments of their masters and mistresses. I may need to move Harry's room in the ossuary further away from yours until the marriage contract is drafted. Ayuntai, Susan wailed, her face now redder than her hair. Croaker snorted, and Harry had the feeling that the robed unspeakables were enjoying his embarrassment as well. Well, while we're having such success, let's head to Gringotts and see if anything turned up in the inventory of Lestrange's vault, Croaker said, and Harry was relieved at the change in topic. If need be, they can also draw up the contract while we're there. Harry sighed, and Susan whimpered. Don't worry, Amelia said, patting Susan on the shoulder. I won't let you sign a marriage contract until you are of age. You still can't sleep with him, though. Deciding that she had been teased enough, Susan huffed and stormed out of the room. Amelia turned her monocled eye on Harry. That goes for you too, young man, she said. And Harry realized that going to comfort his girlfriend was a fantastic idea. They grow up so fast, Amelia said as Harry fled, and he could almost hear the smirk in her words. Harry didn't hear what Croaker or the other unspeakables said in response, and quite honestly, he didn't want to. He caught up to Susan just outside the front door, and she was scowling heavily. How am I supposed to win our war if she has ammunition like that? His girlfriend demanded. I still haven't even figured out if she actually likes women, and if she does and is being vulnerable about it, I can't make fun of her for it. Even worse, I'm positive she knows about my dilemma here, and is taking advantage of it. Right, Harry said, deciding that the minds of the Bones women was a scary place to be. Do you want me to be helpful, or do you want me to listen? Susan fixed Harry with a beady-eyed stare. And just where did you learn that particular bit of professional boyfriend knowledge? She asked. I spent a great deal of my time these last 5 years with Hermione Granger, Harry said dryly. I am well acquainted with the strategy of asking before either listening for self-preservation or offering solutions. Also, while I am far too smart to ever do it to you, I have been known to tune her out from time to time. See that you don't, Susan said sharply. And we'll discuss this later. Amelia and the unspeakables emerged from the back of the townhouse, pointing at various things and discussing them. We took a quick peek around the ground floor, Harry, Amelia said. We think that you'll need to go through this place with a cursebreaker or 5, and be prepared to lose a lot of illegal artifacts to the ministry. Some of it might be shielded by house heirloom laws, but I don't think you'll want things like an amulet that strangles whoever puts it on, or the diary that sucks the blood out of whoever writes in it. Please, not more evil magical diaries, Harry begged. And from what I remember, Sirius already got rid of the worst of it, but I'll make a note of it, even if it might take me some time. No one other than a black should be able to get in here, so it should be safe enough for now. Maybe I'll have Andy handle it? She would know what actually should be saved that survived Sirius's attempt at cleaning things up. Smart, Amelia said. If I could offer one more suggestion, make sure you really lock down the library. It's no exaggeration to say that the Black Family Library is the biggest private repository of curses, hexes, rituals, and mind magic in Britain. I wouldn't even recommend destroying any of it, no matter how vile, because you never know when you need a counter-curse or the knowledge of what a certain ritual is doing. Creature, Harry called, summoning the much saner-looking house elf. How can I best secure the library so that no one can enter it without my permission? Master just be willing it so while in the house, Creature said after a moment of thinking it over. The Blacks have always been most careful with their precious books, yes they have. The loud blood trader woman could not get in, nor her children. Even the Mutt Master only tried to get rid of a few books, but Creature saved them, yes Creature did. A true Black values all knowledge. Thank you, Creature, Harry said. As you were. He closed his eyes and imagined the library becoming fully off-limits, and he felt the heavy, malevolent wards shift, almost clicking into place. Interesting, Amelia said. Her eyes narrowed as her monocle peered up through the floor toward the library. Yes, I would not suggest entering that room without Harry's permission now. I would love to get in there with the department someday, Croaker said wistfully, but Amelia just laughed. That'll never happen, if only because the precedent it would set and the outrage it would provoke in the traditionalist faction, she told him. Oh, I know, Croker said. But a man can dream, can't he? I suppose he can, Amelia allowed. Now, shall we continue our Horcrux hunt at Gringotts? Yes, Susan said, her arms crossed. I have several letters I need to send out this evening, and so we should keep moving. Harry thought he knew what might be going on there, but he wisely kept his mouth shut as Amelia gave her niece a long stare before the group departed the home of the Blacks.